Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. I trust you are well wherever you are. Uh, I'm happy that we are able to come on and be able to share different views on our take on the latest development on our political front. Well, I trust everybody's well out there. Let's get down to talking. We are in a transitional uh, setting whereby we have a new government in place, and there is the pull and the push between what should be and what is. And Wananchi have a say in how they are governed and how their future ought to look like. And so we want to appreciate everybody as we try to talk out our hearts on this matter. I would that we all move in and be able to say as we feel and think about the whole scenario. I'm happy that we are coming fast and furious. Please, let's keep inviting in, guys, as we start out. Apologies for starting late. Had a crisis with my gadgets. That is why I'm I'm coming in on a different setting. But I trust we will be able to navigate through and be able to do the necessary. So I would that we tuvumiliane, tufanye kazi pamoja, tuhakikishe kwamba kila mmoja anamakinika katika siasa zetu na kuelewa. Baba sasa leo amekuwa bunge la wananchi na ujumbe wake kwa Wakenya na wote ambao ni wanaazimio and otherwise. So hilo ndio swala ningependa tuangazie kwa kina. Hivi ndio mambo yalivyo ama yatakuwa vipi? So let's ensure that we are talking. Thank you very much. I can see my colleague Wekesa around. I want us to tusaidiane. Today I'm in unfamiliar grounds with the smaller screen and trying to navigate. Sorry, so okay, that is the link to use to get to the studio. Please tutumie, alafu tuendelee katika mjadala wa leo. Wekesa, are you able to get me? Is it Wekesa or who is this? Eliza? Hello, everyone. Please confirm if you're able to get me wherever you are. Thank you so much, everyone. Who is this? Keegan. Keegan, habari ya leo?
Hi Bernard, wewe hapana ita mimi hivyo. Unajua kwa nini tuko behind the curtains? You know I'm a civil servant na nikubaya.
Hiyo behind the curtain, wewe unajua sheria yake. Hata kama wewe ni civil servant. Tutapatia priority. Sema yaliyoko alafu tuwasonge mbele. Ella? Hello, are you there? Hello. Okay, make use of that link, get into the studio, let's get talking. Thank you for confirming you're able to get me. All is well, let's get talking. Ujumbe wa baba kwa wananchi leo, wewe unaona vipi? Alafu kuna swala la the West and the African elections. What is the interest of the West in the African elections that they wish to either participate or interfere in terms of securing particular leadership in place for their own interest? That's something that we need to talk. And then, of course, what has happened in Burkina Faso and the West African uprising. And we seem to have a close pattern of uprising, not just in Africa, but also the rest of the world in a very close a very close interval. So what does this signify? And is this the democratic way of progressing, or we are losing what we have gained for a long time? So please, let's keep moving and let's get talking. Thank you very much. Nani huyu? I can get everybody. Thank you those who are joining. Wale watu wanapaswa kuingia kwa studio, hiyo link ya kutumia, I think I've shared it. Please make use of it. I am on a very tiny screen, and so navigating around is a bit problematic, but I hope that I'll be able to get this running effectively. My laptop has refused to help me wherever to display, and so I'm using the phone, and the phone has limitations. Let me see, where is this? Oh my. Well, kuna wageni nani, okay. So those who wish to join the discourse, please make use of that link that I'm sharing right now. Tuanze kuongea kwa kina masuala haya and then move forward. Here we go. That's the link. You click on the link, allows StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. And let's be frank, open, and be able to chat the way forward, as much as there are those who feel that are not secure enough to share their faces on the screen. We would really want to beg on everybody to do their very best to see to it that we have our faces for the sake of the quality of the video, especially for those who are watching or who come to watch this. Alafu okay, kunasemaje? Bori Boy anasemaje? I hope I'm pronouncing his name, Kimosi Bay. Bori says hiyo ilikuwa bunge la wananchi, bunge la Wajaluo, baba Jalango na babu. Okay, so alafu nini kilipitishwa katika hilo bunge? Si tungeangazia hilo angalau kabla tuende kwa hiyo masuala unaanza kusema bunge la Wajaluo, kwani Wajaluo sio wananchi? Makosa iko wapi kama Wajaluo watakutana na wajadili masuala ya Kenya, ama Wajaluo ni Wakenya nusu na wengine ndio Wakenya kamili? Wewe bwana anaitwa nani? Kimosi Bay, sijui una maanisha nini? Ungesema kwa kina, na kama uko na shida na Wajaluo, basi naona shida yako mingi sana, kwa sababu hatuoni tukikusaidia kwa swala hilo. Okay. Nani huyu? Ni Isiko Mbodhia. Huyo ni Benson. Vipi?
Hey, mambo.
Salama, namna gani?
Uko salama sana.
Thank you. I can get you clearly. Niko in unfamiliar territory, but I think we are doing well.
Yeah. Tuko sawa tu. Not bad.
Sawa. So baba kwa bunge la wananchi, Kimosi Bey anasema ilikuwa bunge ya Wajaluo. Sijui unasema vipi?
Huyu jamaa Kimosebei haelewi maneno because you know Gaucho have cut himself. Gaucho, the president of the Bunge la Wananchi, have cut himself as a very serious local mobilizer, and I think that's one of the citizenly initiative that actually needs support, because Bunge la Wananchi, it have been there for like six years ago, since 2016, and they actually discuss very serious issues, and I think it transcends beyond just communities and political parties and affiliations. They talk very serious issues. So I'm very happy that Baba visited the Bunge la Wananchi and able to interact with the issues. Actually, when I see that meeting, I now agree that the discussion have changed. It is a bottom up. It is a real bottom up, that the issues are discussed at that level, and the people, the leadership, either in opposition or in government, are now ready to go to where the people are and listen to the issues and articulate those issues. I also like, Baba sat and listened to the few speakers and talked to the Wananchi themselves. I think that is very good. I also, in the same breath, want to congratulate. There is a young man also called Okongo, I think Okongo, so Bunge la Wananchi, somewhere in Jacaranda or somewhere around that side. I also find them very, very objective. They talk the real things. They discuss real people, and I think it is important. Having said that, let me mention three things. One, and Baba said, it's his first time to interact with local Wananchi after the debacle of the election process. So I think it was an opportunity to go and say Asante Sana. Even getting 7 million people voting for you, there is need for people to go back and say thank you and for standing with me and standing with the issues. And so it was a very good moment for Baba to interact with his supporters. Number two, as a country, we have issues. We have issues, the cost of living, the fuel, and all the other issues that are affecting Wananchi. And I keep on saying that a government is as good as its opposition. And we saw Baba in his true element, pushing the agenda, talking the right thing, charting the way forward. If Ruto is not going to bring the cost of unga, we're going to see in the next, and Baba was forthright. He said 90 days. We are waiting for 90 days. You told us to give you 90 days. So if you don't bring the cost of unga, the cost of living, we are going to organize what we would call, uprising, the citizenry uprising. And I'm also very happy that Baba was considerate, that we in government, we have, it's just a month since you were sworn in. So 90 days would be to see if what Ruto is trying will yield some results. Number three, organizing people for future, talking to the Wananchi themselves for future is an important element of a growing democracy. That while you have people talking about government and celebrating, that you have also people who are critical of government. This is what we lacked in the 12th Parliament in 2018, 2022. We didn't have strong opposition. We actually had everyone in government. The fuel prices went up. All of us were there. Both Ruto and Raila were there, and they all enjoyed from the same coffers. So it is time for us to have a serious opposition. And that's how democracy grow. And that's how we as wananchi will get the actual benefits. Tukiambiwa hii na Ruto, kuna mtu mwingine anakuambia hapana, you can try this and do enrich the whole discourse around governance. That is my take for Baba and his visit. And it was good to see Baba walking in the streets. He's a man I have a lot of respect for. If it were me who have been into the trenches like him, I think I would be dead by now. So I kudos Baba. The West Africa. Okay, you want to say something?
Yes, the issue of strong opposition and advocacy for the same. How do we secure opposition? By failing to vote for somebody because you want him to be in the opposition?
We must appreciate processes, and we must move forward.
No.
We must appreciate that.
What I'm saying is, according to the 2010 Constitution, there is no opposition. Okay, docket in terms of an official opposition post that is funded and remunerated by government. Get that? So it's like being an opposition leader is an almost voluntary responsibility. And how do you now blame a voluntary responsibility for the people you put in office to function when they fail to function? It's like you want me to oversight you for no pay while you're on duty on a pay. So how would we appreciate that as a society? Are we being fair on this?
We you know, where we say that ukiweka kitanda ya misumari you lie for it. We removed the presidential candidate out of parliament. So Baba will talk through Opiyo Wandayi. Opiyo Wandayi has an office that is fully funded. Actually, when you look at the benefit enjoyed by the minority in terms of leadership, it is exactly the same money. I can tell you, when you look at salaries, minority and majority leaders, it is the same salary, the same office, everything. So at that level, they are funded to the extent of organizing some leadership within the houses. What you are disputing is opposition outside the legislative houses. So outside,
Mr. Mbuthi, the outcry here is when Baba says nothing, okay? You say he's eating with government. Yet when we ask you where is Baba's office? who is funding Baba's office? You say he's now working through Wandayi, who is funded. So Wandayi gets funded, but Baba gets the blame when things don't work. So how is that in terms of our fairness? Since to expect Baba afanye kazi bila kulipwa, kwa nini?
Si ndio tunasema sisi wenyewe kwa constitution tulitoa Baba kwa parliament. Unajua Baba angekuwa MP wa Kibera, angekuwa hapo kwa Wandayi. Lakini sisi wenyewe tulimtoa huko ndani. So there was, and in any case, even when you look at the other proposals that have been put forward, the leader of the BBI, Baba was supposed to go back to parliament. So basically, tulitandika kitanda, tulalie hiyo kitanda. Because it is us who removed, it is us who removed Baba from, it is us who removed the official opposition.
Benson, when a constitution is changed, we live in the reality of the present. We cannot be blaming for the changes that we brought into existence. How do we move forward as a people in appreciating the new constitution and its implementation in view of the oversight role shifting from an opposition leader or an opposition party to an institution called the legislature, an institution called the judiciary, an institution called executive? Because it appears to me that Kenyans have not moved. They are still in the old constitution, expecting an individual to be the one oversighting the government when the constitution has clearly laid out how the oversighting of the executive is done through parliament. And in the parliament having the majority, the minority, it is not an issue of separating the opposition and the government. It has everything to do with the functionality of the whole legislature in oversighting the executive. So why do we now exonerate the parliament from doing the oversight job over the executive, then blame it on somebody we have not hired? That's where I need us to clear.
No, the structure is very clear. The Baba is a party leader, and as a party leader, he is supposed to guide his troops both within and without parliament. So his job is to guide his teams, those who are inside the parliament. And the spirit of the spirit of a constitution is, by the time you are becoming presidential, you have outgrown the parliament. Your job is bigger than just sitting in parliament. Number two, we funded Baba is getting almost 1.6 billion from the political party fund. So why are you saying Baba is not funded? He's coalition.
What do you mean by look here, Bwana Mbuthia, you seem either not to be accepting the reality or looking for an excuse to blame Baba.
Why?
How is Baba funded? When the ODM party is funded, that's not Baba. Or Azimio is funded. That's political party funding.
So
that's not salary. It is a process that is constitutionally provided for the democratic space and the development.
Now let me ask you: we have funded
Yes.
we have funded an office of minority. We have funded the coalition through its parties. What other funding are you looking for?
It is not funding. You hired William Ruto as president, Gachagua as deputy president. Those are the people that need to perform. And then the entirety of the parliament, that is the legislature, should oversight the two on how they run government. It is not Raila's responsibility. It is not an individual's responsibility. It's for the whole parliament. So when the parliament ceases to oversight the executive, it is not Raila's job or Raila to be blamed. That's what I'm saying. In the current state of affairs and laws and constitutionalism.
So I don't get you. I'm not following you.
Okay, but maybe I will bring in Alex to help you break that down. Alex, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm not ready to take on Mbuthia. Mbuthia yesterday was very rude. Mbuthia told me don't talk about our party and our people. And today he says we need strong opposition. I was speaking as an opposition person and he could not handle it. And he said, Alex, you should not speak about our party and about our agenda. And today he's coming here to say that we need a strong opposition. When I was speaking as a strong opposition disrupts the establishment, irritates the establishment. Actually, and that's what I did. I irritated him to a point that he said, don't talk about our party. And today he's coming here and say, we need a strong opposition. So if I came out yesterday as a strong opposition and I irritated you, why do you have to come here today and start saying that we need a strong opposition? What kind of strong opposition do you need if you can't handle me? You are saying I should not talk about your party. That was so myopic, my friend. We in the opposition, we will disrupt you. Secondly, we will irritate you the same way we are irritating you that you can't handle it. Thirdly, we will put you into square because our work is not to massage you. Our work is to make sure that where you are going wrong, we put you right. But yesterday you could not handle it. You said, you, Alex, do not speak about our party. What did you mean? As opposition leader, as opposition, if we cannot talk about you, who do you expect to talk about you? Alex is in the opposition. I was speaking about your party. I was criticizing your party. I was disrupting your agenda. You could not handle it. Who do you want to speak as opposition then? It showed how low you are that you cannot handle some people because they speak the truth. And let me tell you, we are going to disrupt you more. We are hurting. We just want to level it. We don't want to talk while we are hurting. We want to be sober. And I guarantee you, we are going to disrupt your agenda. We just started. And I'm glad that you recognize somebody like Gaucho is somebody who is a great mobilizer. And is not somebody who should be mistaken as a small person. I have watched him for years. And I'm glad you recognize that. So when we come as a strong opposition, don't tell us not to talk about your party. Now, that is the first thing I was saying. There is a young man who has just said that Bunge la Wananchi is Bunge la Wajaluo. Bernard, on Sunday, and we didn't talk about this, and I think I want to hear what Mbugua said. When Gachagua stood up, he said a very dangerous narrative that has irritated me until today. Say, wakati vijana wetu wanakuja kuchukua wasichana wenu hapa, musiogope, tunataka tuoane so that we can make a better breed. Did you listen to what he said on Sunday? A better breed. So when Kikuyus and Kalenjins get married, it's a better breed. So when you hear some people come here and say, hiyo ni bunge la Wajaluo, there is something that is coming out that some people think that they are a better breed. And Mbudia seems to be one of those people, because the way he speaks like some people should not speak about their party. Somebody like Alex is an inferior breed. So, Mr. Benson, we are Kenyans. We will talk. We are going to talk. We will not shut. One thing I will tell you is this. What Gachagua said was very, very dangerous. When two communities marry, there is nothing like a better breed. When he was saying, kumi yao, kumi yetu. We have no problem them becoming the president. But when they start telling us that they are going to form a better breed, and then a young man comes here and say, iyo ilikuwa bunge la Wajaluo, I think that is what will make us come to the streets and say, okay, you think this Kenya belongs to two communities. And I'm glad Baba went to Bunge la Wananchi. The reason is that we are hurting, and Baba has realized we are hurting, and we are not healing. 27 days to Ruto's presidency. We are not healing. It's getting even bitter on us because of what is happening around. The cost of living has gone and shot too high to a point that if you are getting a salary of 30,000, just eating lunch in town, just getting transportation, Mr. Mbudia, just buying even burger, has become impossible. What he promised Kenyans was an hoax. It was a utopia. Now we are living in a dystopia. And I think even you people in UDA are hurting, but are not speaking. But it will reach a point that when we start this conversation, it's not a conversation about Raila. It is the conversation about the cost of living. Because when it reaches that we don't have a living wage, probably you said yesterday when mkulima, and you said how much, probably when I was calculating in my mind, you said you have this, 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 and you have worked here, you have worked here, you have worked here. I realize you are a true middle class. Probably you are making more than 500,000 a month. So you may not be hurting like somebody who is working in the government and getting 60,000. Even the people who voted for William Samoei Ruto will reach a point whereby they are going to start listening to Bunge la Wananchi. So I'm glad Baba went to the right place. Baba did not go to the streets. Baba went to the people who have been speaking for the last 6 years. You see, if Baba had gone to somewhere else, we could be blaming him now. But Baba has gone to a people who have been having conversation in Jacaranda for the past 6 years. So I think if Baba uses that route to convince Kenyans that this is wrong, I think Ruto is in a very dangerous place. Now, if I was Ruto, this is what I will do. I will rethink. Otherwise, if I don't rethink that, more Kenyans are going to join that Bunge la Wananchi on a serious note. But, Mr. Mbuya, we want to warn the two communities, which are the Kalenjin and the Kikuyus. That narrative of a better breed, it seems like Kenyans, some Kenyans are not Kenyans. 15 years for Kenyatta, 24 years for Moi. Then another Kikuyu takes 10 years. Then another Kikuyu takes 10 years. Then another Kalenjin wants to take for another 10 years. Then Gashago wants to take. Kwani sisi, we are of a lesser God. My friend, we will revolt on this. And I'm telling you for the first time, the people in the middle class, the most difficult people to get to the streets are in the middle class. For the first time, the people in the middle class are ready to say no to this kind of nonsense. And not because we hate the two communities. It's because of their leadership. Their leadership has become careless in the way they speak. I have very good Kikuyu friends and very good Kalenjin friends. We have no problems with those two people. What we have a problem is their leadership. They've become so careless. When they go to the podium, they don't have podium pathos. They just speak anything and they keep on irritating us. I wish they could sit somewhere. You know, it's only yesterday that you spoke bad. But most of the time, Mr. Mbudia, you have been making a lot of sense when you come here. You speak like a Kenyan. I wish the leadership of these two communities will speak like Kenyans. But when you hear Ndini Nyoro speak, when you hear Cheregai speak, when you hear all these people speak, they keep irritating us. Even if we did not want to go to the streets, they are pushing us to the street. And I think what Baba has done is to tell us, I am willing, I have listened. Now it's time to give them only 90 days. After 90 days, we must do something. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Alex. We appreciate that. And I want us to remain sober on this. The carelessness of the leadership in power right now, it's so conspicuous that it cannot be hidden. And so it's our duty as proper Kenyans to call them to order. And if the whole deputy president is able to say such things, in my opinion, that is overstepping his mandate and he needs to be reprimanded for the same. That is enough for him to be ousted from office if we were properly constituted in terms of calling leaders to order. You cannot be segregating against other people and be pretending to be leading that particular nation. So these are very grave matters. And so, like, as we get back to the conversation, back to Mbothia as he wraps up, I have drawn for you the clarity of the current state of affairs in terms of governance. Okay, the 2010 Constitution envisioned that the oversight role of the executive is placed on the whole legislature. Both majority and minority are supposed to hold the government, that is the executive, in check. There is no more the backbench and the forebench. So when the members of parliament who are salaried, they are paid salary, their number one job is legislation, their next job is representation, their next is oversight. That oversight is not an exclusive job for a person in a political party. It is a job of the parliamentarians. And so when you people leave the parliamentarians, when they fail to do oversight, then you go and blame Raila Odinga. It's the same excuse you are looking for right now, asking for a strong opposition. Which strong opposition do you have other than these people who are being paid to oversight, to legislate and represent? That is their role. And so wewe unalipa mshahara huyu, lakini unalaumu ile mtu ambaye haumlipi mshahara, kwa nini he's not holding the government in check? That's the confusion you people are creating, and it seems you like it that way because it works for you to find an excuse to say sababu ya sisi tukufail kufanya hivi ni BBI, sababu ya kufail kufanya hivi ni handshake, sababu ya kufail kufanya hivi. Kumbe ninyi ndio mmenunua wabunge wasifanye kazi yao ya kuangalia maovu yenu, okay, ili baadaye mlaumu mtu ambaye hamjamwajiri kufanya kazi. So hilo ni swala ambalo lazima uweke wazi na ulikubali, kwa sababu ni la ukweli wa katiba. Hii ingine mnatafuta side shows to find an excuse, an scapegoat for you to escape from being held responsible. If William Ruto government fails, it is not Raila Odinga. It is not the people that are not in parliament. It's not Kalonzo Musyoka. It's not Joho. It's not the people who are not in parliament. It is the people who are in his cabinet, in the parliament, in the Senate, who have kept quiet or looked to the other side wakati maovu yameanza kukidhiri. Kuna fertilizer, kuna GMO sai, okay, inapanda moto. Haya maswala yote kama yatakwenda mrama, sio swala la Raila Odinga. Kwa hivyo tukubali ukweli wa katiba, tuache kutafuta vijisababu. Mr. Mbothia, you can respond and conclude. We move to the next person in a minute or so.
Okay, thank you. Unajua huyu la Alex ni rafiki yangu. Na Alex juu ni rafiki yangu, jana nilimwambia ati the discussion was about the UDA arrangement between DCUs and all that. So Alex, I tender my apology for hurting your emotions, but that is it. I agree with you, Bernard, that the opposition, actually the oversight role by the constitutions lies with the parliament. But of course, generally, we have what I will call citizenry accountability mechanism, where Baba is our leader for citizenry mechanism. But in terms of day-to-day bills, registration, and all that, it is the parliament. Lakini I would like to throw some challenge to Alex and Bernard. Sisi tumekuwa kwa serikali 27 days. Kesho on Friday tunaangusha mafuta. Sasa si mtupatie hizo 90 days Baba amesema, alafu sasa mtu blame. because mnaona tunazunguka kila siku, tumeenda Uganda, because kama ni mambo ya chakula, the short term, the only key to unlock the food shortage in Kenya lies within our borders. And that's why we are attempting with Uganda. That's why we are attempting with Tanzania, because that is a short term. While we are addressing the mid-term, like fertilizer and all that. Lakini now, you saw yesterday what we are trying to do with opening up the non-tariff barriers in Tanzania and, talking to Museveni and all that. So basically, we are trying. Tupatieni tu 90 days. Mtisichape sana. Halafu number 3, mngoje tu celebrate kidogo. Unajua tuliwin. Sasa mngoje Alex, mngoje tu celebrate kidogo, halafu mtuchape. Asante sana Bernard.
Well, Wanambuthia, what is the relationship between better breed and looking for food security and talking to Ugandans and Tanzanians?
Let me tell you. If you followed Gashagua's statement, that was a homecoming, and basically that statement, every time Gachagua talk, some of us, unaona ni kama wewe wakati baba anaongea unatokwa na roho. Wacha nikuambie, that statement was actually what I would call, if you followed Gachagua talking, he talked about the things that happened just before uchaguzi. 11 houses were burned in that region, and there were a lot of tension in that region. And he was talking about the arrangement, about a nominated Wainaina, the nominated whatever, and how the need to have coexistence between Kikuyu and Kikuyus and Kalenjin. We all know if there are any tension among communities in this country, it starts in Uasin-Gishu. It is Huruma. It is that area where Gachagua went to for the homecoming of Faruk Kibet. What is my point? You cannot take a statement. You cannot take a statement that was meant well and you blow it out here, Alex. It was meant a coexistence. Tuoane, tupendane, tutoe breed mzuri, breed inaitwa Kenya. That was the statement. The day we shall start understanding the context, because that was the context.
You are trying to insult our intelligence, if I could say the least. Better breeding has nothing to do with better coexistence.
No. Angalia,
no, please don't hold breed for what is excess. What is excess is named as what it is. Better breeding has nothing to do with coexistence. It is the government's responsibility to see to it that all Kenyans coexist peacefully by catering for their needs and ensuring that there is security for every Kenyan everywhere, because the Constitution secures every Kenyan to be safe wherever he is within the borders of Kenya.
It will not cost you anything.
With who you marry to in order to give back to a better Kenyan. There's no better Kenyan than every Kenyan.
You can pray the statement that it is just a 2-minute statement. You can pray what Gachagua said.
I'm saying, if you are talking about coexistence, let it be coexistence, not breeding. When you bring in breeding, you're talking about reproduction. Reproduction meaning we do away with this old generation, we bring in a new generation. You are bringing in different species or different whatever qualities. I think it has everything to do with the GMO thing. Okay, you want to call it the GMO Kenya, okay? That is genetically modified, so that it's able to coexist. What are you trying to tell us?
Let me guide Mbuthia. Mbuthia, let me guide you. Mbuthia, let me guide you. This is what Gachagua said, and I had to replay this several times to understand him because I was shocked. He said, si mumeona sisi ni watu wa kuaminika. Si tulisema sisi tutawapea kura. Sisi ndio tuliwapea kura nyingi sana. Si mimi ndio nilikampaign mpaka nika make sure. Then he goes, so it was about sisi wa Kikuyu. He was speaking specifically. Sisi watu wa kuaminika. Sisi tukawapea kura. Sasa, ikiwa ni hivyo, vijana wetu wakitaka kuoa wasichana wenu. Do you understand what he was saying? First of all, he say, sisi ni watu wa kuaminika. Sisi tuliwapea kura. Sisi ni watu ambao tutaendelea kuwa na nyinyi. Hakusema Kenya. So Mbuthia,
do you have a problem with that statement? Do you have a problem with that? Let me tell you.
Let me finish, Mbuthia. There is value in listening, Mbuthia. You speak too much. You don't allow people to tell you. You want to confuse people here. Listen, there is value in listening. There is civilization in listening. Be civilized and listen so that I guide you so that you respond. This is what he said. Sisi ni watu wa kuaminika. Si tuliwapea kura. Na tena sisi ni watu ambao tutaendelea kuwa na nyinyi. Sisi, which meant Wakikuyu. Then he went on kusema sisi kama basi vijana wetu tunataka sasa tuanze kuoana. Vijana wetu wakikuja kwa wasichana wenu. Then you start saying that is coexistent. Then he goes to say if we tukioana tukipata watoto, that will be a better breed. What does that mean? He was not speaking about Kenya. Had he spoken about Kenya, we had no problem. Then he goes on to talk about a breed between sisi ambao tuliaminika na sisi na raisi na jamii ya raisi. Alitumia hiyo jina na jamii ya raisi. Now we are helping you guys that kind of narrative is dangerous. It is not about us. We are helping you and the people on the ground who do not buy that. So when you come here and start, unaanza kusema kuwa we are misinterpreting it. How can we be misinterpreting it? We are helping the Kalenjins and the Kikuyus who don't buy that kind of narrative so that they can come out and say, unajua nini? No, this is not right. Even if two communities marry, there is nothing like a better breed than other people. That was wrong. You must unequivocally say he should not have said that instead of kwanza kusema we have problem with interpretations. And if that is your mindset, I am getting out of this studio because I cannot buy such kind of nonsense. Telling me that I am misinterpreting the DP. When you bring the name breed after saying kuoana, you can't say that I am misinterpreting the DP. You are a farmer. Yesterday you were telling us how you get better breeds. You are a farmer. Yesterday you were talking about better breeds. How you get better breeds. You get this one, you get this one, then you get a better breed. You were talking about that here. Stop playing politics. Tell Gachagua that was wrong. We are all Kenyan. Can't be Kikuyu Kalenjin. Now you want to make a better breed ambayo mtoto wa Mkikuyu na mtoto wa Kalenjin sasa ndio next atakuwa president. That's what he meant.
Okay, thank you. I think the point is made. Let's leave it there. And everybody is subject to. We say that it's my duty to say. Interpretation is left for you. So Mbodia, if you interpret it to mean that way, congratulations to you. But if you're really a Kenyan and patriot enough and you understand that Kenya is only safe when every Kenyan is on board, you should not be pushing an agenda you know that is dangerous for the country and coming from an office that it should not be coming from. Right now, we all appreciate the fact that the president in office right now is a minority president. Minority in the sense that his followership and his support is the minority. He needs to be reaching out to the rest of the country in order to bring together the country and be able to lead it. But if you, in the middle, you are the minority and you're still insulting other people who you're supposed to be giving an olive branch, that is bad leadership. And it smells bad. Nobody should be finding that interesting. Thank you. Let's go to Anyumba. I can't read properly. My glasses are failing me. I have a small screen. How are you?
Thank you. Fine, thank you, my brother. How are you? It has been a long time. You know, I decided to take a break. Alex, how are you? Uh, in fact, Derek,
I'm
both
very well.
in fact, Bernard, I decided not to participate in this forum until people get healed properly. But Mbudhi has made something wrong, and I've seen it. That is why I've decided to come and answer Mbudhi. Mbudhi, I want you to listen and listen carefully. We are Kenyans. We don't belong to Uganda or Tanzania. And when you are in power today, believe me and take this to the bank, this government will punish you more than Raila Odinga. That is number one. Number two, when we voted for a new constitution, we do not have opposition leader. That is why we have legislative, executive, and judiciary. So stop telling us about Raila Odinga, opposition leader. We do not have opposition leader. It died long time ago, 2010. So if you are in parliament or you are in a county assembly, I don't know where post you hold, where you are elected, I don't know. Where you are, go and read the constitution very well. You will get the point. Number two, Mbudhi, take this to the bank again. 2027, no one will come out to vote, and few people will vote. Number two, no Kenyan will take a case to Supreme Court again. And Supreme Court is going to be disbanded because they are being paid for nothing. That, mark my word, I'm telling you what will happen. Number three, tell your boss to stop tanga-tangering. Let him work for Kenyans. He promised to work for Kenyans. We are no longer in a campaign mood. Tell him to stop campaigning. Tell Gachagua to stop campaigning. The people of this country, they need to be given services. So this thing you are telling people about, oh, you are telling Alex not to talk about you. We are no longer in UDA and whatever you call it. Work for Kenyans. We are waiting you. We are waiting for your service. You promise us you will give us a very good life where people want it to be, where people can buy goods in a cheaper price. We are waiting you for that. If it is only 27 days and your boss has traveled outside 6 times, ni pesa ya nani anatumia? Si ni ya Wakenya? For one trip is 18 million. How many millions has that guy used for traveling? Mbudhi bwana, give us a break bwana. When you come to this podium, let us reason together, talk together, put us together. Don't tell us that now you are in a high table and we are down, my friend. We are still healing. And today, nowadays I don't watch news. It is only today I watched Baba going to Bunge la Wananchi, which was good. Baba is a Kenyan. He can talk to anybody, anywhere, anytime he wants. So when you come to this podium, we are not fighting you, but just give us advice. Tell us what will build us. Don't tell us what will break us. Don't tell us how Gachagua is doing well. Is telling people, oh, a Kikuyu to marry a Kalenjin. Even Luos are marrying a Kikuyu. I don't have much to say, but I don't want to speak for other people. But please, just let us reason together and take this Kenya to the next level. But if you will not take us to the next level, people will come out and you will be evicted from office. Trust me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ayumba. We appreciate that. And it's good for us to take caution. 1, 2, the conversation needs to be majorly on why we are here. That is the message of Baba at Bunge la Wananchi, both his presence and whatever he said there. And then we are talking about the West and African elections. What is their interest? Why would they be interested in interfering with African elections? And is it not as a result of their interference that we are having now a resurgent, a return of generals taking over governments, government being overthrown? That's a very serious matter that we need to look at, because as a people, we can't just fold our hands and look at events taking place without analyzing them critically and being able to find exactly where is our footing in the same. The kind of deviation that we are seeking in our conversation is such that we remain trivial and able to hit the nail on the head, so that we are found to be more politically correct. It is wrong for you to be politically correct if your decision and your pursuit is against the majority of Kenyans and the majority, or rather the masses. Every political move and every political statement need to be pro the masses, pro the majority of the people. That's what I know what leadership is. But if you're pushing for the minority, you're pushing for the section of the country, then you are the wrong person in the office. And that is why we shouldn't be holding brief for such things. So naomba tumlete Derrick, alafu tusonge mbele kwa kina, lakini let's angazia topic ya leo. Asante.
Thank you very much. I hope mnanisikiza wote.
Yeah,
okay, okay, sawa. As you all know, unajua sasa, we don't even need to shout. We don't even need to argue. It is evident what we are seeing. It is evident. And we keep on saying here daily that this government is a scam. 2, this government is not serious. And 3, this government is taking Kenyans nowhere. Why am I saying this? I've been listening when Mbudya was speaking. Mbudya, you are a Kenyan. I don't know if you stay in Kenya, or I don't know if you are coming from Kenya or you are coming from different country. But if you are a Kenyan, please just reverse what you're saying and please say something else, which is close to what is expected. The next thing I want to say.
One moment. Anyumba, please mute your mic. Carry on.
Okay, I'm saying, mnanisikiza?
Uko sawa, endelea.
You know, there's a problem with my StreamYard. I don't know what is the issue. Maybe give somebody a time to talk so that I come back, because I think there's an issue with my StreamYard. Inanirudisha nyuma.
It's because you are listening to 2 feeds. You unasikika vizuri tu, endelea tafadhali.
Okay, so like I'm saying, you see, the problem we have here right now is that one, I've been telling you people that I was really waiting for a match that was supposed to be created by the Bunge la Wananchi, and I was telling you that before, that this thing, I'm really waiting for it to happen. Why? Because a lot is going on in this country that we should not keep quiet. The next thing is, I've been listening to Gachagua speaking, and I can really tell you that Gachagua is telling us what Kenya Kwanza is made of. Somebody is telling us here that what Gachagua said has nothing to do with being serious. But I can tell you for a fact, Gachagua is telling you that it is Kenya right now is all over Kikuyu and Kalenjins. Kumi yangu, kumi yako, and that is how they are interpreting that. if you could listen to what he's saying. So for me, I can tell you for a fact that
Okay, Derek, if you're able to get me, there is a problem with you because you have joined the feed with two different gadgets. You must get rid of one. You cannot be in the studio with two gadgets. If you're able to get me, Derek, correct that. Okay. Rhoda, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana. Haya, leo ninaona kuko different. Leo mnaona picha kidogo, nikasema nikuje nimsalimie. Nimwambie hi.
Kwa Leila Smith. Leila Smith anasema usalimiwe.
Atunasema?
Leila Smith anasema usalimiwe.
Okay, asante. Sitasema mambo mingi sana, nitasema about unajua mimi naonanga news kwa YouTube, nikaona leo baba ameenda amekutana na bunge la wananchi. Nataka mtu ani explain what is the bunge la wananchi, what is that? Because I didn't understand. You know, for me, when I think about our country, I feel very sad. You know, when I see our country, we need to love one another. We are brothers and sisters. That is fact. Na tukiwa bunge sisi wote makabila zote tuwe kitu moja, tunasikiza one voice. Because sisi wote tuko Kenya. We are all Kenyans. And Kenya is ours, na tunapenda nchi yetu wote. Sasa ni must tunasikizana sisi wote ma voice. Kila mtu ana prepare. Ile county umetoka, unasimamia county yako ukiwa mbunge. You know, yani tunajenga nchi yetu sisi wote. We build our country together because we are all sisters and brothers and we love one another. And that's one can make our country move forward and make great. To love one another, not about to say, we are as Mira Moja Kenya Kwanza. We need to come together as a family because we are Kenyans. Hakuna kutu pale mimi nimezaliwa, ile kijiji nimezaliwa huko ni kwetu na nisitahama. Even if my neighbor they hate me, kwa sababu mimi nimekuja nikichukiwa na my neighbors, still I remain to be Kenyans. Let us love one another. Nimesema mara mob sana, let us love one another. Kenya is big than anybody. Na Kenya si ya mtu mmoja, Kenya ni ya sisi wote. We are families. Sasa mimi I don't understand kwa nini tuko hivi, tuko na bunge la wataifa la nini. I don't understand. It's sad when I see we are all Kenyans. Everybody need to be treated the same equal and the same rights. Human rights. It's more matter. Everybody need to be treated the same equal. Every party leaders, they need to be treated the same right and the same equal and the same right is the same human right. It's about human right is very important in our country right now. So sitasema mambo mingi, nitasema hivyo.
Okay, asante Rhoda. Bunge la Wananchi is an informal parliament. Informal parliament organized by Wananchi airing their views, just like we are doing here. Bunge la Wananchi is a different Wananchi wamejiorganize, wanakutana wakiongea siasa, vile nchi inaenda, vile nchi inapaswa kwenda, but it's not now formal parliament like voted for people. It is just the organization of Wananchi in different sections. So like in Nairobi, we have one in Jevanjee, there's another one in Jacaranda, in Mombasa, there is Bunge la Wananchi. It's another, it's just ordinary Wananchi meeting informally, but formally discussing Kenyan issues, just like we are discussing here. And so it's a movement that can be a platform for us agitating for what is our right if it's being violated by the government or by the people in power, especially when like the problem we have with a compromise. If we have a compromise parliament, compromise judiciary, compromise civil society, so resorting to Bunge la Wananchi is an avenue through which we can air what we feel and think and agitate for our rights. So it's not an opposition or a revolt movement. It is a normal organization of wananchi kuongea maswala ya. Thank you. I hope. Yeah. So it is.
How do people they think, and how people they take actions, those people who are here because I came late, what they take action, do you think they take it's bad? How do people they take that Bunge la Wananchi? How do people think about it, and how do
it is
they think about
it's nothing new. It's nothing new. Maybe you are the one who have not heard of it. It is where most of these politicians have come from. Bunge la Wananchi ndio imezaa kina Babu Wino, kina all these people who are in it. It's like the normal debate you people you used to have in school, but this time is now organized regionally, and it's taken positively. We air some of it on Mtembei TV, so you can just follow up our old feed. You will see wananchi wakiongea pro Ruto, pro Nini, and the reason why they support this, the reason they are against this, and all. But it's nothing abnormal. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Well, na tumlete Mama Mary tusonge mbele.
Hi everybody, Bernard, Rhoda, Francis, and myself.
Asante mami.
Yes, it's unfortunate that I didn't get Benson when he was there, because I wanted to say something to him. Last time when I was here, I talked about the roads, and I talked about Didi Nyoro saying that he commented that barabara hatutakula barabara. So I made a narration that where I lived sometimes back, we had no roads, but we had a lot of potatoes. We harvested a lot of potatoes, and we were selling at 15 shillings a bag, a full bag. And so I was trying to explain that we were selling 15 shillings because it's only maybe one truck, one lorry would maneuver its way to get it to where we were living. And that's why we could sell any amount, because we want the potatoes to go. We have other ones coming up. So Benson took it like he commented that we should not be coming there to bash people. I was not bashing Didi Nyoro. It's his own words. I never said it. It's his own words. And I was trying to make sure that Benson understand that where there are roads, where there is communication, there is development. And even the people who are living in that area will see the benefit of the communication due to the good roads, whereby you are able even to stand with your crop, with your product to sell at your own decided price. But this one was somebody coming and telling you, if you don't sell 15 shillings, I'm going. So we have to sell. So please, Benson, don't be more hurt than those people who are hurted already. We have to take interest of each other, and we have to know that the life we are leading in Kenya is not for one person. If people are hungry on the other side, and the other side people are eating, don't forget that those people can decide to come and have your food that you are eating by yourself. So please, let's be cool. Benson, I didn't bash anybody. And I'm sorry I have to say that, because somebody said it loud and clear on the camera. And that's it. I wanted to say that and make clear to Benson. Otherwise, I'll continue listening. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana Mama Mary kwa kueleza kwa kina. But cha muhimu hapa ni tukubali kwamba kuna vile viongozi wetu wanacheza na akili zetu. Wewe ukiwa mbunge, swala lako la kwanza ni community development. Community development ni kuhakikisha kwamba sehemu ambayo wewe unasimamia imefunguka ili the rest of the country can move in and out without problem. any member of parliament or leader who says roads are unnecessary, he is taking us for a ride. Yeah, for lack of a better word, ni ujinga. Okay? Ni ujinga usiosamehewa. Kwa sababu hii nchi mahali tupo sai na mahali tulikuwa enzi ya Moi, mtu yeyote ambaye afurahii progress ambayo tumefanya ni mgonjwa anahitaji kupelekwa Mathare direct na afungiwe huko kabisa. Kwa sababu nilikuwa nasafiri kwenda kutoka Nairobi kwenda Kakamega, it was 12 to 15 hours on the bus. So you prepare yourself, you're going to be on the bus for 12 to 15 hours in a distance of less than 600 kilometers. And all that has changed. Now there is a show I used to do in Kericho every Tuesday or Monday. Yes, every Monday. So I would wake up early in the morning in Nairobi by 5 a.m. I'm in Kericho by 9, do my show from 10 to 1 o'clock, end my show, get back to the vehicle, get back to Nairobi, same day. That was not possible when we did not have a good road network. So Ndindi Nyoro and the group are part of the problems we have in this country that needs to be solved. And what makes it very sad is that they are young. That means it's a long-lasting problem. If we don't deal with it now, it's going to infect a lot of young people. And that's why we have young people who are not thinking out of the box. They think Kenya is about elections and who won the elections, who stole the elections. We are talking about securing the future of the country. To secure the future of the country is to solve anticipated problems before they arise. We will not be able to contain the number of vehicles coming into the country if we keep narrow roads when we are buying more vehicles. Ni kama tu vile mzee Moi alisema, kama mtaki kujenga shule, muache kuzaa. It is that simple. You increase the number of students, you must increase the number of schools. Now, if you are a member of parliament, umepigiwa kura kwenda bunge na unasema mwezi kula barabara. Let me not say it. Francis, karibu.
So thank you. So I followed Raila Odinga closely in the Bunge la Wananchi. It is more closely to the People's Assembly that we started in 2017 under Miguna, the National Resistance Movement. It is a continuation of that. So what Raila highlighted there was a bit good one, and he also energized our morale. Because as the foot soldiers of Raila Odinga, we had like sometimes it's as if we had lost some kind of direction. It's also good to steer forward. I think also Raila Odinga, what the significance of him appearing there was due to the fact that Gaucho had earlier intended to organize a kind of civil disobedience. And therefore, Raila appearing there, it is like giving go ahead or a kind of legitimacy from the leader of the opposition. So it was more of symbolic than being just physically there. It used to signify that Gaucho, you are ready to continue with what you wanted to start. So that one was a good one. Also, Jalango, what I highlighted is true. We are waiting for that Unga 70 bob. We are not backing down. It's either we have it or we change the government. If you cannot change the things, you can change the government. Also, what Babu Wino highlighted is also very important. The campaign is over. Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta is no longer the matter of topic or anything. They are just ordinary citizens like us. They have no power. So they have everything they can do with it. So the issue of, I've also seen some videos circulating that highlighting on how things are changing. One being Gladys Shulei highlighting that let's be given 100 to 12 months. I've also seen Moses Kuria. If you look at the statement of Moses Kuria concerning the use on how they create wealth, it shows you clearly they knew very well they were running a smear campaign, character assassination of Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, and there was nothing tangible. They are already debunking whatever they had promised. They are already debunking everything they had said. It can clearly show you that. So when you look also at Gachagua, the way he keeps stressing that the economy is at the deathbed, it shows you clearly these are the people already are preparing you to get shocked by what is likely to happen to the citizen. So when also you look at the West and African election, I want to say one thing and clearly and categorically is that democracy has some short change if not governed. The United States of America, being the leader of the democracy in the world, has control over its democracy. And that is why they introduced something we call the Electoral College. Electoral College was introduced in the United States of America to control the character of what we call tyrannical of numbers, whereby one state which had the larger population should not make entirely decision about who should be the president of the republic. That is why even small states with minimum or with low number or a low population counts in the United States of America in presidential election in terms of electoral college. Now let's come to the side or like Kenyan side. An individual will only need to campaign in Mount Kenya and Rift Valley to become president. That means if you develop Mount Kenya and Rift Valley alone, you will be able to become president, ignoring the other 6 provinces. If then we have to progress as a country, we need to look to tame these kind of numbers that are likely to lead us in the wrong way. Because right now, I'm sure 100%, you only need to convince the 2 provinces that you are the best and use any kind of words that they possible, and you'll be elected as a president. But if we can be able to control such kind of character by introducing something close to electoral college, whereby Turkana will have a voice, Wajir will have a voice, Moyale will have a voice, Kajiado will have a voice. Therefore, we shall be having a country that a leader will be elected who will be closely accepted by everybody. Now, let me just pose this question to you. How do you justify that an opposition leader enjoys support from 6 provinces, whereas the president enjoys support from 2 provinces? For heaven's sake, don't you see that we have a problem with this kind of democracy? That where numbers, people look at numbers without looking at the regional level. We need to look at that one and we need to enact changes on that. And I think the best way we can go about it is to have a parliamentary system. A parliamentary system will work because when it will reach in terms of the prime minister, he will be chosen according to the knowledge and how best is suited to lead the country. That's why Ethiopia, they have a president, but we never heard about him. You only know Abiy Ahmed, who is the prime minister. He does good work. He was elected by the MPs. And the country is progressing well. We need to tame that. So on the issue of the government overthrow, I think any government that was elected to fulfill the obligation and the work of its citizen, if it fails to do so, it has no any justification to remain in power. It has to go. And I don't know who told Kenyans that a government should stay in power for 6 years. We have Israel, which has conducted 5 elections within 1 year. It is possible even in Kenya. We don't need to serve for 5 years because election will be held in 2027. We can hold another election even in 2023 on February. It depends with you. As long as you married, you can still divorce. As long as you elected a government, you can still disown it when it fails to achieve whatever it was elected to be there. We have no any other business with the government apart from be able to fulfill its promises and making our lives better. Failure to which its significance and essence becomes null and void. Thank you.
Wow. Hey.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana
Can I
Francis.
say,
Thank you.
can I,
Andrew, wewe tulia kwanza, uko na deni. Tulia kabisa. Mtu wa deni
niko na pressure. My party leader is my president now. I told you.
That's what I'm telling you. Uko na deni kubwa sana. Yeah? Wewe ndio Venezuela. Kumbe wewe ndio Venezuela na sisi tulikuwa tunatafuta Venezuela. You are the
No, you know what? Let me just 1 second, just to respond on something, right?
Yes.
The only way Kenya will be saved, and I told you these guys when I was traveling back at home this year several times, and to be honest with you, it will take us 40 years to get a strength that we had from Raila Odinga. That's a fact, and Ruto knows this, and Ndindi Nyoro knows this. And the only way we will have revolution in Kenya, which is coming, I can see it coming, but it's gonna be under oppression, is Baba to give a hand on someone or identify someone who can actually try to be to push the agenda that we are talking about. Because BBI, this guy doesn't want it. It will take a milestone for us to have a change of constitution, but it will take a day for Ruto to change the constitution to go for a third term or even for 40 years. That's a fact. We can see it right there. So when I tell you guys the other time that my party leader is a very smart guy, he knows how to play the game. Now you see. Now we have Ndindi Nyoro. Now, can you imagine now the next election we're going to have Murkomen as a vice president and Rigathi as a president. Then after that we change. So we have another 40 years of UDA. But that can be changed with a very outgoing, youth to go out there. Kenya democracy, we have been put back for another 20 years. That's a fact, because my party leader have graduated from 3 presidents. That is Moi and Raila, Uhuru, and now he's the president. So what do you think Ndindi Nyoro is going to be? He's going to be a very good student, right? So another 40 years of struggle, unless Baba come out and hold somebody's hands, but not from him.
Okay, that was a response. Yeah, I'm trying very hard to make it a response. All the same, what we are saying here is, if you got Francis very well, is that there is nothing cast in stone that a government has to last for 5 years. If it's not delivering according to the schedule, then it should be shown the door. Just like you appoint me as the CEO of a particular company and I'm not delivering. You don't wait for me to finish my term, even if I signed a contract of 6 years. If I'm not bringing in the profits necessary, the company is going down. The owners of the company should gather and get rid of the CEO and bring a CEO that can perform. Kenyans have a right to gather and come and say, we have given you the 100 days. We are not seeing anything. We have added you another 20 days. Nothing is promising. We don't have a whole 5 years to waste. Get out of office. Let's get a new CEO to run the affairs of company called Kenya. So
where are you gonna get the oxygen from?
Don't worry, we have it already.
My friend.
At Bunge la Wananchi, we have it already. In fact, it's just something that we post in 2017. We the people. That redefining of the people that was with the resist movement. We just put it on hold with a handshake. So it is on pause and off it goes. And with this kind of arrangement between William Ruto and Gachagua, who seem not to have an interest in the majority of Kenyans, they want to push the agenda and to push the minority agenda down the throats of the majority. It becomes very easy for that Bunge la Wananchi and the People's Assembly, okay, picking up and causing havoc in this country. So that's not something that is far-fetched. If your party leader is not going to work hard in reaching out to the rest of the country, valuing the rest of the country, respecting the rest of the country, he should be prepared. He should be prepared for the root shock of his life. Well, Derek, habari leo, ulikuwa unachangia mitambo ikaharibika. Ebu tamatisha ndio tulete huyu Andrew.
Asante sana. Pole for what happened. Okay, my point was, I don't understand where this deputy president is coming from. Or I don't understand what he's saying, because this man, how can you tell Kenyans that you want intermarriage between that, there is no problem between marriage, but the message, what are you sending? That message unajaribu kuambia Kenyans that sahi sisi ndio tuko kwa power, and sahi what we are doing is Kikuyu versus Kalenjin. So we are not going to go down that direction. We are not going to go that direction because hii Kenya iko na mamilioni ya watu and we are many. Remember, when you say that uko na 7.1 na mtu ako na 6.9, you can imagine that margin ni kidogo sana. So we also have other Kenyans who first they're hurting. You have to know that. Kuna kitu Mbudhi tried to, Mbudhi ama nani, based on Mbudhi I think so, alijaribu kusema ati tuwaache bado wanasherekea. So swali langu ni kama mnasherekea, mbona msiamue tu muweke public like ka public holiday, muache kazi mseme okay, Kenya still wait, bado tuko kwa tunasherekea, we after kumaliza kusherekea we'll get back to you. Mbona mna mix kusherekea na kazi? And I don't understand what is that for. Kitu ya pili, Benson is saying that Ruto is going outside looking for funds to fund this country, like kutafuta chakula and all sort of. I remember well, I was listening to how Samia Suluhu and Ruto speaking. I can tell you that woman is still not satisfied with everything. Is still not satisfied. Hata kama ni kutoa chakula, not now. That woman, the way alikuwa anaongea, she's not satisfied with what is going on. So don't tell us that Ruto is walking out looking for funds. Hiyo ni uongo. There is something these people are looking for, and that is business and articulating for their 2027 whatever. So don't tell us about business. Don't tell us about looking for funds to fund this nation. That is, hiyo ni uongo. Kitu ya pili, I said, like, you see, when Raila was fighting for this constitution or this reform, whatever, kuna mtu mwenye ni president sahi alikataa hizi maneno, but trust you me or believe you me, the real person who is enjoying that fruit right now is William Ruto. So if you come to this channel and say like Raila siji mara nini, that, my friend, be it you are in UDA, be it you are a Kenyan, remember that mzee is fighting for your right. Even not today, but even tomorrow. Hata kama anaweza kufa leo, you will one day applaud him for what he is doing. Because sahi mnasema ati siji mara nini Raila aende nyumbani aache kusumbua watu. I'm telling you for a fact, and this is true, there are many UDA diehards wenye wanaumia kindani na wezi sema. It is just that wanajifundika na hiyo they have the power or the seat whatever. But kuna kindani yao wanaumia. I have good friends from Rift Valley and I have good friends from Mount Kenya. Si ati ni wote, no, si ati ni wote. That those who voted to punish Uhuru Kenyatta. Right now tunanunua sukari at 312. Wote, hakuna Kenya mahali sukari ni 100 shillings. Ni 312 ama zingine hata zimefika 330. So you can imagine, you voted to punish Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta hata maybe akunywi hiyo sukari ya 312. Yeye hata juu inatoka wapi, anapata chai kwa meza. So between you and who you are trying to punish, who is suffering? So before you come here to criticize many things, fikiria, you are a Kenyan. Hata maybe kama unapata pesa kiasi gani, at one point you will feel the heat. Juu uniambie sahi napata 100,000. But 100,000 is nothing to me right now. Ni kama nakaa sehemu na menya na 10,000 because nikienda hata kwa shopping center kitu naweza nunua at 50,000 ni same na kitu yenye mtu anaweza nunua at 100 shillings. Sasa ukiwa na 1,000 ni kama uko na 100 shillings. So let's speak towards that direction. Don't speak thinking that you are in a campaign mode, siji celebration mood, siji mara nini. Let's see on how this nation can progress. Mahindi ikirudi chini, unga ikirudi chini, fuel ikirudi chini, everything ikirudi chini, sisi wote tuta celebrate. It is not all about ati mara wengine wanalia. It is Kenya. Hiyo tuanzie hapo. I'm not against the government, but I'm saying the truth. We have one nation known as Kenya. Kenya is not a village. Tafadhali. And lastly, I'm supporting this man who went to challenge, I think in court, to challenge that we should vote. There should be a voting pattern. Like this time ikianguka kwa Mjaluo, next time inaanguka kwa Mkuria, next time inaanguka kwa Mkisii, hivyo hivyo. I think that even is even better. Venye I think the celebration of what ilibadilishwa, ilikuwa nafanywa kwa each and every county. At least ulikuwa unaweza ona kanini ingine smart. So I think if you can go that direction, it will even be better, because tukiendelea hivi itakuwa ya kumi and it will be 10 ya Mkikuyu na 10 ya Mkalenjin. Where will the rest of Kenyans be? So we are not children of a lesser God. If we work together, we can build this nation. But if we behave the way we are behaving, mtu anaenda akienda akibadilisha constitution kivyake venye mtu amesema in one day, tutalia. And we will go down and nobody will bring this nation up again.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Derrick. I was there's a clip I would have played if I was on the laptop about Mwalimu Nyerere. Mwalimu Nyerere was giving a speech on the purpose of leadership, and he said the number one priority and purpose of leadership is to enhance unity, to enhance the oneness of the people. I've seen zero effort by the Kenya Kwanza government in its 30th day in office in the attempt to bring Kenyans together. What I'm seeing constantly from all its officers is to push down those that are hurting. And I think they are determined, they want to break the will of the majority of Kenyans so that they enslave them instead of raising them up and putting them into a working mode. And from where I see it, it is more counterproductive for them, because when Kenyans are demoralized, they refuse to go there and work, there will be no taxes to collect. The economy is going to take longer before it recovers than when people are motivated, are out there working. So I don't see how the GMOs and the fertilizer is going to translate into economic recovery when people are demoralized and are keeping away from work. Keeping away one major media house in the, I'm not going to mention it, it is in a serious crisis. And they're in serious crisis because the sale of their paper has dropped drastically. So one of the people who works there, we were conversing yesterday, and he said it doesn't even make sense of what is happening. So I said, that's what you get when you have a minority president. You cannot have a minority president and expect the majority of people to buy paper. And so major businesses are affected. Major businesses are winding up. The economy cannot recover when businesses are winding up. The economy recovers when people are motivated and are working. So I don't know which policy Kenya Kwanza have. I don't know how William Ruto and team are working, but if they don't get Kenyans to go out and work, they have no strategy to recover this economy, and that will be what will throw them out of office before their term is up. Andrew.
Yeah, but you need to have some decorum, man. That's my party leader, is the president of Kenya. So you need to respect that. That's number one. Number two, I will tell you this. For now, my former party leader could be the president of Kenya. And I remember when I was in this show, and I travel a lot back at home, and I was in Siaya County. And I will just share with you something that I saw there. A half of the people that I was supporting a half UDM and a half ODM. Until when this thing came out in Kijaluo, they say Tingabada Malu, beba mkonangu juu. And Raila fall in this trap. And actually the voter apathy came out down to Siaya County more than any place else. Because even back there, we have been forced with a governor that people don't want. He's a governor of ODM, but not the governor of the people. The governor of the people is out there. So these are the small lessons that Baba needs to learn. And my former party leader needs to know, even now, even if he goes to the Wananchi, Bunge la Wananchi, yes, he's the majority leader. People love him. People have everything that he needs to change and make in Kenya. But the reality that we need to understand is that all of us need to know that everybody has a dream and every dream is valid. Like my friend who just talked, your dreams are valid. What you wish is what you can get on the dream, but you cannot get it on the reality. Understand that the Kenya now, this guy, remember there's a time, I think, before this election when I think there was a funeral that Uhuru said, hii kiti ni moto lakini tumeiketia, tumeikalia mzuri, iko sawa. Remember, these things are the same things is coming to haunt us back now, where when Uhuru was saying these things. And mtadu, I'm the president, mtafanya nini? That's the same thing. The DP have all the guts to throw every slots and every injury that they can do to you or to me, who believe my former party leader could be the president today, as much as my party leader now is the president, all right? But he knows where to touch. He knows there's nothing you can do. He will punch you. But there's one thing I know, and I know it's coming. The only way this government we can bring it back to the people is a revolution. And I can tell you for sure a revolution is coming. And don't think that Uganda man was talking because of he's a madman. I know now people have mental issues in Africa. This mental issue is not a mental issue there. There's a message that young man is saying out there. And Kenya, watch the space. East Africa, watch the space. It's coming. And when it comes, we will lose life. But Baba will not enjoy that power. Somebody else, Baba has to hold in hands to get there. That's my point on the revolution. On the GMO, I'm in America. The GMO.
Andrew, why are you contradicting yourself?
Why?
You have just said the reason why Baba lost votes is for holding people's hand. You are now asking him to hold another person's hand. What's wrong with you?
What I'm just saying is his time is now to at least point our fingers to us. Somebody like,
but
for example, let me answer you. Let me answer you in a very simple question, right? In a very simple terms. Central Kenya, for the last 5 years they were having this issue. Who is our kingpin? Is it Uhuru? Is it who? They don't know. Now somebody is coming out from nowhere, which we don't know. Maybe it's Ndini Nyoro or maybe that Rigathi Gachagua. We don't know. But remember, Luo Nyanza, we've been with Raila and Odinga's family for a long time. Western Kenya, we've been having Kijana Wamalwa, Masinde Miriro, and now who can you point to me that is a kingpin in Western Kenya? We don't know. But at least in Luo Nyanza and Ukambani, we have people. We can point to Kalonzo Musyoka, we can point to Raila Odinga. Now, 2027, if Raila Odinga is not going to run, who is that man in Nyanza now today who will stand and say, hey, I have my blessing from Baba as my people. This is the direction we have. As much as we can be number 3 or number 2, but this is the direction we are going. That's my point. Have I answered your question?
Your point needs scrutiny.
Okay, now let me go back to GMO.
Okay. I think you are in that UDA mode of bringing too much on the table so that nobody holds you accountable for anything.
No.
And, we are used to that your style. We are used to that your style. let us set it clear. There is no vacuum of leadership anywhere. Okay?
There is.
Not in this country, not in Western or Eastern or Central or Nyanza. The leadership is set.
Your
okay?
dream are valid. Your dream are valid. The reality is what you don't want to accept.
It's not a dream, it's a reality, and you are running away from reality. So you're the one that is dreaming, and you want to invite us into your created reality, which does not touch base.
But what do we call the freedom of expression, right?
Freedom of expression needs to have basis. It doesn't have to be.
Okay, but I'm giving you a base. Okay, at 2027, Baba will be how old?
There is no 2027. You talked about revolution. Do you believe in a revolution?
Bernard,
revolution.
Who told this man Raila is going to stand in 2027? Who told you that?
I've not said that. Did I say that? I've just asked you for the next election.
But why are you contradicting yourself?
No, I'm saying,
contradicting yourself?
Okay, for the next election, our next election, legally, election is coming after 5 years. Right?
I think Andrew is here on somebody says hot air. He's here to push the narrative that elections can only take place in 2027. That is not valid. Francis told you that, and we are saying that we don't have to wait for 2027. Okay, so just take it to your boss. Tell him if he does not sit square and reach out to the rest of the country and motivate the rest of the country to go and work, his economy is going to collapse. And when economy collapses, we oust him out of office.
But I was talking, now you're interrupting me, but we were in the Homa, my party was in Homa Bay.
Yeah. Which Homa Bay?
The couple of, I think it's Sunday, the other Sunday before he went to Uganda.
Andrew, stop bringing issues of Lower Nyanza with the country issue. We are talking about the nation. Don't talk about Lower Nyanza issue here.
Hold on. I told you, everybody, that Andrew is here to scatter the debate, and he will not succeed. So let him stay out. Let's get it clear. The story of jumping and holding on this, on that, and that we don't want. We want to be focused and be able to chart the way forward for this country. The truth is, the purpose of every government is to galvanize the country, hold the country together. Kenya is only Kenya when every Kenyan is happy and when every Kenyan is on the move. The moment the majority of Kenyans are not working, the majority of Kenyans are not moving at the right pace, there is no way you're going to recover this economy. And if the Kenya Kwanza government does not work hard in reaching out to the rest of the country to motivate them and give them reason to go out there and work, I don't see them coming up with anything. They can go to Suluhu, from Suluhu go to Museveni, from Museveni go to Kagame, and go to elsewhere they want to go. Let them traverse the whole world. The fuel of the Air Force One, I don't know which one they use, may get finished along the way as they traverse the globe in the pretext of they are trying to recover the economy. The economy can only be recovered when every Kenyan is out there making their shilling so that they put their food on the table and they are saving something. But if Kenyans are demotivated, Kenyans are discouraged, Kenyans are hurting, and you're hurting sold to injury by insulting them and telling them they are not better breed, I promise you, things will never be the same again. Now, number tusonge mbele. Derek, you're not allowed to go behind the curtain. You just exit the screen, please, so that we have quality picture. Okay, I think turudi kwa Mama Mary.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Okay, mimi nina furaha kuona Raila akiwa na such kind of a move na ako na energy kuonyesha nchi bado inasimama. He's my president and I praise him for that, and I congratulate him for showing up
And I think I had a smile this morning when I saw that. So our hearts are getting better when we see our lion is still roaring. And for that reason, whoever is on that side with me, I think we are happy. We are seeing that the country is not going to fall apart while we have him standing up. For the Bunge la Wananchi, that is the part of those people who want to air out their feelings about what is going on and what is not right. Bunge la Wananchi can help a lot of people, either from UDA and from Azimio, because we are all Kenyans. And when you feel pain, it doesn't matter whether you are UDA or you are Azimio. Pain is for everybody, and pain is pain. So when people are going hungry, it's not a business of Azimio only, it's a business of the whole country. So when people talk like you are UDA, so you are safe, I don't understand, because you don't have dormitories whereby they have been built for UDA to go and live there and enjoy life. You're still living in your untarmacked areas, dark areas, whereby you are not going to move out of there because you are UDA. The only thing here we have is to talk about Kenya. Kenya. That is the word that we should be singing about, whether you are UDA or Azimio. Kenya is our country. Kenya is our mother. And that is where we breed. We breed, not those Gachagua breeding, but we, all the nation, we breed our children in that country. And we want them to be happy being in their stable country. And this country has not been in shambles like we are seeing right now. Because if we have all the problems that we are going through about hunger, disease, and everything, and there is somebody who is not stable sitting down to know what is ailing people in the country, really, we feel very worried, because we want to have a stable government who really care and think about the Wananchi. I don't see the reason why people should start, putting things or putting words for President Ruto that wherever he is going to negotiate about food or whatever. Don't do that, because you might be embarrassed. Maybe what he is negotiating is not even anything concerning you. So we put him on check and ask him what is good. Is it for him to go in the air, or being down here with us and listen to our problems? He can also negotiate all those things even by telephone. We are not intruders that we are going to listen through the wires what he is talking about. We are people who are sitting down waiting for the leader to show us the way. And if we are not shown the way, then we are doomed. So Kenyans, what we are arguing here, we are arguing of being better in Kenya, not better in other countries. Whoever is outside Kenya want to come back in a stable country. That is where we have dwelled our life, and we know all crossroads. So for now, we want to have to know what exactly is happening, so that we can also, maybe we can be of help to the government. Maybe they can ask us questions. How do you want us go? And that is how the government should be. But knowing that the government we have right now is everybody who is ready to eat. They said it. It is our time to eat. How much are they going to eat? How much are they going to live for me? This is the problem. We are asking these questions many times, because you cannot just be elected to go and eat. How much is that stomach of yours? How big is it? Kenya is there looking at you just to give us direction. It's not a matter of saying that this is our time to eat. Give us a break of all the problems that you talked over the politics that that we were facing, which we are not, we didn't see, but now you created that problems that we were getting there previously, then you are the one to make it better. So for being that you are promising that you're going to make it better, it is now, not tomorrow. It's now. Please, let's have a government who listen and look at people on the eye and tell them, this is it. We're going to do this and it's going to help you. But not a matter of promises, of which when you go to sleep, when you wake up tomorrow, there's nothing on the table. You are done, you are hungry, and you are sick. So this time round, we want them to show us what they promised. I take my time.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. A very good one. And it's our duty. We must call this government in order. To order for them to deliver. And it's like they are determined to find an excuse why things will not work. There is somebody else says is humming bad. He say Baba Oye Uhuru said let's give them 3 months. There is no international funds without Baba and Uhuru. Let the hustlers feel the pinch. Baba offered them 6K and they refused. That's an angle that we need also to ventilate on. Do you think the international community that is in charge of funding, will they trust the current government enough to give them more loans because they are looking for 900 billion? Is it viable when they say they inherited empty coffers and they are busy confirming there is nothing there? So how do you go to bank and say you inherited an empty coffers na unataka upewe loan?
Bernard, ulisikia venye Suluhu alikuwa anaongea. It tells you that lady is not even ready to help Kenya.
How is she supposed to help Kenya? She's not the president of Kenya.
No, but huyu jamaa akienda huko watu wa UDA wanasema ati ameenda kutafuta funds. So na ukisikia venye anaongea, that lady is not ready to help us.
So when last did we, since we independence, when last did we go to Tanzania looking for funds? Are you now seeing the irony of the whole scenario? Okay.
Ndio nilikwambia Ruto is
Kenya,
a very strategizing politician. Anajua Kenya anafanya. Anataka kutupumbaza na ujinga.
Since independence, has Kenya ever gone to Tanzania looking for funds? Huyu ni mtu ambaye ofisi imekuwa moto, anajaribu kukaa nje. Nilisema hapa tukiongea na mzee nani hapa, alikuwa Lara. Wakati mzee umelemewa nyumbani, okay, nyumba imeshika moto, mama amechemka, watoto wamechemka, wewe unakuja kuchelewa na unatoka mapema. Si eti utake kukaa nyumbani, ni vile kukaliki. So hizi safari zote ni kwamba akukaliki, kwa sababu akikaa kwa ofisi simu ndio hiyo ina ring ya county government. County government wanataka hela ya kulipa mishahara walimu ndio hao, madaktari, alafu hela yenyewe ndio hiyo. International community wanakuweka kwa ofisi, alafu wanafanya nini? Wanakuacha. So there is more happening than meets the eye. But going to Tanzania for funding is non-existent. It's just the UDA mindset that needs to be polished. What was there that was transpiring just before the transfer of power was that I think Suluhu banned the export of maize to Kenya, and export of her maize to Kenya. And then to stop the Kenyan farmers and the Kenya business people from getting maize from Tanzania, and on the other hand also exporting to Tanzania. And then the president, without thinking again, he now throws the spanner into the works by saying he has now legalized GMO. GMO and Tanzania don't agree. So wewe unasimamia GMO, umeenda kuomba msaada kwa wale watu wanapinga nini GMO. What are you telling the world? And that's why Kenya Kwanza inapaswa kujiita conference wajikalishe chini, wajiulize haya maswali. Hii mchezo wanacheza before the camera, it is going to backfire on them. And a hungry nation is a nation you cannot govern. So they are buying time, but the time is not in their favor. They need to do much more than that. And it would work very well if the president was running around the world and the deputy is running around the country, galvanizing the country, helping the country to unite. But the deputy is going around the country scattering it. And the president is going around the world looking for funding. No, what wangambo wakiangalia vile uongozi unaendelea. You can't trust such a company with funding. You can't. With loan, you cannot. Because the deputy is leading this way in scattering the people. And then the president is telling, no, we are new in office. We are only 25 days. But we inherited empty coffers. We need you to give us loan. This is a game that, in my opinion, it may not go far. It may not go far. But all in all, let's give them the 90 days. And Frank talked about Baba and asking, going to wherever, to Bunge la Wananchi. The president of the ghetto president had given an ultimatum of, was it 19 days or something, like 9 days or 12. So I think Baba just went there to extend, okay? Let's give them the 100 they asked for, and thereafter we're going to move into action. But my greatest anticipation or perspective is after the 90 days, there wouldn't be much changes. And the People's Assembly is something that I don't think the Kenya Kwanza government has what it takes to counter. I don't think so. Bunge la Wananchi is something that it took divine intervention to stop it in 2017. If nothing is done right now and fast enough, it's going to be actualized. And when that is actualized, kutakuwa na ngori. Okay? Naomba turudi kwa Roda. Roda nani anateta sana. Derek anateta kwamba umekuja na yellow, na yellow ni kitu ambacho kina udhi. Kina kera roho yake. So naomba tafadhali ukajitetee.
Ni huku mimi nakaa tuko autumn. Autumn kuna kwaga everything is yellow outside. Sasa hiyo Troy hii tunataka jina Kiingereza Troy ya hii cardigan nilinunua kukiwa siku ya hii weather inaitwa autumn. Kwa sababu it's beautiful, it's yellow. That's why I wear in this season. So don't worry.
Ungeiva for 1 hour peke yake.
You guys, you're funny. Anyway, my blood, I'm Azimio la Umoja. Kwa damu yangu yote. I love Azimio. Nobody can separate. Niko Azimio la Umoja. Na ukuna mtu hata nikivaa yellow, mimi si wa UDA, mimi ni wa Azimio la Umoja, chama za Jubilee. Mimi ni wa Jubilee, damu na sitatoka Jubilee. That's all. Na represent my former president Uhuru Kenyatta, his own party. We will never, that is legacy. Hata KANU imekuwa hapo na tulianza na KADU na mzee Jomo Kenyatta akakufa, Moi akatoa akakuja na KANU is still legacy. So I'm still legacy for president former, even if siku ile atakufa, Jubilee itakuwa hapo. Hakuna mtu atatoa Jubilee whether they like it or not. It's my legacy, it's my life. Nobody can separate. No one. Like Biblia inasema no one can separate me the love of the Father. No one can separate me the love of Jubilee Party. No one. I don't care. That shit. Sasa, Ni must tuongee sauti yetu na chama za bunge la taifa. I support them because kwa Kenya, we have to do what we want for our Kenya to move forward, because our Kenya can be respected. Every Kenyan citizen can be respected no matter which party you are. We have to hear the one voice to can make our country move forward, and we can make our country great. Kwa sababu people watu wanaongea sana vile biashara zao zimeenda chini, watu wanasema hawana pesa nini. Nasikia huko watu wanasema kwa Facebook, kuna mzee mwingine alikuwa anasema, na tumetoka kijiji moja, alikuwa anasema oi, hao hakuna pesa nini business nini anaongea. Sasa we have to make our country move forward, just to listen one voice, one another, and to understand. Understanding is the one who make our country best. Communications, people think different, but communication is a key. We can make our country great, because I love my country so much than myself. I want my country to succeed. And not only me, whole world, they want to see Kenya succeed. And people, they are praying a new president. They are looking what this president of Kenya is coming to do, new thing, what is coming to do. That's the way my friend, they are telling me. We are waiting because they know the one was there. So they are looking, the new president, what he's planning for Kenya. Yeah. Thank you very much for hearing my voice.
Okay, asante Roda, tunashukuru kwa ufafanuzi wako na mchango wako. Tutasonga mbele, na kuna vuguvugu tofauti ambazo zimeanzishwa duniani ambazo zinahusu kusupport Kenya na kufanya Kenya iboreke. Kwa hivyo kuna Bunge la Wananchi, and then we have I think a diaspora force that is or wherever building up, so that every Kenyan will have a voice to state on where he stands as far as the Kenya Kwanza government is concerned, and whether the Kenya Kwanza government is performing accordingly or not. And so we would urge every Kenyan, wherever they are, not just to remain like what is happening right now. After the elections, kila mtu alienda kwao kivyake na kanyamaza. Kuna wale wana machungu, kuna wale ambao hawasemi chochote, hawafanyi chochote. Wakati umefika tuanze kutafutana, tukakusanyike pamoja, tukaanze kujiandaa kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya yanayofaa kusaidia nchi. Tukingoja meli igonge mwamba, itakuwa ngumu sana kuianzisha. So wakati inaanza kuyumba, afadhali kuziba ufa kuliko kujenga ukuta. Kwa hivyo tusinyamaze mahala popote ulipo, na kama especially those of you in the diaspora, you need to put your energies together and be able to reach out one to another, because this country remains your country even when you are in another country. And so the best gift you can send back home is make Kenya better. And if your agitation from outside is going to help, please engage it. Don't sit back and say, I'm out of here, there, I'm safe where I am. I don't care about what happens back home. What happens back home is very, very important, and you need to have your stake in the same. And so I just want every Kenyan, wherever they are, reach out one to another, especially those of you that feel grieved and feel disappointed, and you feel like it's over for Kenya. It's not over for Kenya. I believe Kenya has a destiny with God, and that destiny needs to be realized. And for it to be realized, one, Kenya needs to keep in existence. Then it needs to get back to proper leadership, because the only way for Israel to move from Egypt to the promised land is when they have credible leadership, like that of Moses, like that of Joshua. Without them having right leadership, they get stuck. And it's over and over in the history of the church and the history of the moving of the children of Israel. Whenever there was no leader, nothing happened. Or whenever they had bad leadership, they got stuck in one place. And so as a nation, we need to pray for right leadership, and more than that, provide that right leadership at our levels. So Wakenya wa diaspora, mnapaswa kutafutana, muweke resources pamoja, muweke energies pamoja, muhakikishe kwamba mko sehemu ya mabadiliko ambayo yanapaswa kufanyika. Tusiwe tu eti tunakutana hapa Mtembei TV tunaongea. Mwingine amesema nashukuru leo kuna Mtembei TV, tutatoa stress. Tunashukuru kama Mtembei TV na kusaidia kutoa stress, lakini sisi tunataka suluhisho. Okay, tunataka suluhisho, na hilo suluhisho litatoka tu kwa kila Mkenya akiwajibika na afanye kile ambacho anapaswa kufanya. Kwa hivyo, be a source of encouragement to somebody, be a source of energy to somebody. Let us not let this struggle be a struggle of one person. Kama kazi ya kila mtu itaachiwa mtu mmoja, itachukua miaka mingi kabla ifanywe, lakini kila mmoja akijitokeza kuifanya hiyo kazi, together we can get it done. He says a team makes the work easier. Okay, together everyone achieving more. We can make more happen when we rally together. And so I think we need not only to work or to focus on Bunge la Wananchi locally. We need to have Bunge la Wananchi Boston, Bunge la Wananchi London, Bunge la Wananchi diaspora. Let's have Kenyans discussing Kenya so that we don't lose what we have in the pretext that we want to watch and see. 29 days are gone. We've been watching and see, and what we are seeing is scaring us every day. We don't need to look any further. After 30 days, another 60 days, something decisive has to take place, and this country needs to be given right leadership, because we are delaying the move of God by insisting on what is wrong and delaying what requires to come into play. Na masuala ya GMO ni masuala ambayo kila Mkenya anapaswa kuja on the forefront and fight it. Madhara ya GMO sio masuala ambayo tutafanyia debate ya kisiasa. Hilo ni swala ambalo kila Mkenya asinyamaze, because we cannot allow poison into our country simply because we want to solve food crisis. No. It is important that we do the right thing for the future generations, especially when it touches to the future generations. It needs to bother you more. Kuna mambo ambayo expectant mothers, okay? They don't feel good all the way. They don't wake up. They have morning sickness. The others are throwing up and all that. It is troublesome. But for the sake of the child they are carrying, they go through all that for the sake of the child. And so as a people, we need to understand that tunaweza kuwa kwa crisis ndio, lakini tusipande mbegu ambayo itaharibu vizazi vijavyo simply because we want to escape the pain now. Let's come up with good modalities that is going to help us in safeguarding the future. GMO is not the future. Wale watu wanataka kucheza Mungu. They want to play God. That's all I can conclude. They want to play God. There is a reason why God created everything and put their DNA inside those things for them to reproduce and refunction the way they are. God balanced everything. Let no man interfere with that. Interfering with that is making things bad. There is the balance that is in the organic food substance that is balanced by God himself in his infinite wisdom. We don't have any scientist who has infinite wisdom. So tusisumbuane hapa. Na science is supposed to cooperate with the genetic arrangement to help healing. Okay? The medicine does not heal the body. The medicine works with the healing process of the body so that the body gets healed. So science is not supposed to adjust the DNA or the natural functioning of the body. It's supposed to cooperate with it, cooperate it so that it gets empowered and then it's able to heal itself. Lakini tumeanza sasa kuwa kucheza Mungu ili tufanye nini? Tuanze sasa kucreate chakula yetu ambayo itacreate watu wetu, na hao watu wenu ambao hamtaweza kuwa control. Okay? People who will be out of control, people who will be senseless. Naomba tafadhali tuhakikishe kwamba tunafanya kile ambacho kinapaswa kufanya. Wanasema scientists and Mimi, I don't care about your scientific discovery. If it is going against creation, I'm a believer in creation, and I believe in God, and I know that God is superior to everyone, including all scientists put together. I'm yet to find a doctor who knows everything about human body. We have a doctor for eye, okay? He can't handle toe. He can't handle hand. God is the only one who understands this entire human being. And so tumrespect na tumwache katika hiyo category. Atawale mambo yake vile aliyapanga kwa creation. Kama hukukuwa kwa creation committee, wewe uruhusu kuinterfere na hiyo masuala. Acha ni achie hapo, tunarudi kwa Francis. Tukisonga mbele.
So thank you, Bernard. So the president today on the speech he hinted about the National Stock Exchange, whereby he advised Mama Mboga and border borders to buy. Just a recap of National Stock Exchange. It deals more with the ordinary shares you can buy from Safaricom, any other organization, and at the end of the year you are paying dividend. The ordinary shares yield dividend at the end of the year depending on the profit that the company makes. It is not mandatory for you to be paid, so you can invest there and not yet paid because the company has made a loss. So that one you can try it out, but I don't think that people from informal sector will be able to do. You can also earn what you call an interest bearing interest from buying and selling of shares in the day-to-day activity. It is more of like a betting, but now it's a betting that can come with some kind of a surety, whereby when you know that a company is likely to make the prices of shares are likely to go high, you can trade with it. So for example, I can give you a real life scenario. Now that the Airtel money and the Safaricom are likely to be separated, the money and the airtime and the calling services, there's that kind of uncertainty. So there's likelihood that those shares will go down because investors will not know if these Safaricom and Airtel services are separated, what is likely to occur. So that's why you need to be so knowledgeable about it, not so that you cannot make losses. National Stock Exchange or the Nairobi Stock Exchange is something that you can invest today and tomorrow you become a very poor man, very poor. Actually, you can even sell the house and rent another house somewhere because it's something that needs a lot of knowledge. So on those of issue people, I've also seen some individual defending the presidency, some kind of international visit. I think the visit to Uganda and Tanzania was more of a friendly than economic value. The relation between Tanzania and Uganda has reached at a point we call saturation, is whereby we have cooperated almost to every sector. Therefore, any visit there adds little or no value apart from enhancing the strong relation as a country, neighbor countries. He should visit Democratic Republic of Congo, Central African Republic, Chad. He should visit South Africa, Botswana, Malawi, the country that Kenya has not exhausted. You can even look at Safaricom. Once Safaricom exhausted the Kenyan market, they went to Ethiopia because Kenyans, every Kenya has Safaricom line. Who are you selling line to? So if you keep investing in Kenya, you'll be making losses because the market has already been saturated. So he needs to think broader to expand the market. Tanzania and Uganda, we are trading at a very high rate, meaning that whatever is remaining is very little. And to a matter of fact, even those gaps you cannot fill them. They can be filled by the Western powers because of the superiority in terms of machinery and capital. So that's why people need to get it very clear that it's good, but in terms of economical, it's very little. Some people are also talking about the Uganda-Kenya pipeline. During the campaign, that was on 2017, the heated campaign, Uganda changed its trajectory. They wakaipitisha Mwanza. I think if I'm not wrong, in Lake Victoria, walipitisha huko kwa kona, ndio iruke Kenya because of fearing of post-election violence. Recently, the European Union has sanctioned that pipeline because of an environmental problem. So whoever I heard Samia Suluhu Hassan saying that he will direct that pipe to pass through Kenya. It was just a sweet word, but it's not possible. It is already under sanction, and also the work has commenced and has already been imepeshwa Kenya, so Kenya is not a beneficiary of that pipe unless we try another different thing. So when you look at those scenario, it tells you very clearly that he's trying, but you need to think much broader, that the benefits are more than the cost that is likely to incur. You know, and I've heard people, when you talk about the loans of a country, an individual like Raila, Uhuru, Ruto, they influence the loan that a country is given in terms of ideology. That's why when you saw the nationalist leader, John Pombe Magufuli, wanted the president, the people feared John Pombe Magufuli, that is the external investors, because they felt that he was a strong advocate for companies that are owned by the government. Therefore, having a privately owned company, it became a big problem in Tanzania. That's why they had to invest in other countries. So a president's ideology influence in a way that if it is the ideology that supports investment for external and private investment. So, and then when you look at the other thing that affects loan is about the prediction of the GDP growth. Recently, the International Monetary Fund slashed Kenya growth. I think it was 2% instead of 5 or 6%, meaning because the loans are offered in terms of the GDP. Kenya cannot take loan beyond 65% of the GDP. So it means, therefore, if our GDP projection of growth is low, the amount of loan that Kenya can be given also remains to be low. So that's why when you look at IMF projection, it tells you how much loan Kenya can be given or can add whatever it can take at the right moment. So these are the issues that you look at them, you consider them. They are very important. So let this politician not become a source of information that every time somebody stand in public forum, speak of something, you say yes, yes, yes. No. Get your phones, get your magazine, get your newspaper, read them, understand better. You know, when the Gachagua said that there were no foreign exchange in banks and central bank, it had a very big problem in Kenyan economy. People rushed there, panicking to buy those foreign exchange. Were it not that the Central Bank of Kenya corrected that man, Kenya could have collapsed in terms of the foreign exchange. And you know, once the foreign exchange goes down and maybe people are buying panicking because they want to keep them somewhere, it means that our able to transact internationally goes down. So these are the things that we need to tell these people's mouth, that not everything that anybody can stand and say. They need to know that a mouth of a president and deputy president is very powerful. It can cause an economy collapsing, because once you say that there are no foreign exchange, and then people goes there to the central bank, the banks are running there to buy at a panicking rate. What happens now that what happens to the central bank? They will not be able to transact. Therefore, we'll be crying here, oh, you know, our shillings has fallen down, it's not working well. But it's just a mouth of an individual who says that there are no foreign exchange and people are rushing to buy. So these are the things that you need to look at them at a good angle. Then the issue of working for diaspora, the what Bernard was saying, diaspora, it has demonstrated that it hits fruit in terms of leadership contribution. For those of you who recall history, you can remember of the current president Paul Kagame. He was working from diaspora in 1994 when he captured the Kigali before he became the president. You can also recall the Milton Obote, who was overthrown around 1978 by Idi Amin Dada. He later recaptured the seat from the foreign power, that was Tanzania. You can also recall Cuba in 1952, when there was a revolution from outside that wanted to overthrow Fidel Castro. There are so many instances. You also remember of Congo, this man who owns a football club, who used to stay in Belgium. I don't remember his name very well, but I know you can recall that. He's also working from outside and he's giving his country a lot of checks and a lot of opportunity. So, and just to summarize up, if this trajectory continues the way we are seeing these people are operating, I'm telling you, even those who are saying there, let's give them time, You will come here and tell us we were cheated. There is no time that we are giving them. They were playing with our mind. For you to work, you need to sit down, to have a clear policy, to plan, and look every dimensional. Any loopholes, you seal them. You look at every opportunity, you get it. But here, it's just word after another word with no any policy. You know, the independent, they said, at long run, the petroleum prices will go down. Kenyans were very happy to be told that the subsidy was just benefiting 7 companies of Uhuru Kenyatta. And they were very happy for that. Then they did not ask at long run when. In Kenya, it's very clear that under long run, everybody will be dead. The petroleum prices will go high because of high consumption that is likely to occur. They dependent on the war to end. Right now, it has escalated to a level that has never been seen. So the chances of oil going down are neutral and are minute. Same case to even to the oil production. The Saudi Arabia and the Russia has slashed oil production. So meaning the supply has gone down. The moment supplies goes down and the demand remains the same, it means people will scramble for the little that is there. This will trigger the prices to go high. So for anybody who is there depending that who thinking that oil will come down naturally, I'm sorry for you to tell you that it's not possible. You have to go deep into a pocket. These are things that you need to be aware and to be able to analyze very well to understand that an economy is not run on social media. Go down, work for it, come with the policies, analyze it very well, and then after doing that, even without talking, if I see prices going to 100 bob, obviously I know the president is working. If I know the unga is 70 bob, I know the parliament is working, the leaders are working. You don't need to tell me, because if I bought yesterday unga at 200 and today I'm buying at 70 bob, you don't need to tell me that the president is working. Automatically, I will know that there's something that has been done. So we need to be very careful and we need to be very vigilant with this government. These are government that, to some extent, they are speaking from different angles and they're not aware of what to do. They're trying to figure out and maybe they need to do trial and error. You know, and these are things that are coming out to the light. I've also remembered that he also highlighted that he will privatize publicly owned companies that are doing well or publicly owned corporation. What is that? Is he not the same agenda that he was attacking, saying these rich men? Do you think there's any hustler who can buy a corporation like maybe KQ or KPLC? Any hustler who can buy? This country will not be developed by lies or populist statement. It will be developed by facts. And those facts are what the UDA people want not to hear. We are here to tell you that, and we must work with facts if the country has to take the right trajectory. Thank you. Bernard. So Bernard had just disappeared anyway.
I think so. Maybe it's hacking somebody with the internet. So Mary Wainaina, you can take over the next. Now Francis Mukungi and talk. Mary, you can talk something.
Yeah, I'm gonna add on Francis. Francis, even if the government is trying to go around looking for some help, maybe whatever they are looking for, definitely being my government, I'll first look the welfare of my people before I start sharing what I have. If he is going there looking for, let's say, for example, maize to be transported to Kenya, or he wants some help of any kind of food, si ati anapewa gunia mbili anaambiwa enda nyumbani. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of maize that will be given out if it will be. So for Tanzania, they are not going to allow to see the situation how it is looking like and agree to part away with what they have for that particular time. So for the president of Kenya going out, saying that he's looking, or whatever people are speculating that he's looking for help. If it was my government, I would sit down in my country, sit down with my people, make arrangements, see which way can we go. This is the way we can do it. This is the way we can tackle our problems. And as from there, because they have a layout in their own country, how they are going to tackle that problem, that is the time now maybe he can make his moves. And that is when they can have agreement that this is where you can go and do this and that. This guy has never rested. After having crusade in the State House, off he goes. He's gone. He's flying all over, looking for things that we are not sure of. And the people of Kenya are just crying, looking who is helping us. For that reason, I don't agree that this is the right time for him running around looking for help from other countries. Why? Why should you? If I have taken over the government, my first criteria is to have an idea. Where do I start and where do I end? You might not know the end, but you can know where to start because you are at the table. You know what has been going on in the country. You are not a new person. You did not come from anywhere and landed there. You have been in the government. You know what problems were there. And whatever the case, you can do the best you can to see that people don't complain or to make even people listen to you and have hope with you. But this one looks like shauri yenu, nyinyi endeleeni na kupiga kelele, mimi naenda. So kaeni hapo, ninakuja. Watoto hawambiagwi kaeni hapo, ninakuja, alafu ukuje chondo empty. Lazima tutafirigisha hiyo chondo, tuangalie ni nini umetuletea. Tukikosa, we start crying. Unfortunately, children have got no strength to beat their mother or their father. But this time around, these are people who knows taekwondo. They can do whatever they want to do. This is their country. I'm looking to the picture of how people are trying to argue like they don't care. Me, I care. I personally care because I don't want to see somebody die because of hunger. It's very shameful in Kenya. People dying of hunger. We are people who are used to sharing, but the government is trying to clip off our hands to share. Because when they divide the country the way it is divided right now, that is very bad. Because it looks like we are not together. And I'm against what Gachagua said about the breeding. I'll go back there again. They are avoiding even those people who have got professors and doctors. And they are talking about breeding, better breed on the other side. I don't see who does not belong to God that you are going to breed better people than God has created. So please, people should stop talking things that they don't even act on. They don't. Human beings are created by God. It's not human beings. But if we have clonies in Kenya, then there you go. But we should believe that God is the creator of all human beings. Don't make a provision or put a pavement that this one should breed with this one. We are not cats. We are not rats. We are human beings. And we should be respected however we look like. Everybody in Kenya should be respected, IA out.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. I'm having issues with my connection. It's like I'm already under surveillance. So please mshikilie hapo hapo kama natupwa nje nitakuwa narudi. But all in all, and also I'm not on the laptop. The laptop refused to work. The screen has gone to sleep. So I'm using phone. So the navigation is very different and making me, get stuck in some corners. There is one comment here that I want to highlight before we go further. Anna Mumbi Kamau, wanasema Bernard, like I said before, don't swim against the tide. UN, UK, AU, US all have okayed GMO and LMO. We cannot feed 50 million people using techniques we used 60 years when population was less than 10 million plus. Global warming, drought were not as prevalent, and not forgetting mass migration into urban areas where they do not farm their own food but depend on the commercial farmers for their food needs. How can a subsistent farmer produce surplus for sale using what worked decades ago, but now? Okay, I appreciate your view, Anne. Is it Anne? Yes, Anne Mumbi. And but I take it as an excuse, an excuse in the sense that you don't revolt into a production system that is going to create more crisis simply because it's been okayed by the UN or by the AU or by whoever. As much as there has been global warming and all these other excuses we are saying, have we exhausted our arable land in Kenya? Have we exhausted our capacity of production? Forget about subsistence farmer. We're talking about as a government. We have always imported the surplus that we needed, not because there is no farming or there is no farm that can be put to use. It's just an excuse so that some business people can make some money. That's what I'm saying. It is irresponsible for any government to go looking for another method of producing food stuff that is going to result into health issues, that the same government will have to deal with those health issues after they have reoccurred, than irrigating Turkana County. Turkana County alone, when it's put on irrigation, its production is able to feed this entire country with organic maize. Organic maize. We just need to increase our production. And like for example, when I moved to Nairobi years ago, we had the Kenya bus. Okay, the Kenya bus was a very good whatever government program that helped regulate the bus fares. And when the matatus were about to hike their fares, the bus will keep their fare in one place, so the matatu will not increase theirs exorbitantly. And that's why they got in and finished Kenya bus so that they have the monopoly. The government of any goodwill does not leave the food security of its nation at the mercy of subsistence farmers. They need to be in the steering wheel that produces enough food for the country, because they are the ones who have the data. So have they gone around the country, seen how much of our land is in use, how much production is being done or by the government? Wacha ile inafanywa na wananchi. Serikali yenyewe ina produce nini ambacho kinachangia chakula cha Wakenya? Kuna mashamba ya serikali haitumiki. It's just fenced. It's called protected land. This is public land, fenced and kept. Why can't that same farm, those hundreds of acres, be cultivated, zizae hiyo mahindi, badala nyinyi kwenda kungoja wananchi wawaletee mununue kwa NCBB, mununue mahindi kutoka kwa wananchi? why can't you also produce your own maize? Put it in the NCBB so that ikifika wakati ambapo wananchi wako na shida ya kununua gorogoro moja ya mahindi shilingi 300, ninyi mnafungua yenu ya serikali, okay? Badala kusema nini whatever the millers should sell it at 100 shillings, you have your own government produced maize that can be channeled into the economy to help regulate the prices into the market. That's how a sensible government works. You cannot leave everything at the mercy of how many farmers planted what where. So hii maswala ya kusema GMO inakuja kusolve chochote, it's coming to empower us in terms of the kind of diseases that are going to emerge in the compromised immune system, the kind of complicated children we are going to give birth to. The government itself will surrender. So let's not just talk about 60 years ago, 40 years ago. My mother came to visit the other day. She's almost 90. But when you engage her in her reasoning, she's better than all these graduates you gave graduation certificate to the other day. She's capable of reasoning, looking out on things. She's sound, almost 90. The technology you're despising has produced people who are reasoning soundly, clearly at 90. Wenu, the other day, kijana amejinyonga tu, ati mke wake amemtusi. So, mnaona hii ujinga tuko nayo. Yote na mnataka kuongeza watoto wa GMO. Let's not look for excuses. Let's do what is right for the country in view of the future. How watu mnasema AU, UN and all that work on insurance. My bishop used to say when we sing blessed assurance in Africa, in America they sing blessed insurance. How wako na insurance ya hii magonjwa yote mnataka kutuletea. Sisi tuko na blessed assurance. Jesus is mine. Hakuna ingine. Are you going to inflect us into, push us into a place where we cannot help ourselves? I don't think we have exhausted our organic production systems. We have not, technological advancement does not mean we go for GMO. Technological advancement means we increase our productivity. Can government have their own greenhouses? Can the government have their own maize production? Can the government take responsibility of supplying food to all the schools and even be able to do business with schools by overproducing the maize? Hii excuse ya kukimbia sasa, hii mahindi mnakimbilia kwenda kuomba kwa Suluhu, hiyo ilitoka mbinguni. There is zero GMO in Tanzania, na huko ndio mmeenda kuomba. Alafu mnasema hapa mnataka kuweka GMO kwa sababu mko na 50 million. What is the population of Tanzania currently? Let's not look for excuse and justify what is wrong. We must get this government to do what is responsible for the future of this country. We want to have Kenya 100 years from now with sensible people, not zombies. Yes, Mama Mary, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Okay, I'll support Ann Mombi one point, that people have moved to urban area and left it there, whatever. Now, you ask yourself one question: why did they move to urban area? This is the reason. I am speculating, but I think it could be true. Before then, we used to have land, and we would have maize, and then it would be bought in a very good price. So people would feel farming is a good thing to do. And so for them to be in the farm, they felt it is good because you are working and getting paid back. But now, look at what is happening. A farmer is not getting equal to what they are spending or what they are getting from their land, simply because there are so many corruption that is going on. Remember that that place in the Rift Valley where those old guys, elders, were crying because of their maize are still in the granaries. They are rotting there. Why? Because maize was brought from another place which was sold cheaper than what they had, they could buy from the farmers of Kenya. So why people are tending to feel inferior or being let out when they have done their work, it's because of the price. They are not buying to the equal price of what these farmers have done the work. They have used money to put that crop under the ground. They have used money to take care of the crop, and also to harvest, and also to have it in the granaries. So when we are keeping this crop and you are bringing another one from outside, what do you mean to those farmers? What do you mean for their children who are growing up? They have finished Form 4, they have finished university, they don't have anywhere to go, there are no jobs. So instead of them being encouraged maybe to go ahead with the farming which their parents have started, they get discouraged because nobody to buy their crop. So this is what makes those people move out of their farm and go to the urban area, whereby they are just struggling. And another problem is there are those qualified guys who have come from university graduates and they are not getting jobs. If they are not getting jobs, and those people who are not qualified, who could be, let's say, for example, in the other ads, maybe they could be in the farming area because farming doesn't need more education. But you find that those people who are not even qualified, they are employed in the office. But the people who are qualified, they are on the tarmacking every morning, looking for a job. Why? Because they belong nowhere. They cannot do farming. It has no profit. They go to the urban area, they don't get jobs. So for them to move to urban, it's just try and luck. But what they are doing is that they are losing on the side of farming because of the government interference, and then they go to the urban, and then there is government corruption whereby they don't get jobs. That is why people have moved to urban place, and when they move there, they don't get anything. So the town get so congested with so many different people who have got nothing to do but only walk and try whether they can get an opportunity. So for the farming, it is very, very hard for them to click on it because they don't get paid equally to the work that they have really done on the land. That's the point I wanted to make Anna know, that why people are moving out of farming and going to urban. Thank you.
Bernard.
I think Bernard is stuck.
So I will also add something, back into my village where I come from, kuna hii kitu inaitwa mikoro. Hii mahindi ya kuchoma yenye mnanunua huku town. If you can witness how much wastage goes with mikoro harvesting, you will demand it to be banned in Kenya forever. Mikoro is one of the highest wastage of maize harvesting in Kenya, whereby 2 acres of land can produce a quarter of mikoro, then the rest of the shamba become wastage. Mikoro inatolewa mahindi yenye jakomaa inatupwa, ingine inaachwa inakatiwa ng'ombe. So at the end of the day, we get out of 100% harvest, the only thing that we take to the market is almost 30%. Actually, that's what made John Pombe Magufuli to ban it in Tanzania completely. That's why you see today Tanzania can give Kenya some maize because of mikoro. Mikoro is one of the biggest problem in shambas. You can ask those who have engaged in kuvuna mikoro and they can tell you that shamba ya mkoro mtu akivuna kwako utatamani kulia because of the wastage that will occur there. This wastage will be individual level, but at the end of the day, the nation will have to bear the bare fact that a lot of produce went to wastage because of premature harvesting of maize. These are the things that we need to address. Using of maize produce sparingly, and also at some extent, also ensuring that those maize produce are not just getting wasted. Look at, for example, there are regions that they are drawing food away. Napata kama ni maeneo kama Western, roads are so poor that maize cannot reach Nairobi. What happens therefore? People will start demanding GMO, not knowing some Western kuna mtu ako na mahindi mpaka inatobolewa na stock bora, inatobolewa maybe na hata vitu kingine kama amphit at home, because somebody is not aware of that. We need to improve the road network so that kama ni mtu amevuna Western, hiyo mahindi akitaka kusafirisha within 3 hours or 4 hours imefika Nairobi, imenunuliwa. Kama ni mwingine anatoa hata maeneo mengine, hata kama ni Kajiado anasafirisha, ananunua. We have people who are very good cultivators of maize. We have some the former aspirant of governor from Uasin Gishu, that is Buzeki. Buzeki can grow maize that I think can feed almost all Rift Valley. Where can't we utilize the expertise that that man has? Why can't we utilize the resources that that man has? I think that will help a country. I'm coming from Kajiado, whereby from a place called Njukini up to Mwatate, Taveta, is land for Uhuru Kenyatta that grows maize there. Why can't we engage that one? Because that maize goes, I think it goes to a neighboring country. That maize should be coming to Kenya. They're using a river. They have no problem with things to do with the drought. So these are the things that we need to address. There is enough land, there's enough resources that we need. The only thing we need to coordinate them for better production of maize. Anyway, Able Council in Associate, welcome. So unmute your microphone. We cannot get you clear.
Yes. First of all, I've been watching you guys for a long time. Bernard and my younger brother contributes from Brazil and calling from here, United States, Cleveland, Ohio. And I've loved to participate, but just have not had enough time to do that. But I just wanted to just bring my voice against GMO. I've lived here for 30 years, and my knowledge of America is that majority of well-to-do don't use GMOs. And those people you see on TV, none of them use GMOs. GMOs are for the lower part of the society. And you can see the weight gains and different things. And most of us go to Whole Foods, we go to different stores where they sell organic. And so don't let somebody cheat you. The poor in America use GMOs. And so GMO is not the way to go for Kenya. And I hope that we'll preach this gospel so that people don't buy into it, because the fear of what GMO will cost our nation, not even, and even here in the United States, we don't even know. There are signs that research have been done in Europe and the United States that show that it is not the right way to go. And there are cancer concerned, there are different health issues concerned, guts and different gut and other all kinds of diseases that have been actually studies have shown that this product can cause. And so we must remember that the movers in the United States a lot of times are people with money, multinational. They want to make money, so they buy their way into the market. And so we are very vulnerable out there in Kenya. And so you and me should raise our voice, because it's our brothers and sisters who will be, first of all, even our health insurance, we don't even have enough to take care of our own people health-wise. How do we think we're going to take care of GMO engineered problems if the United States cannot even take care of their own? But we do the best that we can. And so please, for me, GMO is a big, big mistake. And there's evidence. If you want to see research work, I can send you hundreds of them just to see some of the work that have been done globally. And so I'm happy to join you for the first time, Bernard. Admire you and all of you guys. You've been champions, in terms of disseminating good information, discussing politics and critical issues that affect our people. And so I'm happy for the first time to join you guys, and you'll be seeing my face. So thank you very much, all of you. I see Mary, Mutungi, and Bernard. Thank you, guys. I know, Bernard, you know my brother Seth already. Seth is my younger brother from Brazil. That's all I want to say, Francis. Thank you for the opportunity.
So, Mary, do you have anything to say? If there's a clip or video that Bernard wanted to play that I will play here. So that's what I'm looking at it. Eh?
Can I say something?
Yes, you can go on.
Yeah, Ebo, it's good that you have spoken something that you have really witnessed and you know the consequences. There are people who don't believe on it. They are trying to be I would use the word don't cares, because when you know something is harmful, we don't let somebody just consume. It's better if it's something that we can pour there outside rather than something that you can swallow, because you can jump it. But once you consume, it's already in your system. So GMO is something that really people don't go for it because the consequences is greater than what you are trying to satisfy yourself. Let's say you are hungry, you want to eat, and then you eat it. When you eat it, the harm that you get is not equal to when you become full, because you feel you have eaten something. So for me, about GMO is something that has come. It's not something that has been there before. It's something being introduced. Why is it supposed to be introduced to other people? Let those people who are next to it first do it, then we see. But we have already seen the outcome. And for that reason, why do you want to extend to other people? And you being wherever people are, why would you accept that thing to be extended to you while you know you have seen the consequences on the other side? So whoever is trying to do this, introduce this to our country, surely should think twice, because we know, let's say, for example, those people who live in those arid areas where there is a lot of problems of food and whatever. Those people, unless we be brother keeper and sister keeper, they'll be in danger because not knowing. But those who have the knowledge, make them know. Because the more you make them know, the more we will have good relationship. And the more we will have our people live longer or live with us. We don't want to lose anybody because of our ignorance.
That's right.
So GMO is really something that should read off and not be introduced, because we have been of us for many years. Let's struggle with what we have in granted until we get to the point of having complaint. So for me, I think what you're talking about GMO is something I have seen, and I have seen the consequences. There's somebody who is and I have seen.
Mary, you have echo.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
Anybody's mic
Anybody's mic on?
No.
No.
Okay, I'll get off.
Okay, I'll
then
get
come.
off, then come.
Tunayo sifa ya kwamba ni nchi ina amani, ni nchi ambako iko jitihada ya watu hawa kujiona ni wamoja, ni wa Tanzania. Hatujakamilika. Sasa inapotokea vipindi kama hivi vya uchaguzi, watu wanatafuta kura, ni vizuri kukumbushana hivi, kwa sababu tuna vyama na tuna viongozi, na hii si hapa tu, wazee msije mkadhani hapa tu, kwingi tu duniani wako viongozi wakishindwa kupata sifa, kupata kura kwa sera, kwa kusimama wananchi tuchagueni, kwa sababu mkisha kutuchagua sisi tutafanya mambo kadhaa hoja, na wananchi wakawasikiliza vizuri kwa makini, wakaona naam, hawa wanafanya. Wanaposhindwa hivyo, wanatumia njia mbalimbali, na moja inaweza ikawa ukabila, na nyingine inaweza ikawa dini. Wanaweza wakajaribu kupata kura kwa kutumia ukabila, au wanatafuta kura kwa kutumia dini. Sasa uongozi, kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja. Kazi ya uongozi haiwezi kuwa ni kutenga kuwa wana umoja wawe mbali mbali, si kazi ya uongozi. Lakini na hasa mahala ambapo bado hamjakoma, bado mumo katika jitihada za kujenga, wakianza viongozi wa namna hiyo na tukawakubalia, tutagawanyika. Rwanda pale mwaka jana wameuana sana watu wale wazee, msidhani ni makabila mawili mbali mbali. Wanaitwa, kuna wanaitwa Wahutu na Watutsi, ni Wanyarwanda tu, ni Wanyarwanda, hakuna makabila pale. Kuna kabila moja tu pale la watu Wanyarwanda. Juzi nilikuwa Bukoba nikaambia mwalimu, hapa tuna matatizo ya ukabila. Nikasema ukabila gani tena juu ya Mkapa? Hapana, Mkapa hana matatizo. Mkapa yeye atapata kura tu. Sasa kama si Mkapa tena mna matatizo gani hapa? Nyinyi wote sio haya. Hapana mzee, hapa mjini hapa Wayoza na nchi Waziba. Sasa chama kimefanya makosa, kimeteua Mziba ndiye mgombea. Kwa hiyo
Okay, thank you for that. And holding on, my gadget seems to have issues today because I'm using phone, and at times my screen just gets taken over until I have to restart or get help. All the same, I want to appreciate the contributions for everyone, and let's keep the conversation going. The GMO excuse, I call it an excuse because it is an excuse, and it's an excuse we cannot afford now.
Maybe mute your microphone.
Okay. Right. I think that's done. Layout. Let me see. We improve on the view. Okay, good. Asante. So I'm saying is an excuse that we cannot afford. Like Anne talked about 50 million. I just confirmed that Tanzania population is 61 million. Okay, and they have excess maize to bring for us to go and beg. We don't have any excuse why we don't have maize, except a dysfunctional government or irresponsible government that just wants to get business opportunity for people who are looking for where to dump the GMO produced crops. That is not something that we can take as a people. Let us not destroy the future generations simply because of looking for a convenient way of reducing the cost of living. The cost of living can only be reduced through proper policies, and those proper policies need to first and foremost safeguard the welfare of each and every Kenyan in the sense of their health being sound. There is a common phrase, we say that you are what you eat. I don't know what they're going to do with that, because I don't see how we're going to feed on genetically modified food and not end up having our genetics get modified along the way. We are what we eat. And so if we don't watch what we eat, we can't help what we become. But that is not just simple logic. It has no scientific finding on the same. But if we are what we eat is what results into our development. If we eat substandard, our development is going to be affected. There are deficiency diseases by reason of missing some kind of elements and nutrition values in some foodstuff. We end up being deformed, the kwashokos and all that, the weak immune system. We have a lot of challenges right now. We have they are calling them manageable diseases that you have to accept and live with them for the rest of your life. We are living in a day like that. And then the government still wants to bring us a feeding or other crops that we're going to feed on that will land us into more problems. That is very irresponsible. And so Kenyans of goodwill, let us do the right thing. And the right thing is hold this government to account. We must not let them go when they want to inflict us with diseases that are imported in the name of GMO. Kama wamepanda mahindi yao ya GMO na wanataka kuingiza katika nchi na wanataka kutumia serikali kuingiza haya mahindi na walazimisha Wakenya kula, lazima wapatikane na hiyo hatia, na hiyo inatosha watu kufurushwa. And there was also another person who was talking about advocacy for ousting government. We are not advocating for overthrowing any government. We are simply saying that if you are CEO of a company and you are not performing, the owners of the company can gather, call an impromptu GM and send you packing. That's what we are talking about. And if Kenyans are not getting their bargain for Kenya Kwanza government, they have a right to riot. They have a right to agitate. They have a right to picket. They have a right to say no to bad governance. And so tusiwe watu ambao tumekubali, we are moving forward. Let us kukubali kama tunaongozwa vizuri, lakini kama tunaongozwa vibaya, kama this kind of decisions zimefanywa ambazo they are not putting in consideration anything as far as the health of the Kenyans is concerned, wewe unasema tu kwa sababu UN imesema. UN ilisema okay, Obama alisema hapa turuhusu maneno ya gayism. What did you respond? What was your response? Okay, now you're telling us that GMO is okay because it's been okayed by the European Union, but this one is not. How? So let's do what is required. What is required is we can improve on our production of agricultural product. We can improve on our technology, but genetically modified organisms are not good for the health of any country anywhere. It's been proven, and we can't buy into the same. Wakati kuna magonjwa yataanza kutokea, sijui mtaenda wapi. Na wale ambao mna support, naomba tu muishi muone madhara ya yale mambo mnasema. Mababu zetu walienda kupigana kwa sababu hawataki vizazi vijavyo viishi katika dhulma. Sisi tunafurahia wakati tunaweka vizazi vijavyo katika dhulma na katika matatizo. That's wrong. Let's stand up and be counted. No to GMO products in this country. We want to secure the future of our children, and if we will die for that, it's better to die for that, other than facilitating the death of the people who are supposed to perpetuate what we are not able to go. Children are the gifts we send into the future we cannot go. How do we put them at risk and claim to be responsible parents, responsible citizens? Responsible citizens secure the future. The future is our children. And if there is any vaccine, if there is any food stuff, if there is any medication that endangers the future generation, that's what the country should rally together and say no to. Not saying yes to sweeping, wherever, irresponsible statements simply because it's been said by your political party. We are not political parties. We are a people that need to be safeguarded. And so, Wakenya mahala popote mlipo, within or without of this country, let's not be taken for a ride. The future of this country is at stake, and we must all come together and stop it from being messed up. Thank you very much. Yes, Mama Mary, go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking about GMO effect. It's very high. And if you look, there was this YouTube was showing this cough syrup, cough medicine for children. I don't know whether it is Zambia or Gambia. I can't remember the name. And it was tested and found that it has got antifreeze sediments in it and some other substances that are not good for health. And many children have died. And it was affecting these children's kidney. So they never survived, they died. And this medication, unfortunately, I was not able to read where was it coming from. So you can see the effect in Africa happening at your doorway, and yet you still insist that GMO is good, all these things, because there's no difference of GMO, difference between GMO and the medication. They are the same people who are going to do the same medication for you guys to medicate yourself once you have consumed GMOs. So it is not that you are going to get cured. It is just to make you survive for few or for short-term help from that medication. So what I'm trying to say is that everything that is being introduced to our bodies, whereby we were not used to, it's harmful if it is what we are being told, GMO, genetically modified organisms. So these things, they bring a lot of health problems, of which somebody here also said that once we get into that problem, we are not in a capacity of having facilities where we can facilitate helping those who get sick. Why should we poke ourselves while knowing that we cannot heal ourselves? So for that reason, I'm trying to feel like we can avoid this as far as we can, because it is not coming under the ground. It's coming while we see. And we can say we don't want it. And we can stand firm and say we don't want it, because it is us who determines whether it will come in or not. So when you see those examples of what is happening to other areas in Africa, why do you want us to go that way? So let's be rigid on consuming things that we are not sure of. GMO is not good. That is my motto. It is not good. It is not good ever, because it's something that is man-made, and having been made, it is not something that has been made and proven in those particular places. And where it is coming from, already it has done harm. So it is like they have produced a lot that they cannot consume, so they want to dump to us. Why should we be the trash can whereby you dump your trash? So we should be proud of ourselves and stand firm and say no to GMO. So I stop there. Maybe I'll keep on listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. We appreciate that. We have somebody who seems to have already lost the battle in the name of Anne. He says we are already eating GMO. If we are already eating, it makes no difference. The issue is if we are already eating or not. Is it harmful? Is it affecting the health of the people? How is our lifespan? Okay. What health complications are we suffering in Kenya right now that we were not suffering previously? That should be an indicator that this stuff that is being introduced is not healthy. So whether it's been sneaked in and it's on the shelves and we are eating it without knowing, we are being affected. That being affected is affecting our children, okay? Our children's health is at risk if we don't watch, and responsible parents don't say, because we are already eating, we should keep eating. Any person who is using politics with the health of Kenyans, that person needs to be helped, okay? Needs to be helped, because the feeding of this country can be well taken care of with any sensible, responsible government. We just need to have working ministers. The Minister for Agriculture should not be hands off. Should be a minister who is ensuring that the harvest will produce enough for the country. And the surplus that is needed is also either privately or by government also produced. So that we'll be not talking about 2023 food. We should be talking about we are securing ourselves for 2030 food, because we have enough food that is able to take us from 2022 to 2030. That's how responsible government work. Not this one of the rain is falling, let's run out and plant. If we don't plant, there is no food next month. I mean, we are not accidents. There is a reason why God gave gestation period for somebody. There is a quarrel somebody had with his pastor. You will forgive me with my church stories. It's somebody who had an issue with his pastor because the wife was going to deliver, and he didn't have money, and he wanted the pastor to, help him. The pastor said he will help him, but he should be given time to organize. And then he kept calling and calling and calling. So the pastor responded and said, don't turn your failure to plan into my emergency, okay? A pregnancy does not come today and is due tomorrow. You have had 9 months to prepare for this. And so you cannot turn it into my emergency simply because it has happened. It has not been an accident. This is something that you've been anticipating for 9 months. What measures did you put in place so that when this day arrives, you'll be set? Not to now make everybody suffer simply because you are suffering. And this is what we have been functioning as a government, from crisis to crisis. If it's not drought, it's floods. If it's not floods, it's drought. If not drought, it's floods. For 60 years, and then you still want to tell us now when you bring GMO, it will take care of drought. It will take care of this. No. Responsible people in offices, let them deliver as far as securing the food for this country is concerned. And it can simply be done by putting to use our agricultural land, irrigation schemes. We don't need to import anything. to enhance our productivity as a people. And we will have very good, healthy, organic maize from Turkana County only. Turkana County only. And the only thing we need is to pump water on top of Mount Elgon. The water that is troubling people in Budalangi. We just need to pump it on top of Mount Elgon. And gravity will push the water by itself all the way to Turkana. And Turkana people will cease to be semi-arid. They will have sufficient water to produce crops. The skuma wiki we need, the maize we need. Just a responsible government does not look for something that is going to complicate matters. So I really want us to look at it seriously. Okay, kuna huyu anaitwa nani? Mkungi. Mkungi, umeingia studio na gadgets mbili. Ni hatuwezi kukuongeza, lazima ungatuke. You are in with 2 gadgets. That is abnormal. So let me see kama nitafuta moja ama nifanyeje.
I've left the other one.
Then get back.
I've left.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Bernard, I think I like what you stated, that Kenyan farmers, what they need is improved rural infrastructure, friendly credit that can help them do a better job, low-cost irrigation to help us improve our land, rural training to kind of sharpen the skills of our farmers so that they can have better food production, rangeland management. Those are the things that we need that will help us to be food secure, not research between Monsanto and Kenya, because all they are pushing is these GMOs, which, of course, you, even as a farmer, you got to buy those GMO seeds, basically taking over the management of our agriculture and feeding us with what we don't even know. So I think it's a mistake. I don't know how this GMO thing got into the country. I don't know what happened. Maybe you guys can help me, because I just had people talking about GMO, and because I'm probably on my way here, but it's misplaced decision. It is wrong, not debated. People did not sit down to discuss it. I've never heard of people, barasas, people discussing and meeting like any civilized society where anything coming into a community, communities sit down and talk about it. You don't push it to the throat, of people. So I agree with you, Bernard, that all of us need to bundle together and say no to GMO. That's what I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate that, and we pray that every Kenyan is going to heed to the call. If we don't stand up, the kind of government we have right now, it seems not to have a listening ear. And so if we don't rise up in good time and be able to shout down this, we may lose that kind of a battle, and it's going to have dire consequences in the long run. It becomes very, very, very disturbing when we have a leadership that looks for fixes instead of policies that give permanent solution to persistent problems. That you're looking for a fix. This GMO excuse is just a fix they are looking for. And in my opinion, is a business venture. It has nothing to do with food production or a lack of food production. It has everything to do with business venture. Somebody is a dealer somewhere. He has that maize already. He wants to look for how to bring it, and he wants to dump it on Kenyans. Let Kenyans wake up and say no to what is going to affect, if not for us, for our children, and for the sake of the future of this country. We need brains that are going to secure the future. We will not run the future with the level of understanding that we have. How are we going to have less understanding like we're having right now? Okay, Most of our graduates, you can't engage them into a serious conversation for an hour. An hour is too much. 15 minutes, and they will not be shifting from one goalpost to another and jumping from here. They cannot reason properly. All of it is it's no longer now even the the education system. It could be the kind of food they are eating is not helping them develop properly. So we cannot lower the standards. We need to demand higher standards. And as a people, let's do what is right. If we will die for this, it's better to die for it other than support the death of masses by reason of some irresponsible decisions taken by irresponsible leaders. So let's do our very best. Thank you, people on the comment section, and those of you who are looking for how to get in the studio, I've shared the link you can use to get in. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to discuss. All I am saying is we have to exhaust everything in our power in terms of enhancing our agricultural production before we seek any other help elsewhere. If Tanzania is able to get sufficient maize and surplus to export with over 60 million population, and us we are hardly 50, and you are begging them to give us their supply, and they have said no to GMO, it is wrong. It is in fact embarrassing that we have said yes to GMO and we are crossing over to go to Tanzania and beg for maize. That should not be happening. So wale watu waliitisha kazi na wakachukua kazi ya kuongoza Kenya, roll your sleeves. Heed. Chukua jembe na panga, enda shambani. Produce maize for us to eat. Organic. Not easy excuses mnaanza kutuletea sahi. Walter, habari ya leo?
Mzuri.
Wewe iko gizani kama kawaida. Hujafikiwa na extra mile, tumeunganisha stima, tumeleta maji, tumeleta barabara. Haikufika huko?
Kidogo napumzika hapa. Jana nilipatiwa sumu, imeniletea shida sana, nimeshida hospitali.
Oh, pole.
Yeah, so that's it. Now, mimi Kenya nasema Wakenya waamke, na mimi mwenyewe na si incite mtu wote. Hii serikali zile vitu ambazo walituahidi, mimi nakataana kabisa. Kama wanaweza sema, if they can say they will bring us GMO, the modified crops, no, I refuse, because even in Africa, nilikuwa nafanya uchunguzi, there is no any other country they are using, is only South Africa. Na South Africa wanatumia kwa sababu wazungu wamekaa huko sana. So sichukii wazungu, lakini ile kitu ambayo itatuletea madhara mimi nakataa. Na Afrika mzima, hata kuna nchi zingine ambazo ni maskini kutuliko, and they not using the GMO, they don't use GMO. So please, hii serikali yetu inafaa kuwa responsible, and me am ready, niko ready kutokea kwa barabara. Hata kama nitakufa na watu wengine wapate nini, mimi nitasupport wenye watatokea kwa barabara kusupport hiyo. We don't need GMOs, we don't need at all. Kuna mambo mingi ambazo vyakula zinatuletea shida. Tunakaa kidogo tunaona mafuta tunauziwa, inasemekana mafuta yenye tunauziwa ni mbaya. Kuna wakati niliona sijui top fry sijui nini zimewekwa ni mbaya. Na hii serikali, the government is there, KEBS is there, kwani kazi yao ni gani? So side ya GMO kabisa. Hii wa Kenya ninawaomba, wewe uko upande wa Kenya Kwanza, wewe uko upande wa Azimio, wewe uko upande wa Roots Party ama party gani, please, this is about our future, our health. Lazima tupigane. Unajua saa zingine watu nasemanga Mutembei ni station ya Azimio na mambo mingi. Mimi huona mambo mengi, like yesterday, juzi nilikuwa hapo, kuna jamali ni attack sana, hata nikastuka, kumbe ni jirani yangu hapa ananiattack. Tukarudi tukapatana mchana, because you know when you attack somebody na picha yako iko pale. This one is not about Kenya Kwanza or Azimio. This is about your future, your children's future, the future of this country. So please, let us wake up, tuamke. Kama kitu ni mbaya tukatae. Tuache kukua watu wale ambao wanaweza sema no. Sijui hii ni mpango ya Azimio kufanya nini. No, it's not all about Azimio. It's not all about Kenya Kwanza. It's about your life, your children's life, the country's future. Kwa sababu hii nchi ni kama sasa tunaiangamiza. Tuwezi angamiza nchi kwa kuletea watu chakula mbaya. Kama kitu ni mbaya, ni mbaya. The Kibaki government, the parliament refused this one. And then what happened that now they want us to use? What happened? Nini ilifanyika? Ama nini mzuri ambayo sasa iko pale ati we must use this one? Me I refuse, na naomba wa Kenya tafadhali tuungane na tuwe kitu kimoja, kwa sababu like now nasikia very soon na mimi sipigi government. Nasikia nalisemalo lipo nasikia next week, sijui next month, fuel wanapanga kuchange the prices of fuel. Nasikia kuna vitu zingine ambazo commodity ambazo zitaongezewa bei. So please Kenyans, hii serikali I'm very sorry to say this. Mimi nilikuwa Azimio na siogopi, nilichagua Raila, na Kenya hakuna justice. Chochote kenye kilifanyika tunajua, na wenye walisema watafanya hivi unga ikuwe ya 70 bob, hakuna unga ya 70. Internet ya bure hakuna. We are not kids, tunakumbuka. Chakula sahi mahindi imewashinda, unga ya 70 imewashinda. Sahi ni kukimbia nchi za nje. Venye Mr. Bernard tulikuwa unasema desert, hata mimi nilikuwa nasema mimi peke yangu nikipati, na si mimi, kuna watu wengi. If they can give farmers, there is farmers that can do farming in desert, uko Garissa, uko Wajir, bora wapate maji, na huko ni kuzuri sana kwa sababu hakujawekwa mafertilizer na nini, so ile shamba ni nini sana, wapatiwe maji, na maji tuko nayo, we have the resources. Ukienda hapa Ahero, maji imesumbua watu sana Nyando. Hiyo maji yote inapoteleanga, kiangazi kirudi hakuna maji. Na hiyo maji yote inapotelea inaenda Lake Victoria. Why don't you make something that venye watu wanaweza pata maji huko, tuweke mabomba ya maji, storage ya kutosha ya maji, and those people will do farming. And those people even hao wenyewe wanaweza tuuzia, hata hao wanaweza funzwa farming. Waache maneno ya cattle rustling, waache hii maneno ya kulia kila wakati ati wanategemea sijui nini, sijui ngamia, sijui. Hapana, maneno ya bunduki ishe huko, but iwezi isha kama serikali ifanyi kitu. Haiwezi isha, haiwezi. And I think hii government ya kusema ati sisi ni hustlers, they doing this kuambia maskini ni hustlers. Now ni watu wana deal na billions of money and kushika ma project kama sahi ukienda hata kutafuta tenda utapata. Ma MP wenyewe wameshachukua tenda, wamegawana kila kitu. Wafikirie venye wanaweza saidia wananchi, na ni rahisi sana. Number 1, maji. Number 2, wapatie watu seeds. Unajua safari inaanzanga na step moja. Safari ianzi ati na nini, na nyumba ukijenga uwezi anzia juu nyumba ya gorofa, unaanzia chini. So watu wapatiwe maji, wafanye kuwe na irrigation, watu walime, watu watalima. Wakenya si watu, hata hao watu wanabeba bunduki si wachovu, wangekuwa na jambo. Mimi huko ukienda na gari ya tua, kuna sehemu ambazo ukienda lazima uwe na maji. Hata uende na chakula wanaweza kukua, na watu wanauliwa na isemekani because watu wanakuanga na shida ya maji. And I'm very very sure 100% hizo muji ambazo zinakuanga na ukame hapa Kenya kama Garissa, sijui wapi Pokot, wakipatiwa maji watafanya ukulima vizuri sana, and I know that 100%. Na kuna pia farmers wakipatiwa hizo manini huko kwa desert watalima. Unapimiwa kiwango yako na unalima upate tractor na vitu zingine. So serikali, mimi maneno ya GMO nimekataa, na hata kama watu watatokea 100, I'll be the first and in front line kama mwanajeshi, kwa sababu watoto wetu tunataka watoto wetu wawe healthy. Tunataka watoto wetu, sisi wenyewe pia tunataka tuwe healthy. Hakuna mtu ambaye anataka kushikwa na magonjwa, sijui kansa, sijui immune zako ziko chini. Usiki hii mbegu wenye wanatupatia, na mimi siwapigi, inatoka United States. Okay, hii mbegu unapanda na uwezi panda tena. Mkikosana na huyo mtu na ni yeye anajitengeleza na anakupatia, si tena tutalia ukame, alafu tunakuja kupatiwa msaada? Yaani tutashindwa na nchi jirani yetu hapa Tanzania, Uganda hapa tunajua wako nyuma na siwachukii. Ndio sasa watakuwa wakitupatia relief food. Ati tumenyimwa na ng'ambo, sasa chakula inatoka. Hapana, this is a shame na tutakubali namna hii na tunakataa. Mimi siongei mengi, ni hayo tu. Asanteni Mr. Bernard na wengine.
Okay, thank you Walter, we appreciate that, na tuko katika hiyo spirit pamoja. Kuna mtu anaitisha video ya baba akiaddress bunge la wananchi. I'm not able to play videos from my end because my system is down. I'm using phone to host this, that's why I'm running into difficulties. So utasubiri hiyo, labda when Makiadi comes, he may be able to play from their end, or Wekesa.
Sorry kidogo tu. I'm very, very sorry. I'm very sorry. You have to forgive me about this, but this one is about that video. Nilikuwa na follow and I saw someone. Na wacha nikwambie Wakenya wengine wafungue akili yao. Fungueni akili. Let us not be stupid people. Seriously. Napenda kuna jamaa anafuatanga sana anaitwa Martin Ngatia. Ni Mkikuyu lakini anaongeanga maneno, anasema tuache kulambalamba hawa watu. I'm sorry, sitataja hiyo ingine. Now, niliona mtu akisema ati hiyo bunge la mwananchi ambayo huko kwenye baba alikuwa anaongea, ati hiyo mkutano ilikuwa Wajaluo. Luos are not Kenyans. Seriously. Let's stop this nonsense ya tribalism tena imeanza kurudi hapa. Ati sijui mkutano ilikuwa ya Wajaluo. I'm sorry, sitaongea tena. Thank you very much.
So, okay, thank you Walter. It's regrettable and we wish to distance ourselves from that kind of thinking because it's too backward and uncalled for. What were comments? Kuna Christine, my own sister, kuna Kevin, kuna Kevin, alafu nani Muhammad, sijui kuna mmekosania wapi. Tafadhali naomba hivi, amani idumu, heshima idumu, tuendelee na debate. Okay, don't go personal on anyone for that matter. Najua some of you are veterans here, some of you are newcomers. Veterans need to welcome the newcomers and teach them how to debate. So let's not get into running down anyone, please. Let's do that as responsible people, na lazima tutende yale ambayo yanafaa. Kuna nani huyu ameshare link ya Baba's YouTube, whatever YouTube, bunge la wananchi. Kama unataka kucheza basi click kwa hiyo. Ana Mumbi ameshare link. You can watch that on your own, but we'll play when we are able to. But from my end, it is our duty as Kenyan people to secure our future. Tusiachie mtu yeyote atuamulie siku zetu zinazokuja katika uongozi wetu kama Wakenya. Licha ya kuwa kwamba tunatashwishwi na matatizo na challenges hapa na pale ya jinsi tunapata viongozi wetu, and it's been on for a long time, we can always find a way forward. That way will come from our reasoning and will come from our complete commitment to a better Kenya. That complete commitment will be seen into how we are all working together in looking at our children's children. Look at Kenya 50 years from now. Look at Kenya 100 years from now. One of the unmaking of our country is that we make Kenya for the now without considering the future. Okay? Wanasiasa wote wanapigania tu hizi miaka 5. Wanapigania hizi miaka 5. Hakuna mtu anafikiria miaka 20, miaka 50 kutoka sasa. Ndio wanatengeneza hizi sheria za kijinga na hizi policies ambazo hazina mkia wala kichwa wala mkia. Kwa sababu wanafikiria tu matumbo yao na jinsi watakavyo get re-elected in 2027. And some of them will not even make it to 2027. So let us not get so short-sighted that we make decisions that cater for now without looking at the future. Sioni serikali yeyote ambayo inataka kuuza watoto wao, kuharibu afya ya watoto wao, ambayo inapaswa kuitwa serikali. So Wakenya tukasirike ya kutosha, tuwe tayari kufanya lolote lile kuhakikisha kwamba the future of our children is secured, and we are what we eat. Let us not compromise what we eat. And it's not that we don't have choices, we have choices. If we say there is a Geoffrey Ruto anasema there is no option about GMO, wala mtaki kula GMO mkae bila chakula. Hiyo ni kisiasa unaongea na kusamehe, kwa sababu akili yako inaonekana imeingia UDA kila kitu, hautaki kuangalia mambo vile yanapaswa kuwa. Kenya ina rutuba ya kutosha, ina mashamba ya kutosha, ina maji ya kutosha na mbegu za kutosha, kupanda mahindi ya kutosha na vyakula vya kutosha kulisha kila Mkenya. Kuzurura inji baada ya inji kuombaomba ni aibu. Let's start there. Ni aibu, kwa sababu technologically we are ahead, educational wise we are ahead, economically we are ahead. So what makes us the leader of East Africa when we are going to beg? Na kuna mtu anaona yani Geoffrey Ruto huoni makosa na hiyo, kwamba si tuko mbele kimasomo, watu Tanzania wanapigania nafasi ya kuja kusoma Kenya, watoto Tanzania wanapigania nafasi ya kuja kusoma Kenya, teknolojia yetu iko mbele, masomo tuko mbele, economy tuko mbele, lakini sisi ndio waombaji tena, tuko mbele kwa kuombaomba, na tunaombaomba vitu ambazo tunaweza kuuza hapa. It's a shame. So let's do what is right for this country. Ni Bwana Francis, eh?
Yes. So, to me, I will address those people who think that speaking against GMO is supporting Azimio. It's not an issue of Azimio, but your health. Eh? That's why we are saying that GMO is a no-go zone and it should not be allowed. You know, there are things that you are not being informed, by the way, and I'm here to inform you because it's my duty, it's your duty to get enlightened, to make right choices, because when you make right choices, your future will be secured. The plastic that you use, the cups for plastic that you use are highly associated with a certain type of a cancer. You don't know that, and that's why most of you will go in the market, buy those plastic cups because they are very cheap, and then you end up suffering from other diseases you don't know the kind of cancer. They are there. That's why we have clay cups, which are a bit expensive, but at least they can give you a better service and a better health than the plastic one. The other person also talked about China. Look at the plastic, the toys that our small kids play with it. These plastics, all of them are coming from China. China has perfected its way of making Africa a dumping state for plastic. Making toys, coming selling them very cheap. We find a very big toy almost equal to size of a table, selling at 200. Then you ask yourself, why should somebody sell that toy very cheap? It's not selling. It is a clever way of disposing the plastic. Now, the European nations have not been certified. Now they are looking at a better place to dispose of their food, which is no longer suitable to them. And we will, as obvious as Africans, we are willing to give them a go ahead and accept it. Then my question is, when will Kenya, Africa, reach at a point that they can say this is not good for ourselves? Who said that because America and European Union have accepted it is good for ourselves? It is not. It is not. We are a continent. Actually, we are the cradle homeland of human being. We are supposed to be the leading because life started in Africa, not Europe. So I wonder, when we are following Europe, who should be educating each other? We are supposed to be educating them. And then there's somebody say that, oh, you know, because this big nation has adapted, we must follow them. Then, so simply because somebody majority are doing it, do you think it's good? I don't think it's good. The right thing remains the right thing, even if it's done by the minority. So, and the issue of the people were asking about food crisis. The food crisis, your current president is the engineer of the current food crisis. The case of Grace Wakungu and Sirisia MP John Waluke was due to the maize scandal, the NCPB scandal that happened in 2009 that involved government lost millions and millions of money because they wanted to buy maize from Kenyans and it never happened. So wherever who is condemning handshake there and saying Israel and Uhuru get first right, the NCPB collapsed under the watch of William Samoei Ruto, who was the Minister for Agriculture then. And I remember well when the Right Honorable Raila Odinga said it very clear that today we are suspending the operation of William Ruto being the minister of the government. So who you are thinking that the crisis started with handshake, go get your facts right. It started in 2009 under the watch of your able president now William Ruto. Now I ask myself, if is the person who created the problem, can the same mind that created a problem become the solver of the same problem? Unless the principle change. What I know, we need a greater mind that can change the problem. Unless another person is delegated, I don't see if he can be able to solve such kind of problem because he's the engineer of it. Go and get and look at everything else what's happening there. Then to summarize up, when you look at the GMO, people, you know, Kenyans are very short-sighted because Kenyans want they want somebody who has consumed GMO today, tomorrow it is buried. Now they get scared. GMO is just it eats people slowly, just like cancer. You can be having cancer and still appear healthy, even to a period of 5 years or 10 years. But the day it will rupture, you will even want to die within the next minute. So GMO are not things that are having a short-term effect. These are long-term effects which cannot be eradicated because the moment you alter DNA, it means your hereditary material cannot be reversed back to the original form. That means your old generation will be having the problem. It might be different, but they will never be the same again. This is not like when you are somebody who is black and then you can change your color, drink maybe some chemical, become white because you are killing melanin. This is DNA, hereditary material. It's not about physical material. So whoever we're saying that, oh, you know, nobody has ever died, this and this, these are things which are there. You can even confirm things like alpha toxin, the causing problem that was brought in 2015, the maize that was brought with alpha toxin. Some problem you are seeing them today. That's almost 5 or 7 years down the line. So these are the things we need to stand and tell the people that they are not right. And because what I learned in philosophy says that everybody can hear somebody talking, but very few listen. So it's your duty. We are talking here, we are discussing here. You can hear, as long as you are tuned in this channel, you can hear. But listening is your choice. Making decision is your choice. This politician you see there, that today they are telling you, you know, maize crisis and so forth. Kwani hii GMO yenye inaletwa saa hii inakuja na mvua? Hii GMO inakuja sasa hivi inakuja na piece of land. Why is it that they are making GMO to become the central problem? Kwani ni nuclear nukes that to keep praise GMO, it will solve all the crisis of maize problem. This is just a kind of maize like the one you plant for organic. The only thing is that maybe organic take a bit longer time. So why can't you pay the price of waiting for a little as 3 months rather than destroying generation because you want to hurry up things for reducing a something for 1 month? When you look at the cultivation, as the Bernard Daria said, Turkana, Kajiado, Narok, they have fertile land, Nyandarua, wapi, hizi kona zote tunaongelelea, Kitale has some production of maize. Why can't you utilize that? Why should we run to scientific these things to call it GMO? What is that big need that is there that is making this organic not to become valuable? Ama kuna mtu amepatiwa tenda mahali nataki kucancel? Ama kuna mtu ameambiwa kuna kickbacks kutoka European Union na anaogopa akicancel zitaleta maneno? You cannot sell us. By the way, let me tell you, there are individuals who are there who are saying, you know, when you remove government before the 5 years end, that is a coup. That word coup came because it had happened. If you think Kenya is a special one, more than that, I'm sorry for you, because it can happen. So any government that does not serve the purpose it was elected to do it has no mandate and any essence to remain in power. The only relation we have with William Ruto is that whatever he promised to deliver, if he doesn't deliver, we get anybody else who has capability to do the same. There's no shortcut. The only person who are not satisfied is the direct family of William Ruto and maybe close friends, because they're earning salary. You there, you are shouting UDA. What are you earning at the end of the day? You're earning nothing. There's no difference between me, you voted for Azimio, and you voted for UDA. We are all in the same basket. So if they are not fulfilling whatever they promised, they have no mandate or essence to be there. We need to get rid of them. That's something that you need to get it very clear. Eh? Your essence of William Ruto being the president is to see Unga going down, is to see something with sugar going down, is to see cost of living going down. The essence of William Ruto not being there is not to say he's a smart politician and IP presence here with no any direction. We need to get things clear. The government is to work. If you are not working, get out. If you can't get out, that's why in parliament we have sergeant at arms. When an MP is ordered to get out and they cannot get out, is always use force, eviction. So this is not special. So we need to be clear that GMO is a no-go zone and we need to stand against it. Thank you.
Okay. Asante Bwana Francis, nashukuru kwa hayo na tunasonga mbele. Watu wa comments, asante kwa kutuliza boli. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba tunachangia katika mjadala na tunasema yanayopaswa kusemwa ili inji kaelewe vizuri yaliyoko na tusonge mbele katika njia ya kuelewesha wa Kenya. Let's not complicate what needs not to be complicated. And one sure way of making sure that this country is better is when we demand better leadership, better decisions, better direction from the very government. The government is not doing what is required to do. We have every reason to call it to order. And that's what we are doing here. We still are not convinced that we need GMO products in this country to help our food security. We are not that badly off. Our agricultural sector has not been exhausted. We have not maximized our productivity in terms of putting to use our resources. We have not exhausted the people we have been giving graduation from Jomo Kenyatta Technology and Agricultural University since it was created Moi's time. Hawa watu wote wametoka na akili nyingi na ufahamu mwingi wa kufanya agriculture na kuhakikisha kwamba chakula kinatosheleza nchi nzima. Hawa watu wote ndio tunapaswa kufanya nini? Kuwatafuta mahala walipo, tuwasaidie wafanye nini? Watende wanayopaswa kuyatenda ili tutumie hiyo fursa ya kuwa nao kama resource. The reason why they even help for people to go to the university is to advance the growth of the country by ensuring that great brains are salvaged and helped in acquiring the required knowledge and skill in order for them to contribute for the advancement of the country. So why are we getting people graduating every day, yet we are complaining from the insufficiency of what they need to produce? So tuache mchezo. Kama Wakenya, tukubali kwamba ni jukumu letu kuhakikisha kwamba hii serikali na serikali nyingine yoyote ile inafanya ile inayopaswa kufanya kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya ako salama. Na mali tuko na ya kutosha, mashamba tuko na ya kutosha, maji presently there is enough water in this country. All the people who sink boreholes, everywhere they have gone, they have found water. So there is enough water in this country. Any government saying that they are looking for something in order to enhance, speed up the production or the harvest season and all that are all, in my opinion, excuses that we cannot afford. Let us not play games with the future of our great country. Well, I want to get those who need to get in studio, let me see if my inviting card is around. Okay. All right, there we go. I discovered that this thing works one-way traffic. Huh? Okay, thank you. At least it has gone through. Okay, yes. So Bwana Francis,
Yes.
labda we're working on the your story a deal, okay? Because it appears clearly that this is not an issue of food security. It's not an issue of safeguarding Kenyans. It's somebody honoring his pledge to his business partners, who he promised is going to give them market for their GMO maize and GMO products. If that is the deal that people went around the world signing before the elections, now we need to come out and understand, are Kenyans' lives so much, cheap that somebody can negotiate over them on the premise of getting an electoral office?
You know, you have talked about it, and I listened to Adan Duale during the opening of the parliament when he said categorically, and I quote, that we are taking loans from China which are of higher interest instead of higher interest and repayment period is short. Instead of taking loans with lower interest as low as 3% from big multinational corporation with a longer repayment period. So what I want to ask you is Adan Duale a new member of parliament for Garissa Township, or he has been there? Has he not been the part of the government? Why is it that initially under the Jubilee government they favored the Chinese loan? Kwani akili yake imefunguka tu all of a sudden, ama multinationals zimetengenezwa tu leo? Kwani has they appeared today, just today, ama zimekuweko?
Unajua wanasiasa huwa wanatubeba wajinga sana. Sababu ilipofika kuchukua loan China, wakasema China ndio inafaa. It is in fact our trading partner. Is even treating us as equal partners. It is not like the West that is telling us that they are superior and we are subordinate. That's what they said. And then now they are turning around because they have found a new partner to help them into bring the mess that they want to bring in the country, and now they change the tone, the tune. It's our responsibility as Kenyans to hold these people to account. Hatutaki kuchezewa, lazima ukweli ujulikane na tufanye yale ambayo yanasaidia nchi kusonga mbele.
And Bernard, there is another issue that I addressed, and I think if speaker Mungu kwenye unatokea, these things we call mikoro. If you see the kind of wastage that happens during harvesting time, the kind of maize unapata kwa shamba, mtu anaenda anavunja tu mahindi, akivuna hii mahindi ya green, akivuna kama haina vitu ndani anatupa, kama sijui ni nini anaacha, yani anavuna kwa shamba kama ni eka moja, only 30% get to market. This has been a very big wastage, and that's why I think Magufuli banned it when he was the president. It is leading a lot of waste. As much as you are advocating for more cultivation or production, preservation is also very important, because hata tukivuna magunia mamilioni na tusitunze, we shall be the same problem, the same crisis. And that's why even the NCPB board was brought in, so that you can conserve, because people want to sell to educate their children. But unfortunately, the current president, you cannot mention NCPD na ukose kumweka hapo ndani. Anyway.
So I agree with you. And it's not just Magufuli. Because I remember when we were growing up, there used to be those kind of ban, and it could even be caused by the chief, okay, kwa baraza. O wakati wa msimu wa mahindi yamekomaa na hajakauka, alafu watu wanaanza kuchukua waenda kuchoma ama kuuza yakiwa green. It could be a circular ingetolewa. Hakuna kuuza green maize, because when they are eaten, when they are green, there will be nothing to be put in the store, and it will result into famine. I mean lack of food, or in scarcity of food when it will be really needed and the drought is on. And so these are the measures that need to be put in place. On the other hand, let the maize be used for its proper purpose. Kama tunapanda mahindi ya kutumia kama green maize, let's panda ya kutumia kama green maize. And in its place, tuwe tumepanda ile ya kutumia ya kukaushwa. Si eti kila mtu ako na uhuru wa kupanda ile anataka, avune vile anavyotaka. That's now where I'm having a problem with how does the government manage food security in the country when it is left for the farmer to do the way they like. For example, what I assume kwamba Rift Valley wamepanda, let's say, 1 million acres of maize, and this 1 million acres of maize is going to translate into 2 million bags of maize or 3 million bags of maize, and it's all study assumption program. But now on this, the 100 million acres of maize, another 10 whatever, 10 have been taken away, yeah? for that green maize. Na we bado umeiweka kwa hiyo hesabu yako kwamba it will translate into 10 million bags of maize. At the end of the day, you did not put in consideration that this green maize is going to affect the outcome of the maize that will eventually be useful in perpetuating the sufficiency of the supply of the food for the people. And so we need some practical measures where you are scientifically aware that sisi tukitoa mahindi yote kabisa Kenya nzima ni magunia fulani. Wakenya kukula vizuri washibe mwaka mzima wanahitaji magunia fulani. Haya magunia ambayo hayapo sasa tunayatoa wapi ili yawe? Then inakuanga kila mara ni kuimport, okay? Kwa nini mwaka huu tuseme there is no importation? Where do we get enough land to add so that when the farmers have given us this 100 million, okay, we need another 50 million added. Let's get this 50 million still within the country, but that now becomes a government project where the government ndio imepanda hayo mahindi, ikayapalilia, ikayavuna, ikayahifadhi as a government project.
So Bernard, and also I have some other concern, and this particularly goes to my county where I'm coming from. People are transforming agricultural land to residential areas at a very high rate. For example, in an area that I come from, I want to specify it because I've been joining some organization and trying to advocate for it. I've tried to reach to some administrators, but because of democracy, they're telling me, you cannot control people. But I'm feeling it because, kama mahali nilikuwa nalima hapo maeneo fulani inaitwa Rombo Loitoktok. So this is an area that is very rich in agricultural. Most of tomatoes that supply Nairobi comes from that place. So people have embarked on transforming residential areas into agricultural areas into residential areas. Unapata katikati ya shamba mtu amejenga rentals. Surely rentals katikati ya shamba. What happens therefore? Hizo rentals akishajenga watu wakikuja, hao watu wako karibu nao wanataka kuexpand. And because pesa ya rentals iko juu kushinda pesa ya kununua shamba ya agriculture, wengi wanataka kuuza ya rentals. Then my question is, once we build every corner of land that is agricultural viable, where will we be able to cultivate in the next 5 years? Because that's my concern. Because the moment mnauza shamba ya agriculture inakuwa residential, mnajenga maploti ya kuuza tijuni pesa mingi, therefore within 5 or 6 years to come, hiyo shamba yote itakuwa imemalizwa. So where will we cultivate our crops? Where will we get our crops? Because that's another big problem that's happening, by the way.
That's the issue of what I'm talking about, an irresponsible government. All that is happening under the watch of the county government. And the reason for devolution was so that the government can go closer to the people and be able to manage the resources within that particular county to see to it that they are put to proper use. This issue of food security, we don't even have to have it as a national government issue. If we only endeavored to see to it that each county is food secure, we'll find food security within the country within no time. So you as a county governor and the county government, you know the land that is available to you as a county, okay? You know which one is viable for agriculture, which one is viable for commercial. Why are you allowing commercial activities in agricultural land and or agricultural activities in the commercial land? Let us be serious for once. Kenya needs to be put under proper scrutiny. I love the old government of the 80s and of the 90s, where everything was under scrutiny, under microscope. There was nothing taking place that is not directly authorized or indirectly authorized by government. But this liberal approach, whereby people are free to do whatever they want to do with whatever they have, is when we are losing it, because we are not paying attention to details. Excellence is only achieved when we pay attention to details. You see, like the way you are noticing, the agricultural land is being put to residential houses, and in the process is cutting down on the production of agricultural products. Now, those agricultural products will be less in the market. When they are less in the market, the demand is high, the prices will go high. Then they'll begin to jump around. They say they want now GMO, so that GMO can take care of the new. When the problem was growing under their nose and they did not address it. So even in agriculture, and agriculture is part of what was devolved, okay? Let the county government be charged with the responsibility to see to it that each county is food secure. Turkana, Marsabit, and the other semi-arid counties need to negotiate with food-rich counties on how they will be supplied with food of what they cannot grow, and be able to be helped to grow what they can grow. Lakini kibaki tu eti ni kulaumiana na kuangaliana na hii maswala yote, will end up remaining in the same place and looking for excuses why we should remain in the same place. So mambo kama hayo ni lazima. One of my bishop friends called me the other day that somebody wanted to take down his house in the village simply because that the planning of building his house was not properly approved by the county government in his indigenous home. Okay, so you notice that mtu alichimba msingi, okay, amecheka, imefika roofing, ndio unakuja kama mkubwa wa serikali ati unataka kuibomoa kwa sababu sijui makaratasi sijui nini haiko. I think we should not be a reactive government. We need to be proactive. For us to be proactive, let's anticipate issues. Let's anticipate issues and be able to solve them in good time. But hii tunaambiwa ya crisis mara nini tuombe hapa na pale, tuache mchezo. Kenya ni nchi yetu, na hii nchi tumekuwa nayo miaka sasa tuna celebrate 60. Ni muhimu tuonekane kama watu wazima. You can't be 60-year-old and be behaving like a 10-year boy. You must behave 60 years, and we prove that by being responsible enough to do what is required, especially in managing the resources available to us. So that crisis needs to be addressed.
And and also there's also other concern, because I do address those issues because I can easily spot them. One of it is there's this kind of tabia, I think I call them tabia za kukata miti. Trees are very important in terms of mitigating the effect of climate change, that is about rainfall and so forth. So when you cut trees, because as Kenya, we had an ambition to have at least 10% of Kenya under forest cover. we need to take it up to even if it's 50% of Kenya. We ensure that in every plot or in every piece of land that somebody owns, at least there's 5 trees countrywide. So that at the end of the day, instead of us looking at this drought in terms of construction of dams is also good, but also we try as much as possible to have a permanent solution whereby we have a big forest cover so that our crops will be able to grow. This kind of rainfall that are occurring, as long as globally they're being contributed by the large producing countries that produce a lot of carbon dioxide and other kind of gases that contribute to global warming, we Kenyans also we play a part in destruction of environment that is causing this problem. Because in my area, because I appear from a different country, then when I arrived there, I arrived in 2004. That area used to rain daily. Sometimes if it used to stay a long time, maybe 3 or 4 days. Right now we can go even 4 months, 5 months, 6 months without even having ile mvua tunaitanga mvua ya vuli. Why? People are cutting trees, burning charcoal. Unakata miti, unachoma makaa, unauza siku mbili, unakula pesa. Umeharibu generation mvua ambayo ingesaidia watu zaidi ya miaka 3. Then later you come, you cry government. It's okay to call government, but now look at this government that you are calling. The government is not for Kajiado, it's not for Turkana, it's for all Kenyans. As much as government has a responsibility, we as the citizen, we have also responsibility to ensure that we live a sustainable life. That this kind of life we are living, is it a life that within 10 years, is it a life that we still be able to sustain? Is Kenya still be able to what we call a carrying capacity? Hiyo natural environment yake inaweza kutubeba sisi kama Kenya, ama tutafika mahali to exceed carrying capacity tu, na tukifika kwa tipping point unajua tutawahi rudi nyuma, tutaisha wote.
Okay. Yes. I agree with you. There has to be serious consideration and serious soul searching. A crisis that is born out of irresponsible approach towards life, the kind of carelessness that we are seeing is such that we are so negligent until something serious erupts is when you see people running around. It's almost a Kenyan culture. Kenyan people are last minute people. Last minute in the sense that lazima waone kitu hivi kimeenda kuisha ndio utaona foleni ndio hizi zimepanga ndio hiyo nini. But we need to change that, and that's why I'm talking about we will not succeed in securing ourselves, especially maneno ya food, if we don't think 10 to 20 years ahead. Okay, if we had secured food and we now with preservation technology, we shouldn't be talking about next year's food. We should be talking about 2030, 2040 food, so that we know there is enough maize, there's enough need to take us that far. And when there is a shortage, we can always chip in. That's the only way for the government to be able to regulate the prices. And so the forest cover, it should be more than a personal initiative, because if it's left for people will only sweep outside their house. They don't sweep their neighbor's house. And so left for people, it will not be as effective as when it is driven from the government perspective. Let seedlings be produced. Let us have tree growing days and ceremonies within counties and within home states. And let there be wherever private organizations participating.
If I interject,
Yes.
If I interject,
Yeah.
I think the GMO technology could be used in producing trees that grows in a shorter period than crops. I think that's why GMO can be applied.
the danger of that is that the GMO forest will eat up the organic forest. Because they grow faster, they flower faster, they're going to infect the rest, and they cannot be reproduced. The danger of GMO cannot be reproduced. And so when their seed fall down, they don't grow. But the organic forest, where their seeds fall down, they grow. When they go across, they increase in multiplication naturally. Hakuna mtu anapanda. But now when we now go to this other organic one, the seed will fall, yes. It will not grow. So the forest will begin to shrink by itself naturally. And before long, we are dry again. So I think unless they find a better way of dealing with the forest cover, in my opinion, tukidrive tu vile Moi alikuwa na drive, kata moja panda mbili, kata moja panda mbili, panda tatu. When it is driven from the leadership, things will just flow. Agriculture, when it was declared the backbone of this country and was being driven by the presidency, it worked very well, and agricultural officers were all over checking private and commercial lands to see to it that when it's harvest time, everything is in order. And we didn't have all these issues of suddenly it appears that we are lacking over 50 million bags that we need to import. It wasn't an issue that was a crisis. So let's just take our responsibility serious, especially the people charged with that responsibility, both at the county government as well as the central government. But forest cover with the current government wanasema wanataka shamba system irudi.
That is dangerous by the way. Juu unajua mimi unajua one of the facts that people don't know is that ile maji inatumika Naivasha kunyesha maua imetoka Loitoto mahali panaitwa Ilasit, inalindwa na GSU. So when I'm telling you that area help Kenyans a lot, those are things that I'm telling you that forest cover help, because the kind of water that inatolewa pale inapelekwa mpaka Naivasha is a lot of water that even we the people from that locality we don't use it. So these are things that we need to be careful with it. If we need to build a sustainable country, so that Bernard, even if the day that God will call us to heaven, we shall leave our children will be smiling, knowing that we left them in a safe environment. That there will be somewhere that will say, my child, my children, my grandson, my granddaughter is somewhere that is enjoying something. Lakini siku hizi miti tunakata, mazingira tunaharibu. When you come to kama dam, for example, things like the Arola and Kimwarel. You know, people, they think that Arola and Kimwarel is agricultural. Agricultural is direct benefit. There is what we call indirect benefit. Indirect benefit, one is fishing. Fishing is one of indirect benefit. The other indirect benefit is it changes the climate. It changes the climate of that area in such that when there is high evaporation, the area is likely to experience some kind of more rainfall than usual. So this dam, the direct benefit the government announces is agricultural. But at the end of the day, we boost food through fishing. We can boost the area climate through frequent rainfall. So the other thing we also boost is about water. The others will not have to scramble for the little water that is flowing in that river. They will be adequate. So these are the things that Kenyans you need to look at a wider area. But now the problem comes in when somebody steals. Instead of you standing and calling out because maybe you share the same tribe, you come here fuming and feeling so hard as if we have assassinated somebody. Anyway, I always feel that, but
okay, sawa ni Kenya yetu. Kenya yetu hii ni nchi ya ajabu. You know, we are experts in creating a crisis and trying to attempt to solve it. It's very disheartening that we are kind of so consumed with ourselves that we don't think about someone else. This country under right leadership should not be lacking anything, in my opinion, should not be lacking anything. If you only had even the cabinet secretaries who are determined in turning around the fortune of this country, they will not need 3 years. The fortune of this country will have turned around. Just a serious agriculture minister who faces the issue of food security. Then we have the other environmental minister who faces the reforestation and the increase of the forest cover. Within 3 years, the story will be different. Problem ni kufanya biashara na kila kitu. Maisha ya Wakenya imekuwa ya kufanyia biashara, sio maisha tena ya kuhifadhi na kuhakikisha kwamba the future is better. It is how many population is 50 million. 50 million, how can it translate? If we brought chewing gum, how much is consumed every day? Then where can we get cheap chewing gum and force these people to take it and all that? So we are dealing with a government that thinks business with the population other than security and advancement of that population for the future and for the welfare of the country. And that's where we talk about the difference between leaders and dealers. Okay, the dealers will always look for a deal, the next deal. They have no business with leading, but leadership is worried about the next generation. Are we going to be found where we are? Will our future generations profit from anything we have put together that they will require to improve on, or they will have to start from scratch? And that foresight is so necessary in leadership that we cannot dismiss it. And so, like people who are, for example, you see politicians who are castigating the expressway. Okay, are we going to hit the road? You see that kind of mentality. You will notice that these are people who are out to not even maintain what is there, eat what is there, and have nothing left for the future.
You know, Ndindi Nyoro, let me tell you by the way, Ndindi Nyoro is a Kenyatta University graduate in the School of Economics. Is adjacent to the School of Business. The man got a pass. So as much as we're talking about intelligence, I think theoretically is somehow not adequate to him. So it's something that I know because I was there. It's not that I'm speaking from nowhere. So whenever you see the kind of reasoning, it tells you clearly that when Dr. Jaramba, who is the current dean of School of Economics, when he was talking about things to do with development, as if he was not in the class. Because how can a leader think such way? Eh? It reflects the grade that man got from the school. So these are the kind of things that happen. And then it was having another, if it could be possible, but I think it could be somewhat difficult. But if I don't know if it can be implementable, that instead of us having very rich agricultural areas like Central, those places that people are multiplying and building houses, why can't we try to shift function maybe to an area that is more residential? Maybe we shift it to somewhere like Marsabit, maybe we shift it to somewhere like area which are dry, but they are not good, so much good for agriculture. Then the other areas government decide now we shall be having, maybe the Central Kenya will be the agricultural hub, that we will be getting maybe food there, some other activity in agricultural products, so that at the end of the day we don't waste a lot of resources, a lot of land, maybe in terms of building commercial houses there. Then at the end of the day, we are remaining with areas that are not tenable in terms of agricultural areas. As a country, I think if you can be able and government is willing to do that, I think it can help a little bit, even though some people will claim their great grandfathers are buried there and they will refuse to leave. But I think it can also be implementable if there is that will.
That is a very serious move. I transferring population. It is a historical injustice that is yet to be addressed in this country.
No, kama umepelekwa tuseme Kajiado maybe to an area maybe haina mvua nzuri sana vile, lakini ni nzuri ya residential. Mwende mkatiwe land pale, mjengewe nini na nini, si mnatoka mnaenda, alafu area ingine inabaki agricultural that the government looks at it. Where is injustice? Injustice where somebody evict you without an option, eh? But here you are given an option. It's a residential area. If it's water is there, electricity is there.
You need to revisit your history. The people in the Rift Valley left their land and went to Rift Valley. The Mpeketoni people left their land and went to Mpeketoni and they became residents there. It's population moving, eh? But
Yes.
I'm not against your idea. It's a good one. But I look at it from this angle. Okay, there is no land within the vicinity of Kenya that's poor for agriculture completely. It may not be good for this, but it's good for something else. For example, we went to Marsabit. It is sandy, yes, but it's not all bad soil. It's good. The green things, they are very green, and that means it's good when it's put to use. It will be able to plant things like millet. Okay, millet will grow very well under irrigation, and it's mass land, a lot of land that is not to use. Okay, it's just there. So if let's say the Marsabit county government, okay, apportions that land and dedicates it to millet, wherever production on irrigation, the kind of millet that will come from Marsabit will be sufficient to feed Africa.
But though
So
millet is very sweet, eh?
yes, so instead of us moving population there, since they have space, okay,
Yes.
we only need to give them agricultural machinery, okay, and they'll be able to produce surplus of what we cannot produce from these other places because there's limited space. So cabbage sitoke Nyandarua, Kinangop, okay, na viazi, alafu millet itoke Marsabit, mahindi itoke Uasin Gishu, okay, na alafu hii inakuwa supplied around the country. So hakuna wakati hakuna chakula. Ukienda coast, viazi zimekuwa safirishwa na serikali ina provide your transportation. Ikifika wakati wa kuharvest viazi na nini, wanahakikisha kuna malori zinabeba viazi kutoka Nyandarua ikisupply Marsabit na kila mahali, ili kila county ikuwe na marigiti yake. Okay, na siku hiyo malori zile zinafika ni za serikali, zimeleta bidhaa bei nafuu. Wakenya wote wananunua chakula same price, hata ukue Mandera, ukue wapi. Kwa nini? The government has brought the products near the consumers. That facilitation in the distribution of the same. So mimi sioni hapa kuna crisis yeyote hapa Kenya, isipokuwa ile crisis tuna create sisi wenyewe kwa kutowajibika kufanya yale tunapaswa kufanya. The government seems to be hands off and looking for who to blame. Look the way the now president for 5 years cried around the country blaming the handshake. Now there is no handshake. He's now outside the country. Okay, is he running away from a handshake or something?
Yeah.
To
me, one of the things that because I follow politics so much in Kenya, no one anazifuata sana. It is very easy to blame another person of your own mistake. Eh? Very easy. I can stand here and say, I'm very poor because Bernard is rich. And people will believe me because that is blaming. But now when you are given that mandate now, you are the one now, Bernard, now become that rich or maintain that richness. It become a problem because you are always a complainant. Eh? Everything happens, you complain. Everything happens, you complain. And I've always told the people that populist leaders and those people who speak for the masses to entice the masses, hao watu wakaangi. Unaona kama for example, if you follow very well, there's this president called Jair Bolsonaro from Brazil. That president will not survive runoff. I can tell you that. Ruler Inacio da Silva will win the election with a very big percentage. Populist presidents don't survive. You remember, because I know you also are follower of politics, this man from Malawi, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera. Chakwera got with a lot of hype. But right now, I don't think he will get a second term. Because these are the people that hype the masses. Oh, you know, the Ukraine war has nothing to do with the Kenyan economy. The Ukraine war is very far away. And because some people have limited intelligence, when they look at the map of Kenya and that of Ukraine, they don't consider there is what you call international logistics. They believe. So you ask yourself, instead of these persons addressing the truth, there's a problem in Ukraine. How can we avert this problem? Is saying there's no problem. Then because of limited intelligence of some populous masses, they say yes, because when map are not neighboring. Sure. You know, there are things, that's why I'm saying populist. Anyway, it's Kenya, but we need Kenyans to get up and realize that populist leader has never been a solution to any problem. Anyway, sawa.
Okay, thank you. Kuna huyu anaitwa nani? Robert Mugabe. Nasema Raila is a big complainant. What has Raila complained about? Mugabe. Inaonekana wewe ni Mugabe kweli. Sisi naongea kuhusu rais wenu ambaye mliweka kwa mamlaka. Mbona hakai kwa kiti? Mbona nchi pata nyingine? 27 days, 6 countries. Can you imagine how many countries you traverse in 5 years?
Huyo ataenda mpaka hadi ikiwezekana atafika mpaka Burma.
And then the other Nini, you talked about limited intelligence. See, the Rift Valley MPs told the people that mvua inatokanga mbinguni. Haitoki kwa forest. And so so when you say the war in Ukraine, somebody will run to check the map and they say, yeah, it's true. It's according to the map. but let's appreciate that we have entertained excuses for too long as a country, and we are almost reaching a place whereby we understand things that should not be understood. Okay, there are countries that cannot stomach some of the things we stomach, and the reason is because we've been kind of pushed to a level whereby we are too tolerant, and our politicians know that we are too tolerant, and we are so much stereotyped to think that each government has to take 5 years before we review. We need to deconstruct that. If what the government is offering is not good enough, we have reason to agitate a picket until that particular government does the right thing or leaves office. It doesn't have to be after 5 years. It can be after 5 days. It can be after 5 months. It can be after 3 years. If they are not up to what is required, let them leave office. So Wakenya wote tusikubali kuvumilia kuwa Wakenya milele, kwa sababu au viongozi wanafanya nini? Wanafurahia wakati sisi tunavumilia kuwa Wakenya milele, wakati hao ndio wanafanya nini? Wanaenjoy mali ambayo inapaswa kuwa yetu. So kama hakuna suluhisho ambalo viongozi wanalete, waondoke kwa ofisi, tutafute watu wengine ambao wanafaa wakae kwa hiyo ofisi ili watekeleze majukumu yanayofaa, kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya hatalala njaa, na kila Mkenya hatakosa kusoma, na kila Mkenya atapata matibabu wakati anakuwa mgonjwa. Hii story nyingine tumepewa mingi ishe. We need to have a working nation. A working nation needs proper governance. Proper governance comes from proper leaders, not excuse seekers.
Oh, no,
Thank
you know,
you.
Bernard, also, you know, one thing that this direct to Kenyans and to the leaders, you know, Moses Kuria will come and defend UDA because he's earning from UDA. Hakuna venye unaweza kata mkono na kulisha. He will come, he will try and look at these online bloggers, which I cannot mention them here. He will come and pay them and tell them, go and try to portray the government is overworking. Then you Kenyan, because you are so pro UDA, you will come there and say, yes, you are working. Then when you look at it, Moses Kuria is earning. There's no day he will sleep angry. There is no day that he will go, his children will not go to school. There's no day he will ever be, his house will be closed because of rent arrears. Then you ask yourself, you yourself that there's no any benefit. And you are there following that individual that, oh, you know, this a man, sijui mundu wa nyumba, huu ni wetu, ni sawa, ni wenyu, ni kabila yenyu, ni wako, mimi sijakataa. Lakini, otherwise, apart from being your tribe, how else does this man helping you? How does this man make your life become better? Or is this man influencing your life to become much more easier? So, the moment we'll stop following individual kwa migongo yao, because this individual comes from our areas, or this individual come from the political parties we subscribe, that is the day that Kenyans, our mind will be opened. I'm telling you here, by the way, let me tell you, Bernard, this might be a bit of personal, but I started supporting Raila Odinga in 2008. When Raila Odinga stood and said, I'm ready to pay the political price of supporting eviction in Mau Forest to protect the forest, I knew he was a patriotic man because he was ready to protect the forest and lose the presidency, because Mau, hiyo msitu ndo inatupea mvua, hiyo msitu ndo inapea River Tana maji ambayo leo hii stima tunasema tuko na stima. Na because I knew he's a patriotic Kenyan, that's why I support the man. This man is the same man who came up with the new constitution, that today you have a freedom to speak. You have a freedom to criticize your government the way you are doing it here. So, if this man is doing this because of ideology, then I found it better to support the man. I'm not following Raila because we share any community or anything else. Yeah, there's nothing I share with Raila, by the way. I've never seen him. I don't know him. Hata leo hii nikifa, hata waijua, hata ajua kama nimezikwa mimi, but I support him because of ideology. At the moment he changed the trajectory of that ideology that he support, I will move away. I have no business with Raila. Mimi si mtoto wake, mimi si nani kwake. Mimi ni supporter because of ideology that the man believes in it. The moment he goes against it, he will find me nowhere. But there are Kenyans, I'm telling you this way. Petroli inapandishwa bei, wanasherekea, wanasema kuna kampuni ilikuwa inapata bei, mimi hata sina gari. Sasa unashangaa hiyo sukuma yenye unanunua kwa kibanda isafirishwe na mafuta yenye yakuletea bei inakuwa juu. Ama which kind of ignorance is that?
Don't worry, it's a Kenyan ignorance. Now, let me quickly address this. Anna Mumbi Kavao anasema Bernard, the constitution does not have provision to fire president before his 5 years term. It is not stories, but what the constitution demands. Internalize that. I see that's part of the Kenyan ignorance we are talking about. The president can be impeached. The president can be incapacitated when he's in office. He will leave office. There is provision. There is provision, Vane. Let me address to you from the Luya angle. There is provision, Vane. Don't be so much caught up into defending 5 years. Okay? What if he dies? Does he now has to finish his 5 years before he's buried? What are you talking about? So the constitution envisions all that. If he gets incapacitated, he leaves office. If he dies in office, his deputy takes over. If he gets impeached, like he violates the constitution and the grounds are enough for him to get impeached, he will be shown the door before the 5 years. So let's not get deceived by deceiving other Kenyans that is cast into stone that we have to Vumilia for 5 years. No, if he's not performing, he should be shown the door by all means. And one of it is when the people of Kenya rise up against any regime, that regime can go anytime. So let's not be deceived to say that the constitution says. The constitution says, and it is not. What you're saying is not factual. What you're saying is not factual, and so you are the one who need to internalize that the presidency is not permanent. The presidency doesn't have to take 5 years. Okay, if it is not up to what is expected, should be ousted out of office either by impeachment or by the agitation of Kenyans. If 1 million people march to State House today to evict President Dr. William Samoei Ruto, that 1 million people vote of no confidence is enough to send him out of office. So usiseme hiyo story unayosema ni vile uelewi.
Hata Songo si alitoka na Waititu na si walikuwa wamechaguliwa miaka 5. What is so special with Ruto that he cannot be impeached? The same Songo and Waititu happened to them. It is the same thing, you know. One thing that people forget is that the only thing that the president enjoys something that you can call the tenor of security, the security of tenor, whereby the president enjoys some privileges that are not to the ordinary citizen. But that one does not mean the privileges can allow him to do whatever is not required or can become unproductive and use those privileges to escape the acts of the citizen. It will
but Francis, it's not security of tenure. Security of tenure iko kwa Chief Justice, iko kwa Chebukati, chairman of IBC. The president doesn't have security of tenure. You only have some privilege of some being exempted from being prosecuted when he's in office. Okay, if something goes wrong, he is above the law to some degree, in the sense that he can't be arrested, he can't be. Those are the privileges. But security of tenure is not cast into stone that he has to take 5 years, and his term doesn't have to be 5 years. That is why Kibaki, you know, Kibaki extended his tenure.
Yes, he extended because it was supposed to be August, but election were held on January. January or March.
The election was to take place in 2012 December.
Yes.
Okay, but after the 2010 constitution came in, Kibaki was when the succession program they had put in place did not work. They bought time so that we had election in March. Okay, and then now having had the elections in March, okay, then even the first term for Uhuru Kenyatta was not 5 years. He come in office in March, okay, then August of the other. So there were some months that he needed to make full 5 years. So hii maneno ya kusema it has to be 5 years is neither here or there. Kama mtu hafanyi kazi ipasavyo, afukuzwe. Na wananchi wana haki. The sovereignty of the Kenyan constitution lies with the Kenyan people. And if the Kenyan people are not satisfied with one's performance, they have every reason to agitate, demonstrate, and go to the office and send those people packing. The same way we send away packing principals wa shule, wa kama shule zetu zimeanguka mtihani, the same way we send away machairman wa kampuni kama kampuni imeanza kuanguka, the same way we are constitutionally empowered to agitate against any regime that is not doing what they are required to do. So tuache hiyo story ya kusema once elected you are now immune. There is no immunity there. Thank you.
There's also another individual there called Ruto who is asking about the oil prices. Why is that United States is still angry with Saudi Arabia? One thing that you need to understand that Saudi Arabia is an ally of USA, that is an ally of United States of America in the Middle East. This country, the United States, together with the European Union, passed some kind of trade embargoes on Saudi Arabia, that the Saudi Arabia cannot sell its oil prices above a certain price, that Russia cannot sell prices to a certain price, they cannot trade with certain partners. But now, contrary to what we call quid pro quo. Quid pro quo is favor for a favor. I'm your ally, you sell me weapons. That's why United States sells weapons to Saudi Arabia. But Saudi Arabia went behind doors and cooperated with Russia to cut or to slash oil production. Therefore, on response, Biden says that he will reevaluate the relationship between Russia, the relationship between Saudi Arabia and United States. Because I cannot be your friend. We agree very well we are punishing this nation because of a Cold War. Then you go ahead and invade that country. And when you are punishing you, my friend, you help them to evade the embargo. That's why now the crisis is coming there. And what it means, therefore, Kenyans prepare for the worst, because the moment it gets into that point, United States starting punishing its allies for cooperating with Russia, should Kenya try to buy oil from Russia because it will be cheaper? Wataondoa tu grants zao na donation kadhaa, and what will happen? You remember when they withdrawn the ARVs aid, the way the crisis was there? Now they will pull down almost 40% of the budget. Hapo ndio utaona watu wametoka Garissa na miguu wakija Nairobi mbio. So those are politics which affect Kenyans in very big dimension.
And that's why Kenyans should not make make decisions in isolation without putting in consideration the consequences globally. And we seem to have a determined government to make decisions that are not well thought out. And so we should just get set for more hiccups, even as we proceed in terms of this Kenya Kwanza government, because they never cease to surprise and pull a shocker that this shocker in itself is not a shocker in terms of a breakthrough in progress, but a setback in terms of you mean even at this particular age, somebody can still be thinking like this and reasoning like this? And so if there is any greater need needed right now, is to apply a lot of caution and not to be hasty in giving statements and signing deals. Because all this running helter-skelter around the country, around the nations, may be signing deals, and those deals may end up into this kind of crisis. What brought down Zimbabwe? Is it not international sanction? Majority of it. And if we play games, we are not immune to the same. We are not immune to the same. And the same people that make you, we say in the Bible teaching, they say the people who sin with you, be sure they will sin against you. So they can help you. They can help you steal, they can help you this and this, but when it's their turn to do their evil, they will do evil against you. And it is drawn from the experience of David and his amrijeshi alikuwa anaitwa nani, with Bathsheba's husband
Uriah.
There was Uriah. Then the captain of the army was called why am I forgetting his name?
Ni elder brother wa David, sijui anaitwa nani, hata mimi nimemsahau, but ni elder brother wa David.
Apana is not elder brother. He was a right man's hand for David. I think Abner. Was it Abner? No. So the David wants Uriah to be killed. He writes the letter and gives Uriah to go and give to the army man to organize for him to die. Okay. Yes. And then now, so David is asking Abner to go and help sin together, help me kill this man. Okay. So they sin together against Uriah. Okay. Then what happens? That thing ends up, story inaisha. David anachukua mke wa Uriah, anaendelea naye na hiyo mambo kama imeisha. But now it came a time when David wanted Absalom to be secured. Okay, when Absalom revolted against David, and then asks, I don't know whether it was Abner, I can't get the name, but he now gives him orders. Okay, mkishika kijana msimuue. Okay, mkishika kijana msimuue tafadhali. Okay, just get him and bring him home. I will organize him myself. Okay, but what happens? The army people are chasing Absalom. Then Absalom is running on a beast, and then he gets arrested by a branch of a tree. Okay, the tree holds him here. He's not going to heaven, and he's not coming back on earth. And so this Abner finds him. He's not dead, but arrested by the tree. Now, instead of him rescuing him from the tree and taking him to David, he finishes him against the instruction of David. So what happens? Those who sin with you, be sure they will sin against you. So right now, inaweza kuwa ni deal. But when now those people you've been sinning with begin to sin against you, you may be left alone in the frying pan or in the fire for that matter. And so it's important that we watch out, especially as the Kenyan people, even as things develop. Nani huyu Elias, huyu ni Mwanga. Mbona umejificha wewe? Toka nyuma ya curtain. Kama huwezi toka nyuma ya curtain, sisi tutaongeza wewe kwa screen. Yeah, so let us be sober in terms of ensure. Oh, it was Joab. Thank you. Sophia as was it Joab? I don't know. Yeah, confirm for me the story. I think I'll find it. So the people who help you in sin, okay, when they begin to sin against you, you will be grieved. The death of Absalom was a blow to David, so much more that he grieved until the army had to come and challenge him. And the same guy came out and said, you are crying because of one person. You are not considering the entire army that went in the field, and this person wanted the whole kingdom, and then and all that. So it is important that we don't celebrate doing evil against somebody, because when that evil turns around and now is being directed to you, you will not like it. Well, you can continue, Bwana Francis. Inaonekana walimu wa usiku hawakuji. Mimi naona nianze kukumbuka.
I've also seen some people suggesting maybe, you know, the Turkana oil, we have oil in Turkana. You know, in Turkana, what happened is that there was an agreement between the Kenyan government and the tallow oil company. And you know, one of the dangers of a country is to breach a contract. Once you breach a contract, the repercussion will be severe, more than the problem you could have created for yourself. You know, even now, even when William Ruto goes to maybe Tanzania, signs a deal, then he decides to cancel the deal without following the due course or the due process, Kenya can incur some heavy fines that can see this economy to a point that it can affect our economy, because we are bound to international organization that governs our relation and our contracts. So whoever is saying that those oil that is being transported, I don't know where, should be taken to Kenya, that will mean is a breach of contract. And once it's breached, we might pay a heavy price on that. The same way like the Aurora and Kimwarel Dam, that the people are taking us to in Italy court, saying that the contract was cancelled and they need some payment, whereas in Kenya we lost money. So these are the things that Kenyans, as much as we're looking at it, we need to consider. The moment unaingia tu kwa shimo, kama ni shimo enye kona uchafu umeingia pale, kuna venye utatoka, usikimbie katikati ya raia, uende kwa mto, na sio mto watu wanakunywa maji juu, usichafulie watu maji juu eti umeingia kwa shimo na uchafu. Hapana, uende kwa mto, uogeshe vizuri, utakate enye itumiki na watu basi, so that we don't create a problem by trying to evade another problem. These are the things that we need to look at them, you know. And you know, the other issue that you look at it is this way. Why is it that Kenya this is more of ethical and moral. I know Kenya, everybody has some responsibility kufanya chenye anataka. Kwa nini tukue na gari, kila mtu maybe ako na gari yake, anasafiri anaenda maybe kwa job, whereas you can just leave your vehicle at home and maybe use public transport to reduce the number of vehicles that are moving up and down and trying to consume a lot of oil. So why should we be having such kind of things? For example, unapata kama ni organization, maybe kila mtu ako na gari zake 30, mko na gari karibu 40 in one organization, and whereas there is a bus station there that can at least serve 20 people at the same time. I think if you do what you call carpooling, can sometimes even save pollution. Some of pollution can also save some oil consumption, can ever reduce some budgets for you as a country. You know, these are the things that you need to look at it. As long as you have a car and you can use public transport, there's no any harm of using public transport, whereas you have a car. There's nobody who said if you use a public car and you have a private one, it shows that you are poor or you are going bankruptcy. You will still remain poor. You still remain rich. You have that your own private car. So these are more of moral and ethical things that Kenyans need to get adapted to it. We do carpooling. We reduce this consumption of oil so much. We reduce also things to do with pollution. These are the things that a country, we can be morally upright, and if we implement, we can see a good country. We can see a clean energy. Look at also something to do with KPLC. I think we have at least 6 counties that their sunshine is 12 hours, good 12 hours of sunshine. But we have never tapped any valuable solar energy from there. And you are still there as a country saying KPLC, 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 KPLC. Why can't we not build one that at least can help us where KPLC seems to go down with resupply? Where can't we build even turbines? I've seen a project in Ngong Hills. Where can't we implement? Is it the only Ngong Hills that we have windmills? We can put them some several positions where we know wind is sufficient, so that as a country, instead of looking at one thing like the hydroelectric power, we have solar, we have wind, the kind of energy. So that as a country, we can move to a place whereby we have sufficient energy, the prices will go down. This is our country. We can do with it the way we want.
Thank you. In fact, you mentioned that, and I thought of the trading between counties. Okay, why can't now that, let's say, Turkana, Marsabit, Moyale are not agricultural viable in brackets. Okay.
Yes.
But they have solar. Okay. Of this, what they use in the name of equalization fund, okay? They can just put up solar plant, generate electricity, then supply to Wazingishu in exchange for maize. Supply to wherever in exchange for this other product. So why are we complaining? That's why I'm saying we don't lack what we need. It is only we don't want to do what is right to help the country. Because setting up that solar energy generating wherever system in Marsabit or wherever, it will not interfere with the county budget. And we will even have volunteer investors who would want to come and put it up at a loan, or they will collect their money, even for free. They just want goodwill from the county government and proper paperwork without corruption in between. But because we want to perpetuate problems in this country, and we create our economy based on the problems we have, we would not want such a solution. There is enough power in Marsabit and all those semi-arid areas for solar only to generate enough electricity to light up the whole of Africa. But we don't want it to be used. Why? We say, oh, we have not been cleared by Kenya Power. Kenya Power needs to be cleared itself. It has debts, it has all manner of things. Should not be given responsibility of clearing anybody. So let everybody wake up and realize that we are the reason why we are where we are, by us refusing to ask right questions or addressing right matters. Au my MCA walienda kule kwa county assembly kufanya nini kama sio kufikiria masuala kama haya na kuyaleta bungeni na kuyapitisha? I know there are people out there who would want to invest in solar energy, and they will do that gladly, even as donation. But when they arrive like this, mambweha wanakwenda huko kungoja hela. Lazima utulipe hivi ndio tukupatie karatasi. Mimi nimewaletea msaada tena niwalipe. It's crazy how this country works. But before you take on Francis, I just want to respond to nasema president can be impeached by ni Ann Mumbi can be impeached by Kenya Kwanza majority. Do you see Chungwa and Nyoro impeaching Ruto? Not for non-performance, but for anti-constitutional acts such as treason. The tide will change. The tide can change. Sufficient grounds. If you witness the impeachment of Waititu on the floor of the Senate, okay, it was not anticipated. In fact, the groundwork had been done so well that Waititu is going to escape. But what went wrong is the evidence. When the evidence began to go one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, the whole house changed. So don't bank on this Kenya Kwanza majority or Azimio majority. That doesn't matter. What matters is the evidence. And just to remind you, when Halwale stood on the floor of the house, I said, Kimunya must go. The PNU had planned on how to save Kimunya. But when evidence began to be tabled one after the other, the whole house changed. So, don't bank on that. Don't bank on that. Just bank on something else. If there is grievous atrocities that are leveled against the president can be impeached. Hata awa amenunua watu ama hajanunua watu. We just need to have clear camera, proper throwing of evidence on the floor of the house. Anyway, thank you, Francis. You take it and then let nani huyu Vincent huyu amefika amechelewa.
Sawa sawa, naona ndo amefika ndio masaa yake. So anyway, what I was saying is that when you look at the potential of Kenya in large perspective, Kenya has a potential. I remember, Vincent, if you can mute so that there is some background noise. Anyway, ameamua kutoroka, sawa. So when I'm saying that Kenya has a lot of capability in terms of sustaining itself. These things that you are seeing that the government is trying to do this and this and this and this is only that, if I quote PLO Lumumba said, PLO Lumumba said, those who have ideas have no power, and those who have power have no ideas. Then there's one thing that I will always say, and I will repeat again. As long as we'll be taking our children in school, and when we stand in churches, we say that leaders are born and not educated. As a country, we will suffer until another crisis comes, wipe us out of this phase, another generation comes without our mentality. Because how do you educate your son or a daughter Then go to a church and say leaders are born and not educated. Why did you have to take that your child to school? For what essence? Eh? Why did you have to take her or him? Why? For what purpose? Then the other thing, look at it. We are here.
Francis, even after birth, there is education. Even doctors are born. Nurses are born. Engineers are born. It is not being born. You are born, whatever you are born, but you become through training. So I don't see where education compares to birth. It makes no sense.
I'm telling you that because I always go to website to page ya Oscar Sudi, and when people are asking why Oscar Sudi wapi vitu zako, we hear people saying leaders are born and not educated. Then I look at this and then I ask myself, will anybody read? Kuna mtoto atasoma kweli akiona hizi posts za aina hii kweli? We are leaders and then we are agitating mediocracy in the name that person is a performer. Who said that if you are educated you cannot be a performer? Who said that you cannot be a performer and educated at the same time? That you need not to be educated to be a performer? Then I also look at other issues that I also find it very disturbing. This in wale wa right now when you ask people why is it life that is not bearable, why is this and this and this, they tell you even if it was Raila, things could not have changed. So you are using Raila's name to justify nonsense and stupidity that somebody should not perform because if it was Raila, things could not have changed. And then the same mentality, you are using it and you want the government to perform, knowing that you always think on their behalf when it becomes to problem. And this is a nation that you want to live and to see it prospering. As a country, we have capability. We can be good nation. If all of us changes our mind and realize that this, let me just also ask a very simple question. We are learning English, but why is it that in England they are school and we are learning their native language? If indeed English, if indeed that being born that you become a leader. In England, they could not need schools because they are born knowing English because their native language. But there's training that is needed to become a leader. That's why in England, there's school, there are university. But here in Kenya, we have tribes and we are not a native of English language. We always say, mtu anaweza kuwa kiongozi hata kama hajasoma. Then if somebody mismanages public property, we come and say ni mtu wetu. Oh, sijui tusiletewe, ni sawa, no problem. But the moment we will know that leaders are trained, we can train people to become responsible. We can train them to have resources. I was born, I got trained. That's why today, if I get any function, I perform it because lecturers, teachers, and so many other people trained me to be who I am today. But if the way I was born, I would be left that way. Today, maybe I could be thinking on now kuongeza bibi ya pili ama maybe kuongeza vitu zingine. So we need to get things clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Francis. It's interesting days to be alive and to be part of this great country. Now, leaders are born; they are not educated. Now, but do you know what Sudi is celebrated for?
I don't know. Maybe inform me.
Goja, that through CDF, he has built secondary schools. He has built he has built classrooms. Yes. So, if education is not necessary, why would he be gauged as a performer because of building school and building classes, and it's not a necessity for leadership? I think Wakenya tuko na kasumba fulani ambayo inatusumbua, and as I live, I want to Kuseo, I cannot receive a call because I'm using a phone for hosting today. My machine is down. So mimi, and I cannot even play videos in case you want me to play a video. Hiyo tutakuwa kwa hiyo kipindi kingine. Ningependa kusema hivi, wale ambao wanasema kwamba hata kama ingekuwa Raila nothing will have changed. That is a lame excuse for one. Number two is it is becoming clearer with every passing day that wale watu walikuwa wakisema tuko na plan, kumbe hawakukuwa na plan. Tuko na sera, kumbe hawakukuwa na sera. It's becoming clearer with every passing day. And as we give them the 90 days, Baba said, we are looking forward to see whether their plan is going to work out anything or not. But I would just want to throw this in that if Raila was the one in power right now, the transformation would have already be vivid, because looking at the kind of plan that had been drawn and the kind of people that had been charged with the responsibility to draw the recovery of the economy, to draw the implementation of one country, one product, and all that, it was not just a statement. It was all drawn, researched, and backed with wherever tax forces that are supposed to make that happen. So it would have just plug and play. So I'm too sure that the lives of Kenyans will be very different right now, because what we have right now in our current Kenya Kwanza government is that there is a lot of guesswork taking place. And that's why they are jumping from one plane to another, looking for something that can work. Why? The plan they had was to get in power. There was no plan after getting in power. And for that, we need to be very careful, because we can be turned into specimen for people to experiment on us, on whatever they are imagining for themselves. So as Kenyan people, lazima tuinuke, tuhakikishe kwamba tunasimama kidete, kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna mtu anatuchezea, na wale ambao wanatuchezea tunawafanya nini? Tunahakikisha kwamba hawata nafasi katika uongozi. Well, Cosette na ameenda. So I want us to appreciate that. Kuna mtu anaongea kuhusu Bill Gates na GMOs and all that. Hiyo mambo yote mimi bado nasimama pale pale. Nasimama pale pale. Wacha niongee kama Kibaki. Pale pale. Okay? Uwezo wa Kenya kuzalisha chakula cha kutosha upo. Mashamba ya kuzalisha hayo chakula cha kutosha yapo. Maji yanayohitaji kufanya irrigation yapo. Tunaweza kupanda mahindi kulingana na msimu, kwa sababu tunatumia nini? Irrigation. Hatungoji mvua. Okay? So tunachukua 100 acres Turkana. Tunapanda mahindi mwezi huu. Okay? Mwezi ujao tunapanda ingine. Mwezi ingine tunapanda ingine. Because we are using irrigation. So what happens? Haya yakiwa tayari, haya yako tayari, na haya yanafuatilia. So we have harvest all through the year because we have organized ourselves. Mimi kile naona hapa ni uzembe tu, na huo uzembe lazima Wakenya wauondoe. Okay? Hatuhitaji serikali ambayo ni zembe inatafuta jinsi ya kukula kile kimebaki, badala ya kutafuta jinsi ya kuongezea kile kipo ili kitosheleze kile mwananchi. So let's not be taken for a ride. Let's wake up and realize we have enough resources. Hayo mashamba yote niliona Marsabit ikiwekwa tu kwa agriculture, millet, sorghum, it grows in sandy soil very well, and ina mature faster. Then kule kunahitaji greenhouse iwekwe. The government has facilities enough to do that. Tutakuwa hapa na chakula, will be able to export organic food, and will be known as a country that exports organic food. Hiyo pesa yote Amerika yanakuambia inataka kuletea GMO, watakuwa wanalilia nyanya zetu organic, wanalilia chakula yetu organic ili wanunue kutoka kwetu. That is what they need to be begging for, not for them to come and dump their useless things here. And so Kenyans, tusimame imara. Now, through your MCA, through your MP, push those people. Tusiongelee tu haya maneno yaishi hapa. Call your MP, call your MCA. Haya mambo yasiishie hapa. Lazima hiyo story ya GMO irudi mahali ilitoka. Tunahitaji kuwa na assurance. Watoto wetu watakula chakula ambayo inafaa na watakuwa kwa afya ambayo inafaa, watakuwa na akili ya kutosha kuhakikisha kwamba the next, we are talking about artificial intelligence, a generation of artificial intelligence, and you want it to be run by zombies, it will not work. So Wakenya, mahala popote mlipo, tuungane pamoja kinyume na GMO na kinyume na uongozi mbaya. Mtu anayetaka kutuelekeza pabaya tumkataze, kwa sababu hatuendi huko. Kwa nini? Mashamba atuambie ni mashamba gani yamekataa kuzaa mahindi gani. Mimi kwetu tumepanda mahindi tangu nizaliwe. Shamba yetu haijawahi complain. Tuling'oa mahindi tukaweka miwa. Hiyo miwa tukapeleka Mumias. Baba alipoenda kuchukua pesa Mumias akaambiwa anadaiwa na Mumias. Badala apewe pesa, walipanda miwa wakakuja wakavuna, kufika Mumias kuchukua hela akaambiwa anadaiwa. Kwanza pesa ile ya miwa haikutosha. Mzee alirudi na akachukua jembe na akateremka chini. Akaanza kung'oa miwa baada ya mwingine. So tukatoa miwa, tukarudisha mahindi. Okay? I've been doing that year in, year out. Our farm still produces. Tuache kudanganywa ati kwa sababu our land has been overused, we need to put GMO so that our land can be productive. Hiyo ni uongo na hiyo kutokutumia akili. Na Wakenya tuache kubebwa ujinga. Tuache kubebwa ujinga na hii serikali ambayo haitaki kufanya ukweli. Let us accept responsibility and do what is required to make this country great by ensuring that we become the hub, the oasis of organic food in a GMO world. I really support that with everything I am and with everything I have. So let's not play games with the lives of Kenyans. Kuna nani huyu anaitisha Benson, anaitisha link. Wacha nikupatie hiyo link. Mimi muda wangu hapa umeyoyoma. But before that, let me just share the link so that whoever needs it gets it. Okay.
Bernard.
Yes.
Habari.
Salama, vipi lakini?
Mzuri, habari ya Maria.
Nzuri sana.
St. Francis. Bernard, where is our group for behind the scene talk before we come here?
It's on WhatsApp. Why?
We have areas of issues to deal with.
And we want to see your face, please. So before you even address us, why are you hiding? You think you are the only one being followed and sought after by the Kenya Kwanza government?
No, I didn't know that.
I didn't know we are all under surveillance, so kitu cha kuzoea. So the team is still there.
I don't know whether you get what I'm saying. Huh?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Do I get what you're saying? Yeah.
We need to iron out some issues before a number of issues start happening. Yeah.
So, Bwana UK. What I'm saying is, you have access to that team. You have power to constitute that committee. and do those matters. They don't even need to wait for me. So what you do using the powers that you have, contact the team, reorganize, look into the whatever issues where I'm needed. You have access to me. Let's do that.
I've
But
tried to
for
keep.
now,
I've tried to keep without success, and
keep. I think is engaged. He's engaged. I've also not been able to get through. But get Alex, get Mato. You will find them here, and then you look into that off air. Okay. Right now tunatumia time ya kipindi to discuss housekeeping. Let's do housekeeping away from here. In the meantime, I want to sign out. Bwana Francis. Niliambiwa wewe ndio unaongojanga mwalimu kama amechelewa unakuwa class monitor. So wewe utakuwa class monitor mpaka senior teacher akuje. So
unless you might put down noise makers. You might put down noise makers.
Write down noise makers like kuse or UK huyu anapenda sana kuintercept. Andika yeye chini alafu tutamshughulikia. Tutamtumia Sudi. To reason together with Sudi is enough punishment for him. So you just send him Sudi for reasoning. After they have reasoned for 3 hours, he will be well punished. So he won't need any further punishment from more than that. All the same. I'm saying that Francis, in case the other teachers don't come up, you have you can inform me so that I sign out. Okay, end the show. I don't know. Do you have administrative power?
Yes, I have them. That's why the other account I used it to play that video. They look down.
But it's now up.
Yeah.
Come in with the administrative capacity so that you are now able to run the show with all capacities, and you'll be able to end the show without having to wake me up to end it. Sawa sawa.
Bernard, chukua simu when you wake up, chukua simu itakuja.
When I wake up. Yeah. Thank you very much for saying when I wake up. Asante sana. So right now naenda kulala. Na ni saa ngapi? Ni saa karibu it is 23 minutes to 5 a.m. You see, I've even overstayed. So please, let's ensure that we do that, and we'll be linking up later on in the day. I'll be going to fix the screen of my laptop. Na nikishindwa mtanitumia sadaka. Wale watu mnanitumianga sadaka, tafadhali tumeko sadaka leo. Screen ya laptop ilipasuka, ndio nimetumia simu. Simu ikipasuka basi.
Tutakutumia screen yenyewe.
Tuma screen. Mimi siko na shida. Nikupatie model ya machine. Na uhakikishe screen imefika kabla ya jioni kwa sababu show inaanza 5. Inaanza 9 p.m. So let's make sure that that's done. Thank you very much. God bless you. So Francis, endelea na ni UK anasema hiyo maneno. Endelea UK.
Okay, what I wanted to just jump on. Okay, I've seen there is a newcomer, Benson. I just wanted to make a few comments on the GMO thing. You see, of late I've come to realize I don't understand why there is so much push, particularly from the US, regarding GMOs to Kenya. You know, Kenya is considered very, very critical to the US because of East and Central Africa. I think, and of course, the UN headquarters and the like. And whenever they want to think something which they believe the other neighbors are going to buy, there is a belief that once you convince Kenya, the rest will just be a walk in the park. For example, convince Kenya to do it. Tanzania should not be a problem. Somali should not be a problem. Southern Sudan would not be a problem. Congo, Burundi, Rwanda would not be a problem, even if you go a little lower to the south. So I told you that for once, the day the ban on GMOs was lifted, less than 12 hours, there was a lot of congratulations from the US government to President Ruto. Now, that really struck me because I remember even when he became president, the congratulations were just being asked for. You could count how many people are really congratulating the new president. But now this one on GMO, then I came to realize, here in the stores, as I mentioned here earlier, things are so demarcated, whereby you have organic stuff, here they are, here are the prevent. That is if you go to the store. And you see here, the issue of very many qualities does not arise. So if you have a product, it is the best quality that you can get around here. That is why you find that some of the items here, which are manufactured in places like China, like you had here, they are like for the US market. They are manufactured in China, but for the US market. You remember most of our entrepreneurs from Kenya, when they go to China, I have some research on how China do their things. China have got all manner of grades for anything. You remember when they were doing, for example, your roads, this is the so-called express. Imagine they were bringing steel from China. They are bringing cement from China, including, I think the only thing they were getting from Kenya was the Athi River sand. Even ballast, they do not use your local anything there. You realize that you award them the work to do the express highway to JKIA, which was supposed to ease things between the city center and the airport. I understand now it has only ended up in enhancing things between city center and Athi River, Mlolongo, Kitengela. Yeah. So anyway, the issue of the airport is still not resolved. The jam to the airport when you are trying to catch a plane is still not resolved. Now, unfortunately, this was a private, I think, partnership kind of project, meaning that it remains in the hand of the sponsors until they recoup their investment in it. I don't know whether we are together on that. In the private partnership kind of projects, that is what they do. And the same thing they were trying to do with the SGR. I do not know that you are aware that the fact that I don't understand why the Kenya government allowed the Chinese to be the ones to manage the SGR, including employing people who are doing ticketing, surely. Kwani nyinyi Francis, mulienda shule gani? You don't qualify to do ticketing in the SGR.
So,
Chinese are...
UK, if I interject you know what happens is when you sign contracts, you always specify if the manpower, that is, if the technical part of it and the human resource part of it, you will source it from either foreign nation or you will source it from the host country. Now, what happens with the Chinese, when they come their project, they always use Chinese language and they write it very clear that they will use their own citizen to do it because they are the one who understand better. So the moment you sign that, should you go against that one, it will have a lot of repercussion as a country. So we have to blame our leaders for allowing that kind of signing. When they sign that the host country, the foreign country should come with workers into Kenya who are not technical part of it.
The question is, when they eventually go out, there will be no transfer of knowledge. What are you people going to do? You'll be
That's why
stranded.
we will. That's why we will ever keep on depending on them, up and down. We keep on, because when our train ikiharibika tunawaita juu hatujui. That's why we remain slaves forever.
Anyway, what I was trying to drive home is this. You see, I happen to know a number of Kenyan upcoming business, okay, call them entrepreneurs. I've been in Kenya several years, especially as in one of the universities, and we are the ones who crafted this entrepreneurship course at the universities. Now, so many people got interested, and during some stage there, you realize that the most popular courses at the university used to be Bachelor of Commerce. At some stage, it changed to procurement and supplies and entrepreneurship. Now, entrepreneurship goes very well with our Juakali sector, which is growing very fast. Now, here in the US, what you get is that all manner of businesses, call it your tools, your trade or survival, they are all registered. So what is the importance of having these things registered? Imagine the entire Juakali sector, you have 70% of that sector operating and the businesses which are registered. It helps in controlling what is happening, in shaping the development and the growth in the sector, in empowering the sector in terms of, let's say, there are grants and what have you, which you want to channel there. The likes of the World Bank, all the time, they do that. They support the SMEs to grow. They support the growth of the capital markets. Now, the SME sector, which represents, you realize the formal employment, there are only like about only in fact, less than 4 million Kenyans in the formal sector where people get to call it pay slave, formal employment of sorts. The rest of the other activities are in the informal sector. Now, one of the biggest challenges in this informal sector is how do you tax them? How do you tax them? Now, I was so surprised that during some time, when some enlightened Kenyans decided to come up with this so-called Huduma numbers, and of course the PIN, call it personal identification number, PIN, the one which is issued by KRA, there has been a lot of resistance. They even dare go to court, and the courts, even without checking too much, there will be misuse of data on citizens. They went and stopped it. Now, the biggest advantage the likes of the US and other developed countries have over the undeveloped or the other countries like Kenya is that they have a lot of databases. Whenever you want to do something, be it population, you need data. If you don't have data, there is very little you can do even to steer the economy as a whole. Now, you see these GMOs and organic stuff and what have you, all this manner of manufacturing. These people, they do these things, and anybody who is doing anything, your discovery, your intellectual rights, or whatever it is, everything is registered. And that is why things like intellectual rights, copyrights are very serious here. If you are found that you have used somebody's intellectual rights or stolen, I'm telling you, the consequences are very, very, very rough. Now, here, if, for example, I think I already said this here, if you are to go in the store here, you'll find that everything is properly labeled and you are told the details, where it comes from, its quality, its health risks, if at all. Everything is displayed there for everyone to see. So in other words, the choice is yours. You as the consumer, the choice is yours. Now, interestingly, you find that for the organic stuff, the prices are normally very high. Like you see 3 liters of milk. Normally, milk is not sold in very small packs here. They sell them in things like 3 liters and gallons and above. And you find that the 3 liter one for organic milk, you'll pay almost something like 8. For a 3 liter container, you pay something like $8+. Now, for the other sorts of milk, these GMO products, you find that you can pay as low as 2 point. Now, then you see the difference. So when you go there and you just feel like you want to you go cheap, you'll know that you are getting organic, and organic, if it is organic, it is from what source. The source of the product will be displayed, and everything is labeled. So as you spend your money, you know where you are spending it, and nobody is forced to do that or that. Now, the worrying thing, my point is that right now there is shortage of food in Kenya. Now, I'll keep asking here. The other day, I think, Mbudia, you were there, and I was asking, if people are dying of hunger from wherever, why don't you just import the known products? Why are some people taking shortcuts to bring in cheap? They are cheap. Of course, they will be, I doubt whether they'll be sold cheaper than what you have in Kenya. The hunger which you're buying at 250. I'm not so sure that you'll buy the organic one so much lower. Maybe at best a half the price, which is still overrated. So the question is, since we are either is it psychologically or clinically so worried about this GMO stuff, why push for it? Because what is going to happen is that you have vulnerable Kenyans, people who are hungry and they will eat anything. Like somebody once said here, hungry people, beggars don't choose. And that's why sometimes they say, if horses could be ridden, beggars would ride them. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, people are dying, so they are prepared to eat anything. I think there is a place in Mombasa where some people are boiling stones in the pretext that psychologically they were cooking something. But that is just to show how desperate the situation is. So what I'm trying to say, the moment the GMO maize lands there, people will even be competing to get it. In fact, you are better off alive now. You can deal with any side effects, sicknesses, or whatever when you are alive. If you die because of hunger, you'll not be there to compete or to do something about the sickness. So why can't the Kenyan government simply bring in safe food for the citizens? Now, the other thing which is also very worrying, I came to realize that they are even allowing the planting of GMO products, of GMO crops in Kenya. And these things, since the seeds are not in Kenya, it is like the suppliers of this GMO stuff are already marketing their seeds. They are already marketing their seeds. The moment you use their seeds, maybe I wouldn't have the choice. If, for example, I'm Mbudia's neighbor, he's growing GMO, I'm growing the organic stuff. For things like maize, where there is cross-pollination, what is going to happen? It means that the next planting, our farmers normally plant, they keep part of their maize to use as seeds. To use as seeds. Now, if in the event that now you can't use that, what is going to happen? Eventually, you are going to phase out your organic crops. So you'll be dependent for continuity and sustainability from where? From the same people who are now selling you, trying to bring in the GMO food. See, that is going to be crippling your agricultural sector. Now, things like this, where people have the divergent opinions, should not be forced. And it is wrong to bring in GMO maize when people are suffering and they have no choice. I think that is what I wanted to bring home. Okay, thank you. I can see Francis has taken a break. I hope he's not going to take some GMO uji.
No, no, I'm just around. Welcome, Benson.
Thank you, Francis. Thanks, Kuseo and Joshua. Yeah, you have Kuseo, you have touched a number of issues, but I want to start by I find this forum very enriching, and because I've heard you talking about a subcommittee, I want to please you as you sit in committee and subcommittee, let's look at the topics. In a day like this, when we were opening the NSE marketplace, and last night when we were, there was also a big one with the Tanzania and opening up the Tanzania market. And there was Baba in Bunge la Wananchi. We forgot about the NSE marketplace. We forgot about the Tanzania visit. We brought in Baba in Jevanjee garden. So as we enrich ourselves and educate Kenyans, the subcommittee must also be alive to the fact that there are more serious discourse that that can enrich our viewership and educate more Kenyans. And that is by the right way. I don't want to take a position of advising a committee, but that is my feeling. Number two, let me start with the issue of the Chinese. And I'll go back a bit history, Francis, around me. In early 2000, China crafted what they were calling the African Infrastructure Project. And the government then, I think early 2000, allocated $500 billion for the project called African Infrastructure Project. And basically, this was a marketing tool for their big companies, including some of their parastatals, some of the government parastatals like Housing Corporation and others. And they created the African Highway and Bridge Conference, which had been an annual event for the last like 10 years, until I think the last one was in 2018, when before COVID, every year African president would dash everyone.
Is that where they created the China roads and bridges?
It was African Highway, Bridge and Port Conference. And that was a conference where every year African president would be summoned. Let me use the word summoned by China to go and scrabble for the $500 billion, which was an infrastructure called African Infrastructure Project. Where am I leading to? That unajua pesa yetu ile tuko nayo kidogo ni ya kujenga maram. Unaona ile maram kuseo ya kutoka pale kwenu Nyabondo kuelekea hapo mbele. That is the money that we have. So the bigger infrastructure project in Africa, and it can be airport, it can be the the one in Mombasa is called what? Dongo Kudu. It can be the port at where at the lower port, the new port in Aitwa, the Ramu port. It can be the Entebbe airport. It can be Lusaka International Airport. I benefited to have between 2015 and 2018 to have traveled a lot across African countries, and what I have seen is an airport run by a Chinese completely. And I can give an example of Lusaka International, Kampuempe, and few other airports actually run by Chinese.
So Benson.
Yes, Francis.
So I want to ask a question. So when you are given a loan, does it mean that is not your money, or you should not have you don't have a voice in negotiating table, because you will repay it? Once you are given a loan, you will repay it. So it's more of your money that you need to have a precondition to negotiate for everything, eh?
Let me finish, because I have given you. I'm just actually giving you the history of the Africa-Chinese relations, which might be a bigger project, a bigger concept than just the loan and the give and take and interest and those things. I'm just giving you the infrastructure issue across Africa. Then we can go to the details of the loan. So you see a lot of railway line, be it Tanzania, be it DRC, be it the Kenyan one, be it the Egypt one. They are all under African African infrastructure project, and people can Google these things. And what happened is Chinese were literally ripping up from Africans. It was their time to get to DRC, to get to Kenya. I have traveled many times from, and I will give you a basic example. Kenya, we haven't reached here, but I'll give you two examples. One is a road between Lusaka to Livingstone. That road is 4-hour drive. It is basically something like going from Nairobi to Kisumu to maybe Rondiana or maybe somewhere like that. And between Lusaka and Livingstone, there are 6 toll stations. Each toll station, you pay an average of 250 Kenya shilling, which is like, 25 kwacha or 20 kwacha, depending. That tells you with 8 or 9, or I can't remember very well, 8 or 9 toll station between Mau Summit and Nairobi, you are actually paying that road 2,000. And Kenya, we already signed 2 roads of that nature. The Riloni Mau Summit, and we have signed Athi River to Mombasa. Those 2 roads will be under that model. So basically, apart from your fuel, you will also pay something like another 1,200 just to get to Nairobi with your car. What is the point here? The Africa infrastructure project will cause African untold suffering in many years to come. It will actually be a new colonization. In Zambia, and I'm saying Zambia because I spent a lot of time there, they did 85,000 houses for the police. And the government is paying, or the 85,000 apartments for police. So police in Zambia have very nice houses done by Chinese, and it's part of the infrastructure project. So you end up paying a lot of money. You end up having all these things that we are seeing with SGR. I don't know the future of African Bridge and Road project. It will end up being such a leap of Africa countries. Many of them, airports, roads, Ramu, and all that. Number 2, you touched on the highway. This one we are calling it what? Super. It's called what? This one in Nairobi Center. The
express superhighways. You see the intention why it was put up. Now, when push comes to shove, it is not doing what the planners had in mind.
You see, that is the other leap off. That highway was not done because of the traffic and the airport. It is part of Nairobi diplomatic circuit, which basically was designed by Kibaki to enlarge the diplomatic space in Kenya. We wanted to acquire more. We have UNEP in Nairobi. We were looking at UNISOS. We are looking at few other UN bodies. And I'm saying this because I have worked in that space for many years. So the expressway, the expansion of the Northern Bypass, and some few other link road, all end up in somewhere around Westlands, the UN space in Gigiri, and that's why the road was done. So basically, when you look at the other things that we are told, ati jam itaisha, apana, it is for UN person from the airport to the UN diplomatic area, and that's
and the Nairobi jam. It was the JKIA.
Yeah, from JKIA to everything ends up into diplomatic circle, and the diplomatic circle is Westlands.
To be precise, Village Market and Gigiri.
Yeah, actually, Westlands, Gigiri, Roresho, Runda, that region. They have the express highway on that side, and on the lower side, they were expanding the bypass. and the bypass end up in Rwaka with links to the UN. If you look at all the links, they were designed year 2004 as part of expanding Nairobi diplomacy, and we were fighting with Uganda. You know, Uganda won the AMISON thing, which is based in Entebbe. We were bidding for AMISON to be part of our UN diplomatic whatever. We were bidding for what else? UNISOS. The Somali axis, so that we also get the army and all that Eritrea, Djibouti project, so that they are all based here, and that was the whole plan. And of course, the bigger boys were discussing, because it have to be with your, kama uko na shamba hiyo area, uko na nini, so it's a bigger whatever. If you go to that area, you will find a lot of development that have to be approved by UN security, what they call UN Infrastructure Security Working Group. And I'm saying this because I worked in NGO for 22 years. A lot of things that were happening there. So hii barabara tunaona hapa, ati wewe unaweka kagari yako ikipita, ni undersecretary akipita, anaenda huko. You have also touched the other issue of the GMO. This GMO thing is I'm yet to see the policy paper, and I said this last time, the cabinet policy paper, because in a different forum where we're discussing about GMO, it is alleged that we have a chicken media. The GMO discussion was about a pilot project on the cotton seeds, the GMO cotton seeds for our cotton industry. That was the discussion in the cabinet. However, it coincided with the whole issue of opening up market for maize. So basically, there's all this discussion. But I'm expecting that Kuseo, as you sit in that committee, also some of these things we are able to get this document and all that to inform us in a better way.
Let Bisha mute your.
Is it Joshua? Yeah.
Bisha and Joshua. Yeah.
Okay.
Please mute
So,
your mic.
Yeah. So that's how I look at this thing. We are yet tuko mbali sana. Me and you who have been into the different spaces across the globe, and I hear you discussing about organic at Walmart or at all these international grocery shops. You know the difference. You know the differential in terms of GMO, organic, and all this. Unajua mayai tu peke yake ya GMO. However, it is my mother and your mother in the village, either somewhere in Nia or somewhere in Muranga, who are struggling with the whole thing. If you go to zucchini somewhere in ABC, you'll actually see the differentials. You'll be able to see the organic terere and the organic and the GMO terere somewhere in ABC. So also it also talks about inequalities. Who is going to eat? I told you I'm a farmer. One day we got supplies to a school called Rift Valley Academy to supply eggs. It's all white, 1,000 children somewhere in the valley, in the wale wanajua Kijabe. If you know Kijabe Hospital, hapo ndani kuna an international school called Rift Valley Academy. All white children. And we do supplies there for eggs. And after 6 months, mzungu akakuja akasema anataka kuenda kuona farm. Wakati alikuja kwa my farm, and they get 200 trays per week. So they are good customers, and they buy almost double the price, the market price. So mzungu akakuja, a young man like 20 something, and he took, he was impressed by the farm and all that, but he took the samples of the feeds akapeleka kwa laboratory. Do you know 3 days down the line, my contract was cancelled? Why? Because we use what we call bypass. Bypass is a product that because you know, Kenya, we are struggling with protein-based feeds. You know, soya and you know, all those soya and you know, omena and all that thing. So we use bypass. Bypass is a high concentrate. It's actually a GMO. Ni kama kukunywa zile proteins za kwenda gym tunaweka kwa chicken. And that tells you the inequalities.
The one they discovered during doping.
Yeah, something like that. So what am I saying? In terms of inequalities, mayai yangu mimi nipeleke Githurai, watu wa Githurai wakufe wakule hiyo ya bypass, lakini mzungu ule yako RVA Academy, yeye mzungu alisema anataka mayai, ameona hiyo shamba bado haijafikisha kiwango. So as we talk about GMO, we are also talking about inequalities. Inequalities among the poor and the rich and all this. And it's a bigger discussions than just that what we are talking about. But finally, let me say this: how do we strengthen quality assurance, quality improvement for our standardization institutions, be it KEBS, be it health inspectorates, be it CALHO, be it I don't know if Cambridge deal with or whatever with food, but all these there's one called you know, AFD or something like that, Agricultural Food Authority, AFA. How do we strengthen AFA, Agricultural Food Authority in Kenya? CALHO, Kenya Health Plant Inspectorate, Kenya Dairy Board, so that they are able to test milk.
Benson, try to summarize so that we have Joshua.
Yeah. Okay. So how do we strengthen these institutions to be able to safeguard our people? I don't support a blanket ban on GMO food. We don't have enough food. We just need to strengthen our standardization processes. Thanks, Francis. Thanks, Tim.
Francis, let me just have a small interjection on Benson.
Yes.
Just a small one.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, no problem. You see, Benson, you have just hit the nail on the head. You see, here in the US, this quality assurance and controls are of so high repute that that is why things are going. But you see, in Kenya, with the level of corruption, you are all aware with what happened during the ban on withdrawal of some of the cooking fats in the shelves. Now, you are surprised that no sooner than you know it, they have written about TAN, and now the same withdrawals are now back on the shelves. Why? Because people are so thinking commercial so much to an extent whereby instead of looking at the health risks, they are looking at the kill they want to make by selling what basically they knew where they got it, that it was substandard. You know, like you are giving the example of China. China have got all manner of grades of items. The issue of steel, which I was saying that they had brought in Kenya to do the express highway, it was the best steel. But yet they also have other grades of steel. Now, the problem with the Kenyan, you go to China, you bring something which is grade 5, you want to sell it in Kenya as if it is grade 1, you see. Now, these are fellows who are bringing in the cooking oil. They knew that that was not the best quality. But they are selling it in Kenya at 3 or 4 times the previous price of what was otherwise the best quality stuff. Instead of rating it grade 4 or grade 5 and sell it as such. Now, when they are caught, they now go behind in boardrooms at Kenya Bureau of Standards, which is the only quality control body you have there. And what do? They untwist the directors there, the board. Then they're allowed to bring in and restore what was already withdrawn, cheating Kenyans that, you know what, what we had withdrawn was batch 1 to batch this. As if when you go to the supermarket, you check which batch is this. You have no idea of verifying which batch was withdrawn and which batch is allowed. Now they are using that ignorance and lack of information to fleece Kenyans and to put Kenyans' health at risk. Thank you.
Yes, Joshua.
Jambo and habari wa Kenya wenzangu. Jina langu naitwa Joshua Mbudhia, ndugu yake huyo mwenye anazungumza. Hata ingawa nijui, wacha nitoe miwani, na nazungumza kutoka Ujerumani. Na mimi ni mmoja kati ya Wakenya ambao wako hapa. Nafanya kazi na United Nations kwa haki ya binadamu. Nasimamia Kenya hapa. But kwa United Nations hapa Ujerumani, Baden-Württemberg, ni siku yangu ya kwanza. Na kabla sijaanza niliingia kwa mtandao kumrekebisha ndugu yangu. Unajua mimi wasiingili mambo mengi. Budhia, wacha nikuite hiyo jina yangu. Sisi ni familia moja. Hata ingawa niko na jina ya baba, tunatoka familia moja, Mbudhia. Wacha nikurekebishe my brother. Nimekuwa nikikusikiza tu hapa kila siku. Huwa uko na point nyingi sana. Sitaki kuzungumza Kijerumani ama Kizungu, leo lazima nizungumze Kiswahili. Mbudhia, tuna watoto na tuna wajukuu. Hao ni watu wa maana sana. Tunafanya siasa nyingi sana ambaye inafika wakati lazima tufanye kazi. Lakini kama tutakuwa tukitembea mpaka tunafikia mahali ya GMO, hii kitu ni dangerous. Very dangerous. Reality to say. Si kwa sababu hatuna chakula. Ile kitu tunakosa ni ile kutengeneza zile boreholes. Hizo tukitengeza kila mahali, vijana wako wale wa kutengeneza kware. Wale wanapewa kwa siku 500. Government can do that. Badala kwenda nchi ya nje, kwenda kutafuta njia nyingi, kupoteza petroli, wacha tuseme hiyo kerosene wanatumia kupanda ndege, leo hapa kesho pale, wakiamka asubuhi ni vile. Hiyo lazima turekebishe. Because hapa risk ni ya watoto wetu. Ni ya watoto wetu na wajukuu. Reality to say. Naweza kuwa na pesa ndio. Na je ule ana? Ule mtoto analala barabarani. That is very important. Yeah. Tusijifikirie sisi wenyewe. Kuna wale wanaumia. Na tunaimba Mungu, Mungu, Mungu. Mungu anasema unajisaidia akusaidie. Lakini ukiumiza wale watoto, itakurudia wewe. Kwa Kikuyu tunaita keromi. Na ule ni Msamia, kutoka Samia, Echimbavasi cha Nyasaye. Is it like that? Yeah. Ninaishi Migori, ninaishi Homa Bay, ninaishi Mogotio, ninaishi Eldoradini. Ninesomea kwa hiyo shule Mogotio. Mimi ndo nilikuwa mbaya, nilikuwa naitwa Arabo Solo na Moi. Anaambia hii kijana hii ndo anafanya anatengeneza barabara hii ya kwenda Kabaranet. Kupitia Margat. I was so bad boy. Hiyo ilikuwa wakati hata sijui kama ndugu yangu ambaye anaitwa Ruto angejua hata kutembea na alikuwa anatembea. Wacha nikwambia, alikuwa anacheza na mpira akiwa mtoto na makaratasi. Reality to say. Lakini haimaanishi anetoka hapo anasahau pale alitoka. Mtu kama Gachagua asisahau pale anetoka. Anetoka kwa hao shosho anawaambia sasa ni wakati yetu wa kukula. Nyanya yako pale anabebwa juu chini, out in, out in. Anetoka anapewa Pampers. Anajikojolea. Naona wanapigania haki zetu. Yeah, mpaka tunafika wale walipigania uhuru wengi wako bado mpaka wale hawajapata rights zao. It's my first time, sorry to say, lakini tujifikirie sana. Ile pesa si tunatuma hapa kila wakati kutoka, hata huyu mwenzangu yuko America, I know how life is in America. Kabla hujapata makazi 3-4, yeah, you cannot survive in America. Nilikuwa Washington DC, my father was Howard University, yeah, a professor, yeah, but even though alirudi nyumbani kufanyia kazi ofisi ya President Arab Moi, ambaka akasema no, I cannot do it. Dr. Ngweno, yeah, akasema no, this one I cannot do it. Ninatoka kule na tunakuja kufanya makosa. This is the same thing, it is coming. Njaa inafika, ndio. Irrigation scheme tunaweza kufanya, ndio, lakini tunalalia pesa. Mimi ninetoka hapa, tunaenda Turukana kule Nginyang Kapedo, kutoka hapo Ujerumani. Reality, last year kutoka hapa tunayapeleka msaada, na mimi ni Mkenya, mpaka wenzangu ananiuliza what's happening, you have a government hapa inaanza kufanywa irrigation scheme. Kweli Mjerumani mmoja alijitokeza, hata ukienda Kapedo Nginyang huko pali kuna jua inakuchoma, mkate ukikule ni kama mawe. Soda tulikuwa na kunywa, mpaka nilikuwa nikichukua Coca-Cola because ukikunywa Fanta ni kama ni poison. Coca-Cola ilikuwa ni kama unakunywa kofi moto. Watu walikuja wakatengeneza, imagine kutoka hapa in 7 days time wakatengeneza nyumba za 24/7, ile nyumba zinatengenezwa ukiamka asubuhi unakuta nyumba zimesimama. Wakatengeneza maji, na ni Wajerumani wanakuja kusaidia Kenya. 1 week time tulikuwa tunatoka na kulikuwa maji, just a small place. There were only 12 people, watu 12. Lakini sasa watu wakianza kusema mambo sijui GMO, hata Mjerumani akikusikia na atapigwa na shock. Hauwezi. Yai moja iko na namba, inatoka kwa shamba gani, huyo mtu hiyo shamba anaitwa nani, hiyo plot yake ya shamba inaitwaje. Kila yai utaingia kwa supermarket hapa Ujerumani, mtu yoyote ambaye yuko hapo utaona. Hata America iko the same, wanajua 100% inapigwa muhuri, wanajua 100% hii mayai inatoka wapi. Is it biological, ni ya kienyeji, ama ni hizo mnasema sijui for 7 days sijui ndo inaitwaje hii ya 1 month. Hapa Ujerumani huwezi kuipata kwa supermarket. Hiyo ni 7 years in guarantee unifungwa, na hapa wananchi ndio wanazungumza. Mbuvi anehepa. So bro, tafadhali na kuomba usiwasaidie wale wanafanya makosa. Huyu ambaye yuko hapa chini, huyu ndo anaitwa Francis. Nimemuona since ifunguliwe station, alikuwa hapo mpaka sasa hivi bado yupo. Niko nyuma tu nasikiza. Mko na topic nzuri sana 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 sana, lakini msipoteze focus. Kura ziliisha, tufikirie, je, nchi yetu sasa tutaisaidiaje endelee? Kenya ni nchi ambayo ni ya agriculture country, hata inajulikana. Hata hapa majani ya chai, hata nikikuonesha hapa kia Mungu huwezi kuinunua, is very expensive. Ketepa ni very expensive hapo Ujerumani. Kenya coffee Ni kama kwenda kununua gold kwa duka. Vitu zote zinatoka Kenya. Hapa Ujerumani, ulize mtu yoyote, hata ukienda kwa mtandao uangalie, Google is your friend, utaona vitu vyote ambazo zinatoka Kenya, goods zote za agriculture kutoka Kenya. Hapa Ujerumani ni very very expensive, kwa sababu wanajua vitu zote za kutoka Kenya ni biological foods stuffs, na ziko na test. Mananasi ile mkebe hii inatoka Pothika, hapa kuinunua halo. Marago ya Kenya, imagine. Niko Ujerumani na mimi mwenyewe natingisha kichwa, nasikia what are these people talking about? Mjerumani mwenyewe na ndio anafanya hizi mambo yote, hao ndo wanachunguza vitu zote ambayo ni mzuri, wanajua product ya Kenya ni very 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 100% okay. Nasi tunaamka asubuhi, hata tufikiri, hatujaingia kwa ofisi, asubuhi tunaamka, tunapanda ndege. Ilikuwa siku hizi ni taxi, unatoka unaenda Uganda, unatoka. Hey, hebu niambie, kutoka Ujerumani, kutoka Kenya kwenda America ni how much? Si unapitia kwanza, brother, si unapitiaga huyo yako juu, si unapitia London.
Inategemea. You can, when KQ was there, you could go direct flight, I think KQ.
Na kitambo.
But as we speak now, you can connect to Dubai, you can connect to Turkey, you can connect to UK. There are very many. Yes.
So
connection
the way
flights, yeah,
the connection flight,
based on which booking or which flight you've chosen, or most of these are dictated by cost anyway.
Sasa
and you remember, even the direct KQ flight turned out to be the most expensive of all those, even the connection flights.
You're right, brother. So when niambie kama sasa sisi tunalia hiyo flight ni expensive na ni one way ama ni kwenda na kurudi, yeah? Alafu yeye anaenda na Air Force One na aende peke yake. Let us be sincere. Tunalia Kenya kuna njaa.
Yeah, an entourage of 59, I think almost 59, 60 individuals.
Yeah, when niambie how much anatumia kwa hiyo siku, yeah? Alafu pamoja na hoteli na chakula yao, reality to say, alafu tunasema tuko na 93 million ndo kwenye budget. Hello? Sisi hatukuzaliwa jana. We know how politics goes. Lakini hatuingilii. Inaisha. Please, tujaribu juu chini, tusaidie serikali, hata kama tuko na tofauti. Mimi sikubaliwi hata kuanza kwa upande wa party yoyote. Mimi natakana kuwa katikati. Lakini kifikia mambo hii ya ugonjwa hii, mimi naamua sio, it's not fair. It's not fair. Na hatuwezi kuzungumza mambo sijui ya ukabila na nini na nini. Mimi babangu alioa Mkikuyu. My father is not more there, aneaga. Lakini mama yuko. Na mimi ni Mluya, siwezi kataa. Baba Mluya, mama Mkikuyu, lakini mimi ni Mkenya. Saa hizi siko Kenya, naishi na Wajerumani. Hapo Wajerumani wananiita niga. Hata nifanye nini? Isipokuwa hata niko na gari yangu natembea, lakini nikiingia kwa train hiyo kiti ndakaa peke yangu. Na Wajerumani wako.
Kwa sababu gani?
Sasa si ndio hiyo. You second, we kwanza ni third class. Mko kwa train moja, Mwafrika anakaa kwa kiti peke yake, watafadhali wafinyane huko. Watakuja kukaa karibu na hiyo kiti. And then sisi wa Kenya huko tunasema ukabila sijui nini. Hao ndo wa kabila kabisa hawa. Tuache hii ujinga sijui huyu Mkikuyu, Mkamba, huyu sijui nani. Magufuli Nyerere hata hataki kujua, wakutaka kujua hiyo. Na kama watu wangesikia, hao watu hawako saizi. Sasa wacha tuseme huyu analeta mambo. Okay, Raila akianza hii mambo yake, mimi nilikuwa hapa. Yeah. Mimi niko over 38 years hapa. Mimi Kenya, mimi huja kutembea nikifikiria, na wale wanakimbia, na wengi wako hapa saizi. Ndio hata mimi nasikia mbaya, wakimbizi wa Kenya saizi ni wengi sana. Mimi nilikuwa kwa ofisi hata siwaoni, na siku hizi ndo wanakuja, tusaidie, wanaogopa hata kwenda embassy. It's very bad. Yeah. Hapa Ujerumani kulikuwa wakimbizi kutoka Kenya wako, sahii wako kuanzia August. Reality to say, ni wengi sana. Hauwezi kuwaingiza wote kwa nyumba yako. Utawapeleka huko kwa makambi wakakae na watu wakaene na watu wengine. It's too bad kuona watu wa kwetu wanatoroka nyumbani kuja kuishi huko.
Joshua, ni kuchekesha kidogo.
Yep.
There is a sister of mine who was in Germany. And was using a bus for transport.
Yeah.
Instead of they call it the condi. You know, some of them you pay at the door before you go in. Others,
exactly. It's a machine whereby you buy yourself.
If it comes to a situation whereby maybe you are looking for change or whatever, so that you find that they are even prepared to let you go without paying, rather than to have contact with what you are holding. That is how bad some of them are.
Yeah, that is true. Kwa sababu serikali, kitu moja hapa Ujerumani, ushiko hujalipa tikiti, ni wewe mwenyewe uende kwa mashini ulipe, wani kutrust, alafu kukuta hujalipa, hiyo ni 60 euros. 60 euros is a lot of money for watu nyumbani. Yeah, ukicalculate 120, which is 1 euro is 120 to 125, na alafu unalipa 60, hiyo si ungetumia mtoto school fees na akakula mwezi mzima. It's about 6 to 7,000. Inaenda hivyo just because of stupidity, na hakuna mtu ataingia kwenye hiyo train bila kulipa tikiti. Ukiwa ni Mkenya ujue hiyo ni deportation. Yeah. That is 100%. Watakushika siku ya kwanza, utaenda kulipa fine, ya pili utalipa fine, ya tatu ndege ya Lufthansa ambaye inaenda Kenya wanaenda kufikisha mpaka pale kwa customs, wanakupatiana na ujue hapo ndo wanapiga muhuri, au uwezi kanyaga hii nchi tena. That is the way they are. Wako straightforward. Wewe ndio serikali, wewe ndio macho ya kila mtu. Yeah. Polisi ni kama wale wa Tanzania. Unajua wako na ile Tanzania wako na sheria yao watu, kwa sababu walikuwa wakoloni wa hawa watu. Hawa watu wewe ndio unazungumza, tafadhali nikushike. Utampiga hata kofi, hata unitemee mate, lakini never ever atatoa gani yake. That will be the last. Mpaka umpige ngumi ndo atoe ile bunduki. So sisi tujiheshimu, kwa sababu Kenya is big. Hawa watalii wataenda wapi kama tutaanza kutumia hizi vitu ziharibu mimea? Ujue hao wanyama hao kina simba, kina ndovu watakufa in future. Alafu wale walikuwa wakizungumza mambo ya dinosauri ziko wapi?
So, Joshua.
Yes, brother.
Actually, what you are saying is better even those who are getting deported, because there are millions who are dying in the Mediterranean Sea. Every time, every day, hundreds of bodies are being collected in the Mediterranean Sea. People are running their continent. Yeah? You know, when I'm talking this, I know because Here in Libya, Libya has become a pathway for Africans who are running their own regime. Then the question is, what is the problem? Why should people run from what they elected? Yeah? And some people may think that Kenya is like, it has become more of, it has been galvanized. The matter of fact is that Kenya is not galvanized on that, because when you look at when you look at when you look at a country like Uganda, you look at South Sudan, you look at Ethiopia, Somalia, most of them have our refugees here in Kenya. The same refugees, when they find that in Kenya, in Kakuma, they cannot get the service that they need, they always look for the shorter route to go where? To Europe. And the only shortcut route is used for the Gibraltar. That is the shortest distance between Europe and Africa. But when, and you know, by the way, that's why always my heart always cry, because I feel it, because some of the things that we do as a nation, the small things that we think they're not counting, they are the things that are leading to this crisis. If we could address this issue before they get out, yes, Joshua?
Well, Francis, hiyo kitu nazungumza ni ile kazi nafanya kila siku. Tunaokota kama, yani unajua tunaokota, tunawatoa kutoka Italy, tunawatoa kwenye highlands zingine, wanakuja na boats za mpira, wengine wanakuja na tire zile, unajua tubes. Tunaokota kila siku. Wanachukua
they use that to swim. The tire to swim.
Yes. Tubes. They will make sure that wanakuja watafika mpaka Italy, mpaka sijui wapi. It is too much. Hata hiyo afadhali. Na naomba Mungu vita isitoke Kenya. Na hii itakuja, ikiendelea hivi itakuja. Ile kitu mbaya brother ni ile hapa Syria. Nikikuletea wale watu wote ambao ninawasaidia kutoka Syria, tunaenda mpaka hiyo Afrika, ninezunguka mpaka nimechoka really. Na nilikuwa nafikiria Kenya ndo ambassador wa nchi zote za Afrika, but it's becoming worse just because of money. That is bad. So imagine, just a minute, imagine in 70s, wakati wa Nyerere alikuwa akisema ukitaka kwenda London, Nairobi ni hapa, endeni London, Nairobi. Imagine leo hii, just yesterday, Bwana Ruto anakuwa Tanzania kwenda kuomba chakula. Na wale walipora hiyo pesa yote ambayo iko mpaka hata upande hii na inifungiwa hapa. It's just 200 kilometers from here where the sun is. Poland. Yeah. Zingine zinekuliwa mpaka nikuliwa na panya. Wanaiba, si mchezo. Na Ruto, hata mimi umwambia tu wazi, mimi unajua huwa very forward. Ukiingia kwa Facebook yangu utajua vile mimi wanazungumza, ama popote. Mimi mwambia fuck off. Ile vitu yote anafanya is wrong, really. Akiwa hapa kotini alikuwa kilia kama mtoto. Nikianza kuonesha hizi video Kenya, then people will say which type of a person is this? Sitaki kuingilia serikali sana because I'm not supposed. Lakini kiwa mbaya ni mbaya. Unajua hata damu ni mzito kuliko maji. Achunge. Because ako na kesi. Afurahi sana anaingia hapo, at least ako kwa security. Angeshindwa, tulikuwa tunamgoja hapa. Hiyo kesi haijaisha. Hata kama ataka hapo 29 years to come, atakuja hapa kesi. Haijaisha yake. Ya Molo ya Eldoret haijaisha. Asisahau hiyo, but I make sure watu wasikufe juu ya njaa, ataona sasa vile sasa ulimwengu utamkujia. Wacha ya ukaini Kenya, na ndio ina train all the armies of Africa, au makomanda wote wa nchi hizo za Afrika wanatrainiwa Kenya na Kenya Army. The standard of America ya Kenya ni ile ya British, naona wana train au macommanders wote, mpaka huyu mtoto wa ndugu yake Ruto mwenyewe, acha niseme straightforward, is a brother. They are brothers from different mothers. Museveni ni babake Ruto. Ruto is the first son of Museveni. Hiyo tunaweza kuleta hata DNA, asicheze na mimi nazungumza kwa live TV. They are brothers. That is the father of these two boys. Sasa familia moja wanapigana. Ask me a question, why mama yake Ruto alikuwa kwenye wakati wa kuapishwa, mbona si baba yake? Unajua babake pale anaishi kwa nyuma ya nyasi, in a very remote area. Huyo baba wa kambo huyo mwenye alikuwa akimchunga. Reality wakati
huyu mwenye alimlea or
huyo alimlea. Unajua alikuwa nani, alikuwa jeshi ya Kenya, anaitwaje Museveni in 70s wakati ya Idi Amin. And then akatoroka akaenda wapi? Akaenda Tanzania.
Alafu akafukuza Obote, is it?
Yeah. Si alikuwa Kenya. He was an army commander of Uganda trained in Kenya, even Idi Amin himself. Wote wanatrainiwa Kenya. Yeah. Na ndio hapo mamake Ruto walikutana na Museveni. DNA tunaweza kuleta, awache mchezo sasa. Akianza kuzungumza mbaya kwa Kenya, we can take him very far. We know about him. So wawache kuchezea wa Kenya cards. Yeah.
So anyway,
really,
Joshua,
sorry to say, asante kunichukua muda mrefu kuzungumza. But thanks.
So, you know, as a country, we should reflect on the following things. One, Kenya is just 50 million citizens. In India, they are around 1.2 billion, with a voting population of around 938 million. China occupies almost a quarter of the world population. But this country that I've mentioned for you, we have never had any crisis of them migrating out of their country or running away. And if they are running, it's not because of calamities or anything else, but because of persecution. These countries, we never hear them going to any other country to beg. Actually, when they go to beg, they assume as if they're inferior. But a population of 50 million is becoming a problem. And even to the extent that the president flags off relief food, that is work of a minister that's supposed to do. That is like kuaibisha inchi, because what are you trying to portray? That Kenya is almost to collapse? You know, things like the National Stock Exchange, they were supposed to be opened by ministers. Things like relief food are ministers, because these are things that involve ministerial. The president should look at the big investors, some of things like emergency by which requires international attention. But when you go, you start like you are scaring off investors, it becomes a problem. But anyway, what I know is that as somebody, the books that I always read, they say that if indeed you are willing to change and to have the right trajectory, indeed you can have it. We as a citizen, we have a duty to play. And this duty is not a duty to defend, but is a duty to evaluate. Once you evaluate, you'll be able to know if it's good or bad. Let's support the government where possible. And where we need to say this is a no, it is a no. So we need to be together in this one, because actually, you know, and there are people here who are thinking that we are here basically to pray for the government downfall. That is not true. We are here to ensure that the government achieve whatever it is promised, and also it does what is right. If government fails, I have relatives at home, I have brothers, sisters, where will I take them? There's nowhere I will take them. So that's why I'm praying also for the success of Kenya. But this success cannot come by us ignoring the fact that we are seeing the country going in the wrong direction. Silence does not mean an absence of war. Silence does not mean an absence of disaster. People might be silent because they have no energy to speak.
I have
People
a
might be
question. A question
yes.
for you. You know, there could be blame games all over. The strange thing is that the people who are leading the country the wrong way, especially as far as scandals and corruption are concerned, are known. Now, you hear every other time people are saying, Mara, go to court, Mara, the DCI is doing this, the anti-corruption is doing this. The other day you heard Gachagua saying that they don't want to see the DCI in government offices. That they are checking what? They wait in, they should wait on Kiambu Road. You heard that? They should wait on Kiambu Road. Now, why is it that Kenyan laws, be they anti-corruption or whatever they are the same laws helping the people who are corrupt in the country? You see, interesting. You see a place like where I am, at least the state, I can speak for the state where I am. There is no way you can own anything which is not yours. And there is no way you can own anything which the rest of the world does not know how you got it. Now, in Kenya, you can own anything and you get away with it. It is very, very discouraging. It's very, very discouraging. Who has come on board? Anyway, I hope you'll have an opportunity to respond to the issues I've raised, Joshua.
So
and
anyway,
Francis.
Joshua, just let's have Muzalendo, then let's just keep it so that it will be the next round. Let's have Muzalendo, please speaking, and then that person calling himself the impersonating, you ensure that you turn on camera on to see you. Yes, Muzalendo, proceed.
Francis, how are you? Habari zenyu? Kuseo,
Mzuri.
how are you? Joshua, uko na propaganda kali sana bwana. Eh? That Ruto ni mtoto wa Museveni. That is a new one. I've never heard of that one.
So I'm new too here. So you should you get it.
I'm getting fresh things. Yeah.
No. I'm talking the reality.
And anyway, what I wanted to say is that Francis, throughout the world, there's no country without an opposition. Even the best governed countries in the world, they have opposition, and the people are complaining each and every day, including America, including Germany, including Britain. Kenya
But they are not complaining of the same problems that we are complaining.
The issues are not the same. The issues are not the same. Some of these countries are well developed and so advanced. Maybe it will take 100 years for you to reach where America or Germany is. So some of these teething problems that we have back at home, walipitia hizo kitambo sana. So we are just in the process of democratizing our country. Today, I think Baba was in Jevanjee. Hiyo sikuona, nimeiona unaiscroll hapa sana. Baba was in Jevanjee. But I believe that what he was talking about is exactly the talking points that we've been saying here about the cost of living and things like that. The cost of living is a teething problem. I have repeated this throughout the world. Hakuna mahali bei ya mafuta, hata pale huo Joshua yuko, bei ya mafuta iko juu. It is only that these countries are very developed such that they have industries and they have employment for the citizen. Kitu inasumbua nchi yetu ni umaskini. Umaskini, hakuna ajira. Hakuna ajira. That is why you are seeing people running away from countries in Africa and seeking greener pastures in Europe because there is employment. Na si ati unakuwa unaandikwa kazi ni kazi tu za mkono ndio ziko mingi. But again, Europe and America are taking the best out of Asia and Africa. Yeah, the best in technology. So there are things that we need to develop as a country. We need to develop our institutions of learning. We need to develop in technology so that hii exodus ya watu wale brilliant wasikuje huku hizi nchi za nje, because wakikuja huku wanapatiwa kazi mzuri zile haziko kule kwetu. Kule kwetu hauwezi ajiri ule engineer yuko hapa USA, ule anafanya na pengine Tesla. Hakuna hiyo industry pande hiyo. So we need to expand. We need to start thinking of our education system such that inaweza saidia Wakenya wale wanapitia hizo ma institution. Nikimalizia ni mambo ya GMO, imekuwa very thorny issue, and I believe Baba addressed it. See, history ya GMO, let me tell you, GMO sio unga ya ugali peke yake. GMO ni mpaka ng'ombe. Zile ng'ombe unaona zimenona pale wakati wa show, hizo zaima hybrid, hizo ni ma GMO. Ile nyama tunakula huko, ile inakulwa Europe, nearly the entire Europe ni GMO, my friend. Yani ni GMO. 80% of the food in America ni GMO. Kenya yenyewe, this research have been going on. There is no way utaanza kusema you are going to stop research, scientific research that has been going on hata kabla Uhuru aingie kwa serikali na Raila washikane na Uhuru. These things have been there. I've just shortly after Moi, these projects have been going on in the laboratories to see with our local scientists and the farmers. They've been trying to see whether these crops are sustainable in Africa. We cannot fight science. You cannot fight science and succeed. Yeah, because each and every day, even the language that we are using here, even some of the seeds, I keep on repeating to you, some of the seeds zile tunatumia in Kenya like maize, origin ya maize ni wapi? Did you just wake up one day and find maize inapandwa hapo? Zilitoka Europe.
So
No.
let me ask you.
With a lot of resistance. Just
No.
let me.
No, you cannot propagate propaganda, please. I understand the difference between GMO and crossbreeding. You can have a crossbreeding is not GMO.
Just like I'm trying to tell you, our great grandfathers did not even know what maize was, but they resisted it. They resisted it a lot, but they accepted it later on. Hata wewe umekuja kuipata hapo, hujui hata origin yake.
So you want to let me ask you. So crossbreeding and GMO are the same thing.
I also no, they are not the same thing. I also want.
And why are you saying?
No, who is crossbreeding maize?
Can I ask you a question, please? If you
No.
Please. Can I ask you a question?
Joshua, uliza.
Do you have kids? Una watoto wewe?
Mimi?
Yeah. Hata ndo huyo.
My kid is here.
You see?
Yep.
Yeah. Wewe unataka maisha huyo mtoto unataka maisha huyo mtoto huyo mbaya?
Kivipi ndugu yangu?
Ndio swali. Unataka iwe mbaya kwa sababu atakuwa na watoto huyo na atakuwa na wajukuu. Sasa ukituambia mambo ya hizo whatever you are saying about, yeah? Mbegu za Kenya, wacha nikwambie ukweli. Mbegu za Kenya, iwe ni dengu, iwe ni maragwe, iwe ni chochote kile. Hapa Ujerumani hauwezi kuinunua. It's very expensive. Sasa kama sisi tuko hapa Ujerumani, na usiseme sisi kwa America, nilikuwa America. Sisi kama tunaweza kununua very expensive hapa, alafu tunatoa zile zinatoka America kule, tulete Kenya. Kwa sababu inepitia laboratory. Jana ndugu yangu Francis, nilikuwa nikimsikiza, alikuwa anasema yeye walikuwa wananunua mbegu kutoka Tanzania kuleta Kenya na zinatoka Kenya. Bernard alikuwa akisema yeye alikuwa Tanzania akaona mbegu za Kenya Tanzania. Unaona? Sisi wenyewe ile corruption tuko nayo ndugu yangu. Vitu zetu nzuri zaja upande wa nje huko. Mahindi mimi nakwambia, hata nikiingia nikikuonesha mahindi, niko na mahindi nyeupe hapa kwa shamba. Niko na unga hapa na inatoka Kenya. Imagine. Alafu tunaletewa kutoka kutoka South America kwetu Kenya. It's unfair. Ni vile wazungu walikuwa wanachukua materials zetu wanaleta Europe, wanatengeneza magari, wanafanya kila kitu, sisi tunabaki patupu.
Joshua, you are right. You are right. Mzalendo should tell us. Mzalendo, you can't say that that GMO is in Germany, because Germany do not accept imported GMOs from America as we speak. Ask yourself why Americans are struggling to take things to Africa. They do not export their produced GMOs here to Europe. They are banned. How can you say here that there is GMO in American GMO in Germany? No. These are known facts.
I always tell you, whenever you are talking, just don't talk from a point of knowledge and information. The fact that people are condemning GMOs does not mean that other countries are not using GMOs. And it does not mean that research in GMOs has stopped worldwide. GMOs in Africa alone, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, they have been doing this for a very long time. It's not something that is new. What is new right now is that ile kuleta hizo mahindi za GMO. What I can agree with you guys is just, it's simple. Seeds in Kenya probably cannot be accepted in Germany and in the US. And
you got me wrong, my brother. The seeds from Kenya, they are very expensive here. They are here, they are very expensive kwa sababu hizo ni biological, ni original. Unanipata? Ndio tuache kwenda chini ya maji.
Madukata sasa
liko na Bwana Gaucho aliambia mimi ati bunge inakutana hapa Jevanjee Gardens wakati wa saa ya mchana, na akaniambia mimi kuja nipate fursa ya kuonana na bunge la wananchi ana kwa ana. Ndio sababu nimefika. Unajua, tangu yale yafanyike usiku ile mpaka leo sijazungumza, nimekaa kimya. Nyinyi wenyewe mliona yale ambayo yalifanyika. Unaona ile sarakasi ya mwizi mwingine ambaye vilevile mwendazimu naitwa Chebukati. Si mliona? Mliona akikimbia ile tume yake, wanne wamesema hapana, hii wawili vilevile wamejificha, yamebaki peke yake. Baadaye inasemekana yeye ndio shujaa. Mahakama inaenda kusema ya kwa yale ambayo maovu ambayo fanya ndio halali. kweli. Kwa mimi nikasema basi, kama wanasema sisi hatutoshi, Wakenya wote ambao walijitoa siku ile kupiga kura hawana maana, tukasema tutakaa chini tuone vile wataendelea, sio? Ndio sababu mimi nimekaa, lakini sijakaa kwa sababu nimeridhika. Hapana, nimekataa kwa sababu nimeona maovu inaongoza. Sasa ukweli ibaki nyuma kwanza. Sasa lakini mimi nahisi vile nyinyi mnahisi. Najua gharama imepanda juu zaidi. Najua kwamba bei ya unga imepanda, na kwamba bei ya mafuta imepanda, nauli ya imepanda, kodi ya nyumba imepanda, sio? Kila kitu imepanda, na wananchi na mapato ya wananchi imebaki yale yale, zingine zimepunguzwa. Kama unajua, Wakenya wanasikia vibaya, kuna uchungu mingi zaidi, kuna uchungu mingi zaidi. Wakati wa campaign yale ahadi zilizidi. Tukishika bei ya unga tutatoa 200 na tutarudisha mpaka hivi 20 kwa mfuko. Sasa bei ya unga imeenda wapi? Imeenda wapi? Walisema tio bei ya mafuta petroli itarudi chini. Imeenda wapi? Walisema watatoa ile inaitwa Hustler Fund. Hii Hustler Fund imeonekana? Ile ya wakina mama imeonekana? Ajira imeonekana? Sasa wanazidi kutoa mengine. Juzi uliona yule naibu rais anasema ati sasa ni wakati yetu ya kukula. Wale ambao hawakutupiga sisi kura wakae kando, watazame kama vile sisi tunakula. Tunasema hata wale ambaye hawakupiga kura wanatoa ushuru, sivyo? Sivyo? Sasa wamesema maneno mengi kwa madaha, wanasahau maana yake wao ni kama ngiri, hawana sahau kubwa zaidi. Lakini tunasema ya kwamba Wakenya tutafika. Walisema wanataka siku 100, kwa sababu tumesema tuwacheze siku yao 100 ifike, tuone yale ambayo wataweza kufanya. Tulisema tutarudisha gharama chini. Walikuwa na kila mara wanalaumu Uhuru, ati Uhuru ndio amefanya hivi, iko juu nini, lakini Uhuru alikuwa anafanya yale ambayo yanafanyika katika ulimwengu mzima. Baada ya mambo ya COVID, serikali mingi ziliingia kwa upande inaitwa subsidies. Vita ambayo inaendelea kule kati ya Urusi na ule Ukraine, pandisha gharama ya maisha juu. Lakini Uhuru alikuwa anajua kinga, kukinga wananchi ili ongezeko ya gharama isifikie wananchi. Sasa wao wamesema unsustainable, ati wataendelea, utawacha mambo kwa. Wiki hii bei ya mafuta itapanda tena, wiki hii bei ya mafuta itapanda tena. Naona pale ambayo wao wataenda sasa. Lakini Wakenya mpaka waangalie mbele. Mimi na hakika ya kwamba ile spirit ya Wakenya ya kupigania dhidi ya hilo tawala ya kidhuluma na kimabavu ya Nyayo itaendelea kudumu, ili Wakenya waweze kujikomboa huko mbeleni huko. Sasa juzi wameleta mambo yanaitwa GMO.
You've got the idea, domain to make it happen.
Bwana edit
Unasikia?
video.
Ati hiyo itazidisha gharama ya idadi katika taifa letu. Hii GMO si kitu mpya.
Lendo.
Francis.
Let's progress, Mzalendo.
Oh, you are playing that video. Oh.
Yes, but it has a problem with network. I think my
No,
data.
I think, yeah, so many people are watching it, so that's why it's jacking like that. So many people are watching what Baba was saying. What
Mzalendo.
Yes.
Unaona hii chai hapa? Sijui kama unaiona. Unaona hapo juu inaandikwa nini?
Iweke vizuri tuione.
So, unaona?
Put direct to.
Put it direct. Vizuri.
Direct to camera.
Where?
Yes, hivyo.
Unaiona?
It's written in Germany bwana.
Angalia hapo juu.
Bio.
Bio inamaanisha nani? Biological. Hii chai inatoka Kenya. Ya? Ni ile chai ya green ya nyazi. Hii chai ni expensive hapa. Very expensive. Na inatoka kwetu. Na sio peke yake. Hii coffee, sorry, wacha niweke vizuri. Hii coffee inatoka Kenya. Hii packet ni 15 euros. Unaona?
What is the name of that coffee?
Inaandikwa hata hapo juu coffee. Hii hapa inaandikwa hapa.
Sasa mbona Wajerumani wanaiba kahawa yetu na waibrand na jina zetu?
Hapana, kwa sababu vitu zote za Ujerumani ziko Ujerumani zinaandikwa na jina ya Kijerumani kwa sababu wazungumzi Kizungu. Unaona hii ni omena. Hii omena is about 30 euros. Hii kitu nimebeba hapa is about 500 grams. Ni expensive na inatoka Kenya. Hii ni magi. Unaona? Hii ni magi.
Wewe sasa umeenda kwa jikoni yako yote unatutolea.
Lakini mzalendo umeuliza swali mzuri. Swali ni kwamba mbona wanaiba vitu zetu, wanaandika kwa jina lao na hawaandiki katika jina letu, ndio wale wa Kenya pia wajue, wakisoma wanajua ni product yetu. So
hiyo ndio makosa ya serikali.
Mzalendo, tafadhali
So please let's mute our microphone. That of Joshua mute your microphone so that you can have some order.
Okay.
The question is, these products are from Kenya. They are branded in Germany. Unaweza tusomea hapo kwa description hapo, unajua inakuonyesha mahali hiyo kitu imetoka kama imeandikwa hapo. I am sure they are lying about it. They are lying about it because inafaa ionyeshe imetoka Kenya hata kama iko na jina ya Kijerumani. So true, hapo tunaibiwa. Hapo ndio mapesa, ndio tukianza kucomplain ati pesa products za Kenya zinaibwa na nchi za nje, hao wazungu hivyo ndio wanatuibia. Unanielewa? Na ni hiyo inamaanisha ni serikali mbaya. I can give you an example. Kuna soya beans inatoka hapa Mexico. and inaandikwa na Kimexico, na unaenda unainunua Walmart na imeandikwa na hiyo mahali inatoka, hata kama inatoka Peru. I have seen this and it is very very sad. Juzi nilienda kwa coffee asubuhi. Kwenda kwa coffee asubuhi, zile madispenser kuna wameweka coffee ya Kenya, wakaandika hapo chai. You know, I was so proud that chai na gas station. So unafinya pale, lakini hawajaandika ni kahawa gani ile unakunywa, wameandika tu chai. Since they know that chai is a very popular name, wacha tuandike tu chai, but most likely ni a product from the US, but wanatumia jina ya Kenya. Joshua, that is very very sad. It is very very sad. Hiyo vitu yote umetuonyesha, they are not from Kenya. Very 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 sad. Very sad indeed, because majani ya chai ya Ketepa tunaijua vizuri, whether iende uzwe China, iuzwe wapi, inafaa iwe ni hiyo Ketepa. Hakuna ati sasa tunabadilisha jina ati. There is no word in Germany called Ketepa. So hakuna vile wataanza kutuambia ati Germans, these things they have to be written in Germany. That is a Kenyan product. It has to be authentic and it has to be labeled the way ilitoka pale kwa factory ya Kenya.
Mzalendo, quickly, I didn't want to come in, but I want to tell you something. Coffee is never sold. Coffee is auctioned, unfortunately. And anything that is auctioned, you do not have rights or patent. That is the first mistake that Kenya made. That's why during the Kenyatta regime, we used to steal the coffee from Uganda, come and auction it in Mombasa. And the way it is auctioned, tea and coffee is never, and I wish we should change. We should have a bill. The problem is that the cartels in the tea industry and the coffee industry have refused for that bill. The lobbyists have refused that bill to go to parliament so that Kenya can sell its coffee. So what it happens is that our coffee is taken to Mombasa. These traders come, we auction it. Once we auction it, we don't have any patent. It is not ours. They are not stealing. That is the problem we have. I hope now you understand. If we were selling our coffee in bulk, we say, this is our coffee. We are taking it. We auction it, they take it. We don't take it out of the country. Umeelewa?
Okay,
nakuelewa vizuri sana. Unaona hapa?
That is the unfortunate thing. So
unaona to bypass
now
all
we
that.
should ask the government why they're allowing that over the years.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Doing the wrong thing. So unaona hii ni Kericho Gold. Kericho Gold tea. Pure Kenyan tea. Hii hapa niko nayo hapa, nimekuonyesha. Pure Kenyan tea hii hapa. And it is the same package ile tunapata kule nyumbani. Some of these products,
lakini mzalendo, si hiyo umetoa Kenya ama?
Well, skiza, some of the, I want to give you an example. Some of these products.
Where did you get it from Kenya? Ama
you can get it from Amazon. You can get it from Amazon. You can sell your products direct online. No. They're Kenyans doing business. Si lazima ikuwe ni American.
What I mean is, it is not produced packed in USA.
No, it's not produced packed in USA. That's what I say. Unaona kama unga ya jogoo inaweza fika kwa shelves za America from Kenya direct, and the American government will not pack it. Itakuwa umetoka huko Kenya na utaipata kwa shelf huko Marekani. Hiyo ni kufungua biashara kwa wale wa Kenya na tuweze kuuza bidhaa zetu authentic za Kenya. Unaona, si lazima ikuje kama coffee ndio waripackage na waseme ni yao. Unanielewa? So some of these things, there is market out there. There is a niche there that has not been tapped. So let us bring those goods here and we sell them ndio tupate hiyo pesa.
Okay, then Francis, may I have my interjection then before me say?
Yes, UK.
I wanted to ask Mzalendo. You see the biggest problem with the ukora, I want to call it ukora ya Kenya na GMO. Hii kichini whereby you are convincing us here that everything we consume in Kenya is GMO. Everything that is in Uganda is GMO. Everything in Tanzania is GMO. That is according to you. That's according to you. My question is, how come here in the US, hakuna mtu anaficha anything? In other words, Mzalendo, you are saying that people in Kenya are growing and eating GMO without them knowing. That is your submission here. Now, my question is, why do you think this is all done in the darkness?
We naye na hizi video bwana.
Let's see the video, then I conclude then.
The video is not coming, Francis. Okay.
Give it time.
Anyway, kama video inakuja, Kuseo, unajua Kariobangi light industry?
No, they are not GMO.
Do you know the place?
I've heard about it, but it's not GMO. They are copyright things.
They are chemicals.
Your video is not playing, Mzalendo. So you try another one.
Yeah, is so obsessed with Baba. Baba is saying the same thing that we've been saying. There's nothing new that he's saying.
Oh, si wewe umeweka hiyo?
Ni Francis ndiye anaweka hizi vitu bwana, si mimi.
Tazama kama vile sisi tunakula. Tunasema hata wale ambaye hawakupiga kura wanatoa ushuru. Sivyo? Sivyo?
Yeah, the
Sasa sema maneno mengi kwa madaha. Wanasahau manake wao ni kama ngiri. Hawana sahau kubwa zaidi. Lakini tunasema kwamba Wakenya ukivumilia tutafika. Walisema wanataka siku 100. Kwa sababu tumesema tuwacheze wao siku yao 100 ifike. Tuone ambao wataweza kufanya. Sisi tulisema tutarudisha gharama chini. Walikuwa na kila mara wanalaumu Uhuru. Ati Uhuru amefanya hivi iko juu nini, lakini Uhuru alikuwa anafanya yale ambayo yanafanyika katika ulimwengu mzima. Baada ya mambo ya COVID, serikali mingi ziliingia kwa upande inaitwa subsidies. Vita ambayo inaendelea kule kati ya Urusi na ule Ukraine imepandisha gharama ya maisha juu. Lakini Uhuru alikuwa anajua kinga, kukinga wananchi ili ongezeko ya gharama isifikie wananchi. Sasa wao wamesema unsustainable. Ati wataendelea, utawacha mambo kwa. Wiki hii bei ya mafuta itapanda tena. Wiki hii bei ya mafuta itapanda tena. Naona pale ambayo wao wataenda sasa. lakini Wakenya mpaka waangalie mbele. Mimi na hakika ya kwamba ile spirit ya Wakenya ya kupigania dhidi ya hilo tawala ya kidhuluma na kimabavu ya Nyayo itaendelea kudumu, waweze kujikomboa huko mbeleni huko. Sasa juzi wameleta ile mambo yanaitwa GMO. GMO umesikia? Ati hiyo itazidisha gharama ya idadi ya chakula katika taifa letu. Hii GMO si mpya. Sasa katika ulimwengu majadala juu ya mambo ya GMO imechukua karibu miaka 10 sasa. Nchi mingi ya Ulaya, Ujerumani imekataa, nchi ya Uholanzi imekataa, Italiano imekataa, Sweden imekataa, kule nchi zingine ya Estonia imekataa, Ufaransa imekataa. Yale yote ni nchi ambazo zimeendelea kiusayansi. Umekataa kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu wanahakika kwamba itadhuru maisha ya watu yao. Ndio sababu wamekataa mambo ya GMO. Sasa tunasikia wengine ati kanisa nasema hapa ati wanataka kufanya utafiti. Utafiti gani ambaye kanisa ya Kenya itafanya kuliko yale ambayo yamefanyiwa na nchi zile ambazo zimeendelea kisayansi kama Ujerumani? Utafiti gani utafanya hapa? Hii ni takataka. Hii mambo ya GMO mpaka sisi kama Wakenya tuseme tumekataa. Si tumekataa? Tumekataa kwa sababu ni kitu ambaye inahatarisha maisha ya wananchi. Lakini kule kuna makampuni ambayo ndio wametengeneza hiyo mambo ya GMO, ambayo inataka kuuza mbegu hizo, na hizo mbegu zio ikishatumika katika ardhi, basi uwezi tena kurudisha ile ingine ambayo inaitwa ile ya natural. Ikishaanza hapo ni hapo imeanza. Kwa hivyo sisi kama Wakenya mpaka tusimame imara tukasema no to GMO. GMO hatutaki katika taifa letu. Hawa vile vile walisema ati watarudisha gharama ya mbolea chini. Sasa wamepewa gharama mbolea bure. Wamepewa ile mbolea wamepewa na Urusi bure. Alafu wanasema sasa wameteremsha bei kutoka 6,000 kwa gunia, wamerudi 3,500 kwa gunia. Lakini hiyo mbolea wamepewa bure na Urusi. Nani analipa hiyo 3,500 hiyo? Si wale wenyewe. Lakini hiyo mbolea inakuja wakati ambaye watu tayari wamepanda karibu kuvuna. Hiyo mbolea imekuja haina kazi wakati huu mpaka wakati ile ingine. Kwa hivyo sasa tunasema ati hao watu hawana maslahi ya wananchi kwa roho yao. Ni wale watu ambaye kazi yao tu ni kujifaidisha wao wenyewe peke yao. Season ya kupanda itakuja mwaka ujao, na ukitumia hiyo mbolea, ile gharama ya chakula ambayo itarudi chini ni mwaka mwingine ambayo itakuja kufuata ile nyingine huko, mpaka tuwe na mbinu ya kusaidia Wakenya kupanda gharama ya maisha irudi chini. Nataka gharama ya maisha fanye nini? Si mko tayari? Si mko tayari? Tuko tayari. Sisi tunasema ati Wakenya wametoka mbali. Tunajua pale Wakenya wako wakati huu. Hali ni mbaya. lakini vile wanasema ati baada ya dhiki ni nini?
Faraja.
Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuambia nyinyi wanabunge, msikufe moyo, msikufe moyo. Mimi sijakufa moyo, mimi sijakufa moyo. Wakati ile ambaye Nyayo alikuwa anafuata sisi hapa, wakati ilikuwa kusema ngwe ndani, ilikwisha. Pale tunasimama hapa nyuma yangu hapa ndio kulikuwa ile toja chemba ya wale watu wa special branch hapo chini, na pande ile ingine iko Central Police Station. Pale tulikuwa tunaingizwa pale ndani. Tumelewana sawa? Sawa. Lakini hiyo yote ya Nyayo tulimudu na kama ikaikwisha. Hawa wezi ambao walijaribu kuiba ushindi wetu, siku zao ziko. Kila mwezi iko na siku yake, sivyo? Siku ya 40 zinakuja. Siku hii ikifika, nyinyi mtaona tu, si mtaona tu. Si mimi niko hapa, niko na subira. Kwa hivyo tutaendelea mbele. Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Wananchi, nguvu mashinani. Wananchi, nguvu mashinani. Nataka bunge iendelee mbele. Mmesikia ile bajeti yenu, tutapeana hiyo bajeti yenu.
Shukrani sana.
Sasa bunge la wananchi,
nguvu mashinani.
Bunge la wananchi,
Nguvu mashinani.
Bunge la wananchi,
Nguvu mashinani.
Bunge la wananchi.
Nguvu mashinani.
Asanteni sana.
Shukrani sana baba.
Francis, I see why you are playing it. It has answered everything Mzalendo was.
There's nothing new. There's nothing new Baba is saying.
Kuseo, can you bring me on the other device so that I can exit the phone here?
Oh, okay.
Why are you getting with 2 phones, by the way?
I think he had used two devices to log in.
Francis, you are a young man. You should not ask that question.
Yeah, I just explained.
So you want to bring the dictatorship that you want to kill it here in Kenya?
Let me conclude so that Mzalendo can say what he wants to say. Mzalendo, you started by telling us how GMO is in Germany. Now, Baba has counted for you there the countries which have banned GMO. But my point is this. Me, I don't mind whether GMO is in Kenya or whatever. The thing is, people should be straightforward. Don't bring in GMO food when people are dying so that they are cornered in a way to buy your GMO food, which is here. Here, the GMO food is like in Virginia, it's like a third the organic one. Like the eggs, which are organic, a full tray you take for around $780. $780, then 7.8. Now the GMO is like $2.6. You see the difference. But in Kenya, you find that you get the GMO, call it maize. You still want to make maximum profit as if you are selling the organic maize. You see where the corruption matter is. In other words, some people are too smart. They go ahead and bring in this GMO maize instead of bringing the normal maize. So in other words, they want to make maximum profit. The unfair thing is, you know that Kenyans are dying, so they have no otherwise but to buy your GMO maize at inflated price. At the same time, you have refused to bring down the price of unga. You heard what Baba was saying. They have refused to bring down the price of unga. so that you have no otherwise. You either choose to die or risk the GMO. Now, those are the choices we want to be there. Here, nobody is forced to buy GMO. Now you can see where they are driving it. The greedy fellows in importers in Kenya. Now you said your grandmother is there, and you almost certain that they are going to be feeding on the GMO. Now when they start accelerated cancerous sicknesses, well, be prepared. You'll be sending the money home. Thank you.
So let's have.
Before Francis, let me just ask Kuseo before Misa comes in a question. Kuseo, do you remember before the introduction of this generic medicine?
Before the lifting of the ban?
No, generic medicine, the ones that there is original.
The ones which are in the chemists.
Yeah, original and generic, yeah?
Yeah.
Original and generic. Do you remember the war that was in between original and generic medicine?
I remember vaguely, but Mzalendo, you know.
No. Just people were saying.
Okay,
people were saying the same thing, nearly the same thing, that hii generic haitibu vizuri kama hii original, but generic, it is cost effective and it does the same thing like the original medicine.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's true.
Yes.
Same to maize. The nutrients are just the maize. The production is different. It is cheaper, but the effect is just the same. Same to the cows that have been produced genetically. Nyama ni ile, pengine test tofauti tu kiasi. Haiwezi kuwa test the same, ni tofauti kiasi. But hebu niambie ni ng'ombe ngapi zimekufa kwa sababu ya hiyo genetical whatever.
So Muzalendo, let me ask you.
You see, let me just ask
there's
you.
no record.
You are the problem is that you want to. GMO is not something that can kill you today or tomorrow, even 2 years. This is something that affects your genetics. Genetics, these are hereditary materials that are passed to the next generation. It's not an issue of you. You have no problem. The problem is the hereditary material that you're likely to pass to your children. That's the issue.
Yeah, so Francis, like you've already seen the future. The only problem is that you don't come with evidence.
No, we cannot assume simply because you cannot see now the problem, then we assume that in the future there's no problem. These are hereditary material. So what if you give birth to a vampire? What will you do?
To give.
You see, Mzalendo, just to add on what Francis has said, you have put it very right using the example of the generic medicine and the original, isn't it? Now, my issue is the current situation in Kenya now. Do you realize that the Ruto government is not giving the opportunity for anybody? They are issuing certificates to bring GMO. Why don't they issue certificates for other people to also bring in the other organic items or foods, so that the choice is mine? You see, just listen. So that the choice is mine. You see, when you go to buy the generic medicine or the original, the choice is yours. You find the attendant tells you, in generic, it costs so much. This one is original, it costs so much. In other words, the choice is yours. Now, these people are taking advantages of the current standard of living, the hardships in life, to sell their own imported GMO maize. That is the unfairest thing that anybody can do. And you know what? Why do you want to make profit when people are dying? More or less like they did during the cancer COVID thing. It is not right to insist that you are bringing in GMO. You want us to feed on GMO, and you are holding certificate. You don't want to use certificates for people to bring in normal maize. That is very, very unfair.
I think
You are
that
killing Kenyans by force. Let people die by choice, on their own choices.
I think the word killing is too big. We don't use such words like killing. You know, there are things that you can't even prove scientifically, and yet we open our mouths here. And if you are told, no evidence, Francis tells me future.
Baba said it.
But
Baba said it.
okay, that aside, the issue of
By the
bringing
anyway,
in, but the
Mzalendo,
issue,
let me ask you.
let me just finish
Do you
this
know?
point then.
Do you know about anything to do with homogeneous and heterozygous genes that they will all that heterozygous genes homozygous?
Sasa unanipeleka wapi huko? Yani hiyo itanisaidia na nini? That one
I'm
I
telling
don't
you that
know.
because these are the things that you are talking about. You cannot ignore it.
I don't know.
You know you
I
can.
mean, that is the
You know you can give birth to a
sometimes
child
when
with.
it,
Listen, you can give birth to a child with albinism, but you yourself, you don't have albinism. It's only that you are carrying it, and it can only appear when it is mono, that is homogeneous. So that it means, therefore, nobody can say that does not have a gene of albinism unless a test has been done and something has been proven. So you see, the moment you are saying that, oh, you know, GMO cannot kill somebody, cannot do this work, these are things that are uttering genes. We don't know precisely what is likely to be the effect of the future generation, but they will have an effect, because the moment you alter a gene, it means the organism will be altered. The same case, like you have told you very well, that you can be carrying a component of albinism, but you yourself are a black man. That's things that are happening.
Thank you, Francis. But your evidence, I need you to take your evidence to World Health Organization. Maybe they will take it, and they might consider you. You have a point. You have a point. I don't agree. I agree with you absolutely, but I'm not a scientist. I wouldn't know these things. So hizo vitu napeleka huko. I'm just talking about what is the politics around GMO and the benefits of GMO to the economy. And I want to answer Kuseo by saying, Ruto's government is not 100% perfect. There is this law that was passed by Moi then, and I think Kusero, you can help me, whereby if you have a product, you can sell it the way you want. The prices are not controlled. There is an angle. There's a word for it, like prices.
Liberalization and free market, or what are you saying?
It's not liberalization. That's not the word. There's a word for it, whereby if I have a product, I can sell it the way I want, and the government will not come in. That law was passed in Kenya.
Market forces decide.
Not really.
Supply and demand.
No, supply and demand decide the way you are going to sell your product. But I can have a product and I say, in the market it is 100 shillings, but I come with my product and I say it's 1,000, and the government will not do anything about it. You understand? So the more the market is opened for people to bring in GMOs products or products from other countries, the price will be controlled. That is what you are saying. But unfortunately, as you put it, the Ruto's government has given license to a few individuals
to bring GMO, and they have not issued others to bring the other organic foods. Why?
Maybe organic food from where, if I may ask? Because Tanzania are not selling their maize.
From Mexico, from Uganda, from Tanzania. I'm talking about organic maize.
Organic maize.
Yeah.
Has anybody applied and they have been denied? Wacheni propaganda. Propaganda muache kabisa. Nobody has applied for a license kuleta mahindi from Mexico and they have been denied. That is propaganda. Let us talk facts, things which are factual.
Uganda has not closed the importation of maize into Kenya. The only thing they have said, they will not be importing maize into Kenya or exporting maize to their side. They will only be exporting flour, not maize. That is the grains. They will be exporting only the flour. So Kenyans are at liberty to buy flour from Uganda, not the grains themselves. Tanzania has restricted because of in the impending kind of drought that is within their country, and therefore they feel that if they trade with what they have, they are likely to be in the situation like Kenya. So for that case, Kenyan government has an opportunity to import flour from Uganda. That one is not closed. It is only what we call value addition. You add value by making that by exporting flour. So it does not mean that the Kenyan government has no option at all, and the only thing that they depend on it is GMO. I'm also shocked because they are behaving as if that the whole problem of Kenya agricultural production and everything else will be solved by GMO. These things we have been operating without. I don't know why it has become a so much sense of urgency that is now to become the center of national interest. We have been surviving without GMO. We have been doing well. We have been having a growing economy. Or Kibaki introduced GMO, and after Kibaki it was banned. This is something that you need to look at it. We have not exhausted every means. Why should we bring something controversial?
As a different.
Anyway, Miss, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Francis. And thank you, Mzalendo, Kuseo. Thank you for the opportunity for us to discuss. I think let me first begin by agreeing with Mzalendo that when people argue, let them argue from a point of knowledge. I think it's all fair because there are a lot of people who listen, and when they listen, they tend to believe what we sell to them. So we should be a point of reference, a point of knowledge, a resource to the people, to the viewers of this program. Now, that being said, Kuseo, I do agree with your argument. Your question is good and valid. But what I want to understand, are you okay if other people, factors constant, assuming that Mzalendo didn't ask you to give proof of anyone who has applied for a license and has been denied, is it okay for you to have GMO and also have the locally produced grains to be in the markets so that people can have the liberty to choose?
That's my point. That's my point.
Okay. Now, that one, I will support you. But I want to also to get your perspective. Does GMO kill? I mean, I know. So I'm asking you this question because I know you're a very educated person, and I want you to be sincere without inclining having any inclination to any political affiliation. I want you to be honest and tell us.
Let me give you an example of experience here in the US. I've been to a number of my friends and colleagues in the store and purchasing these things, and to be honest, I've noticed that the organic items are going out very, very fast. The way they move is very, very fast. Sometimes the GMO stuff, like take for example eggs, there are about there are almost 7 types of different types of eggs labeled, and you go to a place like Walmart, you find that they are all in the same place.
No, I'm asking a simple question.
I'm trying to answer you by giving you an example.
I mean, I just wanted a yes or no.
No, that was a simple question.
Listen to me. You're asking me whether I know that it kills. I'm trying to tell you what I found out.
Give me a yes and then a yes or no, and then give me the explanation.
It has negative effects as far as people who have used them answered. You know, somebody cannot just drop dead and then you say he has died because of GMO. Mzalendo here told us the other day that he has just eaten. He has not died. But I expect that when it gets in the next 5 or so years, the effects will start showing.
Okay.
But right now, you see, looks very healthy.
So your answer is
yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, let me.
Though not immediately, but yes.
Okay. So, do you know after how long?
I can give you an estimate based on the conversation I've had with people.
What would be your estimate?
From what you have heard Francis saying, different people are affected at different degrees. The reason for that, I was told, is because different people have different immunity levels. So what kills you, for example, more or less like what was happening with COVID. Or some people die of COVID, others survive, but it's all based on your body immunity.
What is the approximate period you think they kill?
I think it is in the range of something like the serious effects start showing in 4 to 5 years.
Okay. Now, let me first move back and talk about Baba's speech, and then I will come to GMO. I think Baba is lacking something to do. I think from parliament to the streets to Bunge la Wananchi, I think that is a move of desperacy. That's a desperate move to go and address what we call in the street. Though he has a right to go and visit people, but he listening to his speech, I think every day Baba is lowering himself.
I thought he said he was invited.
I think listening to his speech, he does have a right. But listening to what he said is demeaning, is persona, is demeaning, is level yenye tumemweka hapa Baba. There is something that is in Raila that Raila needs to stop thinking or imagining that without Raila, Kenya cannot be liberated. And I think it is very unfortunate of him to even start talking about election and inciting people against the current government. You know, as a patriot and as a Pan-Africanist, we want him to be, or we know him to be. He needs to begin telling his supporters or giving them the message of uniting the country. The message that he was giving today is actually trying to show the illegitimacy of the government. He talked about how the elections were stolen. He talked about Jebukati, you know, how the commissioners, that is all gone now. We should focus on how we should build our nation. And building our nation now, we should start talking about what systems should we put in place, you know, to be able to protect. If Ruto stole, what can we do? You know, what is the recommendation that we can give so that in the next general election, there is no stealing, but telling us of water that is under the bridge and how he is aggrieved and how he has not spoken. Nobody cares when he speaks or he doesn't speak nowadays. So him coming and talking what he was talking actually is lowered his dignity as someone who has championed reforms in our country. So we want him to stand above and beyond. He should talking about issues of governance, how he should be able to challenge and put his team together so that his team can start challenging issues like now the issue of GMO. We should be talking about the issue, such a prominent issue, our suggestion, such a noble suggestion that you are that is part of your argument, Mzalendo, that we should start focusing regulation of GMO. I mean, you said very rightly before that, in the US, you have the liberty to choose between organic and GMO. It's well labeled because it's a requirement of the FDA that you must label it and it must meet the food, the safety standards like that of the organic. So Baba going to the streets and talking what is not going to change the presidency. It's just making the public to be toxic. And we need to move out of that. And another thing I want to talk about is he talked about the price of goods going up. I mean, in the US, the minimum wage is the same, but the price of goods has gone up. So this issue of prices going up is not only affecting Kenya, it's a global issue, and we should always think about that when we are comparing the prices as well. We should also look at the global, what is happening from the global perspective. Now let me come to GMO. In 2010, there was a myth in Kenya that there was a research that was conducted that the rats were fed the GMO food, and there was a speculation that the rats later died out of tumor that was caused from the GMO. And so that led to the consideration of banning GMO products in Kenya. So we need to go back and see that because that was a myth. However, let us go back. The reasoning behind GMO. Why was GMO introduced? First of all, there was this gentleman from Germany. In fact, he shouldn't have, the guy was from Germany talking about GMO. Does he know that GMO is a technology of German? It is German that owns the technology of GMO. And it went ahead and bought the huge, or Monsanto, which is actually a huge corporation in the United States. And after buying it, so Germans should not have the authority even to criticize what GMO, because this is their own technology. So talking about that, in 1994, going back to the history of GMO, in 1994, GMO was approved. It was approved, and 90% of the maize, cotton, and soybean beans in the United States was basically GMO. So, and then in 2014, GMO covered about 1.8 million kilometers of land in about 24 countries, So that being said, there is also, in 2018, that's when actually Monsanto was bought and had a patent rights, but the German company bought it, So we want to understand the background. And the scientists from Kenya argue that 40%, of GMO products, they yield, the 40% yield and have advantage over the conventional crops that we have in Kenya. So really, when we are speaking, we should speak not because of few people, selling fear because they are not informed, or because they don't like the current government or something. But what I agree with others, Mzalendo, is that we should have regulation. This regulation can set standards, can make sure that these standards are followed, and if anyone is not following these standards, can be punished. But dismissing GMO is like Kuseo saying that 10 to 5 years, you start seeing the effect. I've eaten GMO for many years, and I've not seen the effects. A lot of people are arguing that, like you, I had Mr. Francis, you brought about, I think you were talking about albinism, being if someone is an albino, maybe having the possibility of becoming an albino or giving birth to a child who is potentially albino. I think you were talking about the recessiveness of a certain gene, whether it's recessive or what was the opposite of recessive. I think I learned in Form 3 when I was in Form 3. So when you were telling an example, I know you didn't mean it, when you said, what if you give birth to, what did he say? What did he say? To a vampire. Actually, that is the word that you used. To a
Yeah,
vampire. Since 1994, GMO has been there. We have not seen vampires in the United States and other countries. So what makes you think that in Kenya there will be vampires? What is that is making us to be vampires when we are eating GMO? And I mean, let us be serious about this. And also, GMO has been approved by the FDA, World Health Organization, and there is not very many effects, and anything that we eat, hata ukikula ugali sana tunakuwa na diabetes, ukikunywa sukari sana tunakuwa na diabetes. So everything must be eaten in accordance to moderation, temperance and moderation. Anything you eat in excess kuna effects. So ukikunywa pombe sana utakuwa na shida. So hata hiyo GMO ukikula sana nayo pia kuna effect. So tusije tukauza uoga bila kufuatilia ule utaratibu wa science na teknolojia. Kwa hivyo that is what I wanted to address, especially to Francis. But I think Raila should stop all this menace, all this. He should be speaking the message of uniting our country, pointing and calling William Ruto and Gachagua as thieves. Chebukati is constitutionally in that office. I'm sure Raila would be praising Chebukati if the election was in his favor. So this kind of selective application, praising people who fit us, is not good for our country. So Raila should sit back.
Let me ask you,
Yeah.
Mise.
You are not on camera. Come back to the camera.
So let me ask you. You say that you should be aware of the global thing. I have no problem with that. But your president denied and said that Ukraine has nothing to do with the flight crisis and anything crisis in Kenya. He denied it publicly on front of every camera. He also said that Raila thinks that every reform that comes in Kenya should come from him and he should stop that. Tell me any reform that William Ruto has ever initiated in this country, so that at the end of the day, as much as you are talking, so that we believe your theory is also correct.
You know, it's quite unfortunate of you to even start thinking. William Ruto has been serving in the government. He has served this country for long. You know, don't just hate William Ruto on the basis that
it is not hate. I want you to pinpoint.
You know,
say he introduced 844, introduce constitution. That's a reform that we can see, and we will acknowledge that.
He doesn't have to introduce a reform to become the president of Kenya. And you don't, Akina Matiba, they fought for a lot of reforms in Kenya. He was never the president of the Republic of Kenya. Akina
And we
Orengo,
respect that.
they have fought for reforms in Kenya. He is not the president of the Republic of Kenya. That is where you're forgetting. So if you're talking about William Ruto has been in parliament, legislation, he's been among the people who have participated in legislation of the country. If he was a member of parliament, let us not hate him because he won against our preferred candidate. But let us agree that he's the president of Kenya, and now he's going to help us grow or fail. That is the simple reality that we have. So you hate him, you don't hate him. He's the president. That cannot change. I think for me, what I'm expecting from Raila as a reformist is a message of unity, uniting Kenyans, not inciting Kenyans. To me, that is where I am against Raila.
Mise, anyway, Francis, you asked a very, very good question. You know, behind Raila, there are people who fought
Just wait
for
a
him.
minute. Chaka, mute your microphone, please.
Francis,
Yes.
the people behind Raila are people like William Ruto. If you didn't know that, William Ruto was first elected in Kanu. Then he joined ODM. Remember, he was a member of ODM.
He was under Pentagon, actually. I think Pentagon, if I'm not wrong,
He
in
was
2007.
in 2007, in 2013, 2007 to 2013, he was under Pentagon. He was in ODM, Orange Democratic Movement, not KANU.
And Mzalendo emphasized that he was at the forefront of
And
fighting
he
for
was
Raila.
at the forefront fighting. Don't forget that. And Raila Odinga, there have been people who have been fighting so that he is where he is. He didn't just wake up one day to become Raila Odinga. There are people, there are youths who have lost their life to make Baba where he is right now. It is not like he woke up one day and said, you know, mimi sasa ndio nitakuwa I'll steer these reforms.
He is riding on the back of those people who have fought.
People forget.
You know, you are spreading rumors. Let me ask you, when in 1982 he was put under house arrest without Komikado, was William Ruto even member of parliament?
We cannot
When
be.
he was escaping to Norway, was William Ruto a member of parliament?
Listen,
When he was with Martin Shikuku, Kenneth Matiba, and so forth, and so many others, and Kina Masinde Muliru, was William Ruto there?
Can I answer you?
Yes.
When Kenya was getting independence, was Raila there?
He was not there.
Is William Ruto age mate of Raila to be there at the same time?
You know, the problem of you people is that you cannot acknowledge and believe very well that today the constitution you are shouting and saying that we have Narok County, we have Kisumu County is a result of the new constitution that came up with it. And the spearhead of that constitution was Raila Odinga. The problem is that you always think that Raila Odinga, that to be acknowledged, yani, you have to give credit where it's due. Even the new constitution that this man is using to lead now, were it not for that man, today we could not be having that constitution.
Francis,
William Ruto has been on record opposing everything.
Francis,
actually, today what William Ruto uses to govern is not to be opposed.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Uhuru Kenyatta was the president of Kenya, right?
Yes.
Did you see Uhuru Kenyatta in the streets fighting for any reform?
So,
did you? Okay, then the other question I want to ask you, not Musalia Mudavadi, but yes, Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, they have also served in the highest level of the government. Did you see them at the same level of Baba, fighting with Baba? So what I want to say is we recognize the effort, the amount of work that Raila Odinga has put to see our country reform. But you know, everything has its time. Expiry date comes in every product. Even as human beings, we always get to a point where we cannot dispense our obligations as we are needed. So Raila Odinga has fought for the country, for Kenya, alongside others who have lost their lives, who have died, who have been mistreated, and so forth. But what we are saying, it's not a must for Raila to become the president of the Republic of Kenya, for Kenya to be prosperous. You know, it doesn't have to be a president. He has never been a president, but he has championed reforms to be there. That's what we are saying. He's still good whenever he is good. So we are giving him credit. We are not discredit. We cannot discredit Raila
It is okay.
Odinga.
Right now, as we have said, we acknowledge that we have a president who is not Raila but William Ruto. Now we should be updating us on what he promised, what he has delivered as the president, and why is he taking action as if he's in a hurry. That's all the things that you update us. Raila now is out of equation of being president. So now we focus on the current president. Why is he taking action as if there's somebody running after him? That all of a sudden the Kenyan problem has become a GMO, that is the only thing can solve Kenyan problem? That all of a suddenly, that now he is the first president to launch national Nairobi Stock Exchange? Have you ever seen another president launching such kind of market? Have you ever seen?
Style of leadership. Who are you to
Which
question
style of
his
leadership? Did Nairobi Stock Exchange started yesterday? This is a total man. This is a total man. You need to get it clear.
Francis,
He
when
doesn't want
Magufuli-
anybody else to be close to that office or to be close to that.
Yes, but let me ask you, when Magufuli became the president of Tanzania, he was known for going to impromptu visit places, call and even fire people, right, and bring, if there were cases that were delayed, he could hear them while he visited places. Lakini, that was his style of leadership. Nobody would want to question how he wants to lead. That's why he ran for presidency, he became the president, and he has chosen how he would like to run the country. All we want to see is that his style of leadership ina matokeo, na kama hayo matokeo hayako, tuanze kumchallenge, tumwambie sasa, wewe, we are tired wewe kwenda siara za nje, tumechoka na wewe kufanya hivi na vile, tumechoka na wewe kufanya hivi. Lakini hivi sasa ako katika ule mwanzo wa kuunga ama wa kuanzisha uongozi wake. Kwa hivyo lazima aende, tumpe wakati afanye hayo maneno yenye tunayataka.
Chaka, let's have you.
Kwanza nashukuru Francis na brother Mise Mzalendo. Kwetu ni usubuhi, kwa nitawaambia tu habari za usubuhi. But nikiingilia hapo naona wanakuuliza maswali hapo magumu, lakini si magumu. Kwamba Uhuru alikuwa rais, alifanya any reform? Hiyo swala ndio nitaka tu niingilie zaidi kwa Mise na nimuulize. 2007 nataka uniambie kwamba uchaguzi uliofanyika rais aliotangaza alishinda kihalali.
So Chaka,
2013. Ngoja kwanza
Chaka.
tu kidogo. Nataka nimuulize tena Ms. 2013 alivyosema kwamba ndio Uhuru alikuwa president, hakuwa kwenye form. Did that election, huo uchaguzi ulifanyika hakika kihalali kwamba ni kweli Uhuru alishinda? Kama 2017, nataka tu nihakikishie kwamba 2017 uchaguzi uliofanyika ulikuwa wa kweli na ni kweli haswa kwamba alishinda kihalali. So vitu vingine please, mtu tusimlaumu mtu kwamba labda yeye tu alipangiwa position. No, ni sisi wa Kenya tuangalie ni nini haswa kitachotusaidia ili kusudi kuwe na uhaki. Haki huenua taifa, haki siku zote huenua taifa. So panapofaa kumpongeza rais wetu ambaye ni yupo kwa sasa, tumpongeze. Na panapokuwa kuna dosari na tunaona tunaelekea mahali, tunafaa sisi wenyewe tu tumkosoe, kwa sababu ya vizazi vyetu. Sisi wote ni wazazi na tunategemea wanaokuja waishi katika hii Kenya ambayo itakuwa ina haki, iko na usawa, iko na maendeleo. Lakini hii kwamba mtu anastiki kwa Raila hata akisema yeye ni hivyo, na hii kwamba mtu anastaki kwa Ruto kwamba mimi ni shabiki sugu, hata akifanya makosa ama kuna makosa hapo mtu anasimamia pale kwamba ni sahihi, maana nimezungumzwa, sisi wa Kenya tutaumia. Huu shabiki huu lazima tuuangalie. Kwa hivyo Raila ana haki, na tukisema katika kupigania nchi, Raila anaongoza na pia ana hadhi haswa ya kuwa rais. kutokana na yale ambayo ameweza kuyapitia since 1980s mpaka sasa hivi, hajachoka na hajachuja kupigania hii nchi, na mambo mengi yenye yamebadilika ni kutokana yamepitia kwake, amesimama kidedea. So tofauti ya Ruto na Raila kupigania hii nchi hatuwezi ambatanisha hata siku moja. Kwa mzee ana haki na anafaa kabisa kuongoza hii nchi. So kwa swala kujitokeza jana kuzungumzia na wafuasi wake ni vizuri, kwa sababu akikaa kimya pia tunashangaa mzee ni nini haswa, lakini akizungumzia masuala ya kweli kama aliyosema Jemo ni mbaya kweli, si kwamba anazungumza uongo, kwa sababu tusilete mambo ya kimataifa amefanywa huko tuyalete hapa Africa, not all Kenya but Africa. Tusiwe slaves ya kuiga vitu ambavyo kule vina madhara, tumlete hapa. Hayo ndio alichangia hawa watu kukula rasilimali zetu, wakiendelea kwa huku kwetu bado ni slaves. So it's we as a black Africans, kama wa Afrika, kama wa Kenya, tusimame, kwani mbegu zetu zinafaa, kama rasilimali zetu zinafaa. Tuwe na njia mbadala, kama ni masuala ya chakula tuache, tuangalie hali tumekubali, kama tunavyozungumza kutangia juzi, hali ya anga ndio hali ya mabadiliko ya hewa. Tutafute mbinu mbadala, tutap maji, tutengeze dams, tuhakikishe kwamba kilimo kinafanyika. Hizi mbegu za kutuatua sumu ni sawa sawa tu na makalio tu ya wanawake. Mtu namuona nafiga, kumbe ni dawa imewekwa hapo ndani. Mara hiyo dawa inaenda na muaffect baadaye, sasa anajutia kwa nini nimetengeza hii shape. So ile sumu inatengeneza makalio ya wanawake, ndio hiyo sumu inatengeneza uzazi wa hizi vyakula zenu. So umeenda pengine visituathiri kwa muda huu, lakini kwa vizazi vinavyokuja tukawa tumeshavipoteza kabisa. Tujifikirie tu mise mzalendo na mimi, hasa hizi age tuko nazo, mahali tumetoka na sasa hivi, madhara na magonjwa yametapakaa, na wakati tukinyanyuka sisi ni tofauti. Na hakukuwa na nini wala nini, vyakula piwa tulikuwa tunavila na vinatukuza, vinatupa maisha marefu. Please, kitu kama ni mbaya, tusingangane hapo na tusiwapoteze wa Kenya, na tusimame kwamba sisi ni Waafrika. Hata kama ndugu zangu mko majuu, tusilete hizo zenye ziko huko tukazileta huko kwetu. Sisi tubaki Uafrika wetu na tubaki na uasilia wa Kenya yetu. Niwe tuna hapo kwanza, alafu nitamaliza kwa my closing remarks.
Chaka, nina swali.
Uliza tu kaka.
Francis, niulize?
Uliza.
Sasa Chaka, wewe kwanza umezungumza vizuri sana, nimependa sana ukianza kusema hivyo. Tukianzia hapo vile umependekeza, Chaka, hapo tutakuwa na mahali pa kuanza kuzungumza, tutakuwa na mazungumzo bora, kwa sababu tukitoa ushabiki vile umesema, tuangalie mambo kwa malengo, kwa njia ya malengo yaliyomo, nafikiri tutapata kuanza vizuri. Na kwanza na kupongeza sana vile umesema rais aliyekuwepo hivi sasa ni Rais William Samoei Ruto, Daktari William Samoei Ruto, na kisha ukasema la pili kwamba huyu rais kama anafanya vizuri tumpongeze, right? Kama anafanya vibaya tumkosoe kama kuna dosari.
Kwa sababu ni wetu mise, ni Mkenya mwenzetu, ni mtu wa hapa nyumbani, hajatoka mbali, hajatoka nchi nyingine, lazima tumkubali.
Hiyo tunaelewana vizuri hapa. Ukianza kuzungumzia hayo basi mimi nafurahia sana, kwa sababu hiyo inatuwezesha tuanze kupata kufanya mazungumzo. Ila tu tena ndugu yangu ukasema kwamba tusije tukaiga mambo ya ughaibuni, kwa sababu hayo mambo yatatufanya tukawa slave. Hivyo ndio umesema. Hivi leo ndugu yangu, hii teknolojia tunayoitumia hii ambayo inafanya mimi na kuona Chaka wewe mdune, hata sijai kuona, tujai kutana. Hivi teknolojia haikuanzia Kenya, right? Hii teknolojia ilianzia nchi zingine za nje. Hivi kwamba sasa tukiitumia, tukiiga, hivyo sasa tumekuwa slaves.
Just hold on, kwa jinsi tunavyoitumia, kwa jinsi tunavyoitungoja ninakujibu tu. Kwa jinsi tunavyoitumia kwa sasa, mimi na wewe na wengine,
tunaitumia kwa uzuri, lakini tukiingilia deep kwa uzao na uzazi wenye uko hapa, imeathiri mpaka tabia na maadili yetu ya Kiafrika. Unamkuta mtoto mdogo anaingia mahali ingine hujawahi ingia hata wewe mzazi. Sio kama tunaelewana vizuri hapa. Kwa hivyo si mbaya kwamba labda teknolojia ilianzia kule na inatusaidia, tunaonana, tunazungumza, fine, but tunaitumia katika ambayo ni njia sahihi. Ni njia ambayo ni nzuri, ni njia ya kuhabarishana, ni njia ambayo inaelimisha. Si vibaya. Lakini kama tutaifuatilia hii teknolojia sasa hivi, haswa hii tunayozungumzia, imetuathiri, especially sisi wa Afrika, especially sisi wa Kenya na vizazi vyetu, kwa sababu utamkuta mtu mdogo, mtoto mdogo, yala anafanya pale, huwezi mwambia lolote hata we mzazi. So kila kitu kina uzuri wake na kina ubaya wake. Na kuondokana na hili ni sisi kama Wakenya, na sisi kama tuhakikisha kwamba tunatumia vitu kwa njia iliyo sahihi. Tunakuwa na sheria zina usahihi ili kulinda vizazi ambavyo vinakuja. Sio kama tuelewana misi hapa.
Na kuelewa.
Alafu pia nimalizie kwa kusema hivi. Kwa kuzungumza hivi haimaanishi kwamba kwa sababu nimesema kwamba tumkubali rais wetu, haimaanishi kwamba mimi labda ni mshabiki. Lakini kuna kile kitu tunakiangalia, both we are Kenyans, wote. Si kwa maanisha labda namfagilia nimerudi ni mwana UDA, no. Mimi understand kwa position yangu na ninajikubali kwamba niko opposition, lakini kile nataka tu kwa rais afanye kwamba Kenya si ya UDA peke yake, wala si ya watu wake peke yake. Kenya ni ya Wakenya wote. Kauli aliyozungumza katika speech yake aifuatilie, achana na masuala mengine ya siasa. Lakini haimaanishi mimi niko kwa UDA brother, kwa sababu nimesema Ruto tumkubali, hapana.
Asante, lakini hata si kusema kwamba wewe uko UDA. Mimi nilikuwa naungana na ile hoja uliyotoa kwamba ndio vile tumesema hivyo, ni vizuri tukubaliane, lakini aswa nilitoa tu mfano mmoja wa teknolojia. Kwa hivyo Chaka Mdune, jinsi ambavyo kuna manufaa ya hii teknolojia ya kuwasiliana, ndivyo kunayo pia manufaa katika ile teknolojia ya GMO pia. Kuna ubaya hivi kwamba tunajua kila kitu kuna uzuri na kuna ubaya wake. Kwa hivyo ile kitu tunasema tuanze mazungumzo ili tuanze kujua ubaya wake ni gani, uzuri wake ni gani, na wale ambao watatuambia vizuri ni wale ambao wamesoma na wakahitimu katika hiyo sekta. Kwa hivyo mimi nakubaliana na wewe kwamba sisi tusije tukaikashifu tu kwa sababu ambaye amekubali ni yule ambaye ako kwa upande mwingine ambayo wewe umuungi mkono. Hiyo shida ndio ushabiki ndio umetua aswa watu wa Raila. Ushabiki wanaona Raila na sijui Raila akitoka Kenya wengine watajinyonga.
Nikuulize swali. Hakuna majadiliano inafanyika. The ban has already been lifted. The negotiation stage was already skipped. So whatever you are saying to sit down and participate is no longer there. It is something that is already been implemented. So you are thinking of other steps that already the man skipped, and that's what you are asking about it. Let us sit down, have expert, discuss the benefit, the effect of it, and if the effect or the negative effect outweigh the benefits, therefore let us not have GMO in this country. But the man went alone. He went and lifted the ban, and now there is no participatory, because how do you participate on already ban which has been lifted? That's our concern, and that is why we are saying the man is acting like a total man. How can you lift a GMO for the whole country in a cabinet that is even outgoing, that has no mandate, that has already been restricted? That's our concern.
Yeah, but
you see, you are talking of things. That's our concern now.
Francis, unasahau kwamba before GMO
exactly, Francis, safi.
in 2010 unajua wewe unazungumza 2022 na there was a research. Ngoja. There was a research in 2010, prior to 2010. There was a research Na nilipoanza mazungumzo yangu nilisema kwamba there was a research that was conducted and there is this myth that hiyo research ati panya zilipewa hii chakula ya GMO zikakula na zikakuwa na tumor. Okay? And then the GMO ban iliwekwa lini? 2016. Si ndio? Si ni 2016. So there was a research prior for it to be to have been allowed in the market in Kenya. That's what you are forgetting. GMO has not, the ban has not been lifted because there was no research that was conducted. That's why you're missing the facts.
Can you provide that research in public domain that has authorized the GMO to be authorized in Kenya? Give us that report, we read ourselves, we see if the issue that was raised by Beth Mugo has been addressed, or you are just lifting it because you are thinking that is a salivation. Where is that report? We cannot just believe. Where is that report that is saying the tumor was not caused by GMO, but was caused by A, B, C, D? These are not the effect, but these are benefit. Give us the report, we read. After reading, then we will accept. But you cannot just come and lift the ban without report, without consulting anybody. You are acting on a lone ranger. Your ministers are not even being vetted. You are working on to go in ministers that you are not even in good terms with them. So how do we believe such kind of a presidency? The presidency is an office of unity for every Kenyan. It's not an office for William Samoei Ruto to act like a lone ranger. Like when he wants to do anything, he goes and signs. When he wants and go and think, he pull it out. We cannot allow such kind of things to go. We need to have a participatory kind of democracy, whereby you come and report. You tell us, we did a research that shows very clear this tumor was not caused by GMO. It was caused by something else. We have a research from this verified organization, not just research from verified organization says that GMO has no effect. We have no problem, but lifting for no reason, then you're not giving any explanation and you want us to believe you, it becomes a problem and we will fight for it. We'll fight for what we stand to be true there. We cannot believe that one. If you have a report, you can share. I have no problem to read about it.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that if you eat red meat, there are effects to eat too much red meat, for example? Do you believe
yes, there are effects. One of it is formation of some kind of water in the joints. It's there.
Right. So why have we not banned the eating red meat when there's research showing that?
That is a condition. That's a condition that can be treated. It is a condition that cannot be passed from one generation to another. If you have a swollen knee, it is yours. If you die with it. But the problem with this one, it has some suspicion that we might have another future generation suffering or having a deformity in terms of the DNA. And that is why it is raising so much concern. Because, by the way, let me tell you, whenever that you don't know the outcome of anything, we always assume that the negative will likely happen.
Did you know that diabetic can be in a family line?
So is diabetes caused by GMO?
No, I'm asking you. Meat can cause diabetes, stroke and diabetes. Yes.
Which kind of diabetes? Insipidus or diabetes mellitus?
No,
which one is caused by red meat?
I'm just asking you.
No, I'm wanting to know which kind of diabetes. Is it insipidus or mellitus that is caused by red meat?
I'm just asking you a very simple question. Diabetes, do you know that diabetes, if it's in your family line, do you know that there's a likelihood that the people in your lineage, they might be having diabetes or they might be diabetic? Chances are?
Yes, there are chances, but are minimal.
So everything, my argument basically is to say that everything has effects if it's overdone. So regulation is the solution.
But you know, diabetes is caused by some kind of hormones which are not produced by the body, like failure of pancreas. This is something that can happen to an individual level. You cannot compare with the GMO that something is humanly instigated willingly. This is pancreas failure that can occur due to either shock or any other chemicals. It's not something that is caused by human. Nobody has ever altered pancreas. But you want to compare
what
diabetes with GMO.
What I think we lack is what we are doing here is wacha tuachie nini hao watu wanaitwa scientist, because I need you to go back and read in 2010 or prior to 2010 there was a research that was conducted. It is the same even in 2003 when we were talking about shamba system here. In 2003 there was also a research that was conducted, and we found the reasons why shamba system was not working. But when a lot of people, Azimio people come here, they argue from a point where they just want to argue to discredit everything, any attempt, anything that if Ruto goes to Uganda, people are questioning, why is he going to Uganda? For example, did you know that Uganda imports are like 80% from Kenya? Do you know we export about 80% products to Uganda? Yet when Ruto went to Uganda, there's more people who are asking, why did he go there? I mean, we cannot question the president every time.
I can answer you very well.
Yeah.
If we import 80% from there, the market is almost saturated. What other ventures are we going to utilize there? You should go to other countries that you have not invested.
No. I'm saying Uganda imports from us, from Kenya. So in other words, we export 80% of certain products that are consumed in Uganda.
Yes, if you are exporting 80%, it means the market is saturated. We need to go and look market to the country that you have not invested. So why should you concentrate where we have already invested? We're almost 100%.
Francis, sometimes you just argue. I mean,
He's
don't argue.
Anyway,
Don't
okay,
just talk because you want to talk. Like the issue of Ruto going to Tanzania. I remember the way it was such a big issue. And up fire in Tanzania. Oh, there's a problem. But you see what he was going to do in Tanzania. You saw what he was going to do in Tanzania. You didn't see what he was going to do in Tanzania. The gas pipeline that is going to go through to the port of Mombasa, and to open the trade between the two countries. I mean, sometimes let us just not talk because Ruto ameenda mahali and we want
bilateral relationship.
Condemn the president.
Yeah.
But I mean, when he's doing a good thing that will benefit the country, give him a plus for doing a good thing. I know you are in the opposition and mutakuwa hapo kwa opposition for a long time.
Mzalendo, please, kindly.
Raila kiti pale bunge la Mwananchi.
Sasa tutawapatia kiti hapo kwa bunge la Mwananchi, mwende mzunguze na watu.
Hii pipe ya gasi haijaanzwa jana, hawajaanza kuizuliwa jana. Ilikuwa hapa muda mrefu, ama Mwanagasi na pipe kwamba itoke huko mpaka Mombasa.
Chaka ndugu yangu, hebu nisikize kidogo, nisikize tu kidogo. Chaka nisikize kidogo.
Okay.
Yes. Chaka.
So after Mzalendo will be Emmanuel Chombo, so that we give an equal opportunity to everyone.
Emmanuel niko hapa, nimerudi.
Chaka, mimi unajua mimi nilikuwa mwanaharakati, tena nilikuwa supporter sana namba moja wa Raila, but kuna mahali alikosea wafuasi wake kama mimi, unanielewa? Sisi tunamtambua kama kiongozi ambaye amepigania hii nchi, vitu yote tunatambua kabisa, but kunafika wakati wakati ingine kwa hii siasa lazima uangalie hii mambo napiga, nafaa ni change pattern ama nifanye namna gani? Unaona kama Cristiano Ronaldo hawezi cheza mpira vile alikuwa anacheza kama yuko 17 years old ama yuko 18 years old. Kuna wakati hata akijaribu namna gani unasema it is time to let go. Messi hawezi chezea Barcelona kama vile alikuwa anacheza Barcelona. Inafika wakati anapigwa transfer, anasema sasa nini yake imeisha, ile nguvu alikuwa nayo na ile vita alikuwa anapigania sasa hii haina ile utamu ama haina ile nguvu, haina ile naweza kusema nini, pengine vita ambayo haina dhamana sana kama ile 2007 ama 2002 ama 1997 ama 1992 wakati tulikuwa tunapigania multi-party democracy. Saa hii tuko na economic reforms na shida ya hii nchi ni moja. Viongozi wale wamekuwa tukiwafuata ama tukiwashabiki, hao viongozi wetu tunawashabiki. Ukiangalia vizuri sana ile meza na watu wale wamewazingira, wanaitwa capitalist, wale wamewazingira wale wachache ndio wanafaidika zaidi kushinda mwananchi wa kawaida. Hiyo ndiyo maana unaona sera ya William Ruto iliweza kuuza zaidi, kwa sababu kwa muda mrefu Kenya hii imekuwa ni ya watu wachache. Watu wachache, unanielewa? Watu wachache wale na wana ubinafsi. They are called capitalists in English. They are called capitalists.
I'm praying for you in 4 years time. I hope the same statement will come out of your mouth. We are here to watch it.
And let me tell you, Raila lost his Mandela moment. The moment alishikana na mtu ambaye aliharibu uchumi wa Kenya, anaitwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That is when he lost it to the Western world and he lost his moment from there. Hakuna vile unaweza shikana na mkono na mtu ambaye ameiba, wamekopa zaidi na wakaribu uchumi wa nchi, na mkasema ati mnatengeneza nchi. Na mnatengeneza nchi na mwananchi wa kawaida apati faida.
And then I'm asking you, was William Ruto the president of deputy president of Ethiopia or Tanzania? Because you are speaking as if he was from Uganda.
I am talking about the presidency. I am not
the presidency combined the two of them.
I am not
the president and the
deputy. William Ruto
mzalendo.
Let's have Emmanuel Chombo. Let's have Emmanuel Chombo.
Ongeni mmoja mmoja. Ongeni mmoja mmoja.
Namalizia tu kukuambia.
Hapana,
wewe unatuambia vitu juzi tu kama rais wa Kenya. Hajawahi kuwa rais kwa hizo miaka zimepita. Uhuru ndiye amekuwa rais wa Kenya.
Yo iko itoke, mwenye iko itoke. Umemaliza mzalendo?
Unajua sijui kama mmenisikia, lakini
kukusikia ni lazima tukusikie, lakini kukuelewa inakuwa ngumu.
Uwezi ukamuelewa kwa sababu ya ushabiki ule uliosema, ushabiki ulioko ndani yako ni wa Raila tu.
Na huo utabaki kuwa wa Raila, lakini hautakuwa wa Ruto. Mimi naenda na kitu na mtu yenye amefanya na kile ambacho amedeserve. Pili, mkisema kwamba makosa ya Raila ni kwa sababu alishikana na Uhuru na Uhuru alimaliza uchumi, sidhani kama nakubaliana na hilo kabisa. Automatically Raila hajainvolvika na mambo yote hapo. Yeye kama ni kuleta ni amani ya Kenya ndio ilikuwa pale. Lau kama tungebaki na misimamo tuliyokuwa nayo wakati by election 2017, hii nchi hatungekuwa nayo. Kwa hiyo hata kama ni kushikana naye na mkono, lakini ilileta amani katika hii nchi. Lazima tulipongeze hilo. Tusipotosha hawa watu wengine hapa. But yeye hajakuwa na governor, hajakuwa na CS na nini na waziri yote pale kwa serikali. Hajakuwa na chochote, hajakula mshahara hapo. Hajakuwa na lolote kwa serikali. Kwa hivyo kama ni uwezo wa serikali ni kwa pamoja na deputy wake pamoja na rais ndio waliangusha huu uchumi. Kwa sababu wao wako na serikali.
Chaka and Mise, let's mute please.
Yeah. Let's mute. Lakini Chaka anatudanganya ati Raila hajakuwa.
Let's mute. Mise, let's mute and give opportunity to other panelists. Yes, Emmanuel Chombo.
Yes, sir.
Nasikia mnaongea makelele, hata sielewi mnaongea kitu gani. Maana
Chaka
mzalendo
mute, mute
ameongea
please.
maneno. Okay, asante. Sasa mbona nasikia tu makelele, mara Raila, mara Uhuru, mara Ruto. Kitu ambacho naomba niseme ni kitu kimoja. Mbona Wakenya tunasahau kwamba Raila is the source of devolution? 1. 2, tunasahau kwamba huyu mzee ni mengi sana aliyoyafanya. Nashangaa mzalendo anakuwa mtu wa kwanza kuwa mshambulizi kwa huyu mzee, akisema kwamba alikuwa akimshabikia, lakini saa hii kwa kuwa alishikana na mtu anaitwa Uhuru ambaye ameharibu uchumi, haya ndio wako wapato ambao jambo hilo haliniingii kwangu akilini hata siku moja. Kitu ambacho kinaharibu uchumi Kenya ni kitu kinaitwa wizi. Corruption is the best thing that kinaharibu uchumi. Tukiangalia sana saa hii, hata president ambaye yuko mamlakani saa hii hakuingia kihalali, hakuingia kihalali, na even pastors are celebrating that. Hicho ni kitu ambacho kinaumiza sana, kwamba wageni kutoka nje wana uwezo wa kupewa pesa wakatuchagulia rais, mtarajia uchumi upande kivipi? Then mzalendo anaongea sijui anaongea kitu gani? Jamani, kuna maneno mengi ambayo yanavunja moyo, ambayo hata tukiatilia maanani nashindwa niseme nini hasa. Who is Jose Camargo in Kenya? Alafu what are we celebrating there? What is mzalendo trying to tell us? Where is mzalendo in fact? Ameenda wapi? Maana simuoni. Nilikuwa nahitaji sana niongee na mzalendo lakini simuoni, na sasa hii tumebaki wachache. Ama ilikuwa ni Emmanuel anaongea ndio bwana wanaondoka?
Huyu jamaa alinifukuza
Mzalendo,
bwana.
mimi maneno yako yananivunja moyo sana katika ulimwengu huyu, hasa katika Kenya yetu hii. Then you are celebrating a thief. What is it? Tuacheni hiyo story bwana. Sina mengi ya kuongea.
Usikasirike ndugu yangu bwana, usikasirike, ni maneno ndio
Inanibidi mzalendo.
Emmanuel Chomo, umeingia na akaunti mbili ama hiyo sio yako ingine?
Pardon?
Hiyo akaunti ingine ni yako ama ni mtu mwingine tofauti?
Gani hiyo?
Anyway, so one thing that we have to agree, by the way, is we are going forward. The election are past. It's something that is gone. We cannot reverse that one. So what now is that what we are looking forward is that we should hold the government accountable to ensure it delivers to its promises. Chaka, please mute, so that the government will be able to fulfill its promise. And as people are talking and saying, you know, this man is talking because he's pro-opposition, there's no benefit that Mzalendo is enjoying that I'm not enjoying if I were in Kenya and if he was in Kenya. We are all treated equally, the same thing and everything at equal measure. So should the government fail, we will all be in the same basket. Should the government succeed, we should all be in the same basket. But what you want is accountability, transparency, and performance. That's all that you're asking for. It is not excuses.
Tafadhali msemaji, hebu toa hiyo eko.
Hello?
Yeah, kuna hiyo eko inaendelea. Naona sasa hii imeshaja.
Oh, that's what nilikuwa nasema. Sasa hivi ni kuhakikisha kwamba serikali ambayo imechaguliwa inatekeleza wajibu wake, inafanya kazi yake. Kama ni unga 70 tunataka, mafuta irudi chini, tunataka kuona kama ni pesa kwa vijana zenye walisema pesa mfukoni zikuje. Hizo ndo vitu tunataka kuona. Na Raila yeye kama aidha alipoteza kihalali au kupoteza kihalali, yeye maneno yake haiko hapa sasa hivi. Maneno iliyopo ni serikali inatekeleza wajibu wake, na kama serikali itekelezi wajibu wake, sioni haja hiyo serikali kuwa mamlakani, maana kama kazi ya serikali ni kufanya kazi na haifanyi, basi haina maana ya kuwa pale, maana hakuna jambo lingine tunaweza pata ama faida nyingine tunaweza pata kutokana na rais isipokuwa tu manufaa ya uchumi, maisha kuwa mazuri, kuwa na demokrasia, kuwa na mambo, maisha yawe rahisi. Hiyo tu ndio uhusiano wetu kati ya rais na sisi. Mengine zaidi ya hayo sisi hatuyajui. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndo sababu ambayo nasema kwamba hii uchaguzi tujaribu kuondoka upande huo sana, tuangalie upande wa kuwajibisha serikali. Na hakuna upinzani ama serikali. Wewe unasimama hapo unatetea, unasema GMO ni nzuri na pengine ni mbaya. Siku ukikule kama itatuharibikia ni sisi wote, si wewe peke yako. Kwa hivyo sidhani kwamba unadhani eti sisi tutauziwa kwa lazima na wewe utapewa kwa hiari. Hapana, tutakula wote. Kwa hivyo kama ni kikapu tunaingia kile sisi wote. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri kusimama na ukweli na haki, na hiyo ndio itasaidia nchi kusonga mbele. Yes, Emmanuel Chombo.
Sawa. Bwana pole, maana ni kama ambaye na kuinterrupt, lakini nikwambie ukweli kwamba kama ni mafuta hayatachoka, tunatarajia mafuta zaidi within this month. Sasa wewe angalia uchumi utashuka kivipi bwana. This government is here wavune kutoka kwetu. They are not here kwamba sisi tufaidike. Wako hapa ili kwamba wafaidike, wavune, wainvest kila kitu kutoka kwetu. Hiyo ndio sababu Bwana Ruto alifanya mbinu, kila aina ya mbinu ili kwamba ingie Ikulu. His target ni ainvest kutoka Ikulu, sio kwamba ainue Kenya. Ndugu zangu, tutabaki maskini milele kama Ruto ataendelea kubaki mamlakani. Maana tukiangalia sisi kama sisi wananchi, saa hii serikali iko na mwezi na hakuna lolote la maana linaendelea, ni kelele tu huko bunge. Waling'ang'ana wa leaders of majority, waliachiwa. Je, kuna nini kilifanyika? Endelea host.
Sawa basi, mimi nikimalizia ni kusema kwamba nikimalizia ni kusema kwamba ndani ya huu mwezi ni mmoja, najua bado serikali ni changa, ninajua hilo, lakini hakuna plans zozote ambazo ziko za kurekebisha uchumi. Hiyo ndio tashwishi yangu kubwa. Si kwamba serikali imeingia na mwezi moja, lakini kama ni mwezi moja na wako na plani ya kurekebisha uchumi, tungekuwa tunawaamini, lakini bado hiyo plani haiko. Inaonekana ni kana kwamba hawana. Maana hata leo hii ukiuliza mafuta itashuka namna gani, hawakuelezi. Either watapeana subsidy, watanunua wapi, hawasemi. Sasa hiyo ndio inatutia wasiwasi kwamba huenda tukakuwa tunangojea mafuta ishuke, tungojee miaka 10, hatujui pengine. Sasa hiyo tu ndio lalama zetu. Mzalendo, malizia alafu nione kama pia tufunge show hivyo. Malizia.
Haya. Ile hiyo mambo ya mafuta ndio nataka kusema kidogo tu. Niliona kama hizi nchi kama Amerika na nchi Amerika na Britain, ile ban walikuwa wamewekea Iraq kama Iran ya mafuta yao iweze kuuzwa, isiweze kuuzwa katika nchi za nje, inakuwa lifted hivi karibuni, so the market itakuwa open kidogo, but inaonekana bei ya mafuta bado itaendelea kuwa juu kidogo, kulingana na vile hizi nchi za OPEC zimesema kuwa watapunguza production ya mafuta na bei wataiweka tu ikuwe constant, so bei itakuwa juu kidogo, lakini tukileta player hizi nchi kubwa kama Marekani zikileta player mwingine walift hizo ban walikuwa wamewekea Iraq na Iran, maybe mafuta bei itakuwa inarudi chini kiasi. So bei ya mafuta inaumiza nchi zote, iwe ni Marekani, iwe ni Kenya, iwe ni Tanzania, bei ya mafuta iko juu. Isipokuwa Kenya pengine itakuwa juu kidogo kwa sababu rais alitoa zile subsidy. Alitoa hizo subsidy na sababu, kwa sababu kila mwezi ama kila baada ya masiku machache unapata zile bei ya mafuta imeongezeka huko juu, na ile pesa mlikuwa mmeweka pale ibidi tena mtoe pesa treasury muongezee tena juu, so haiwezi kuwa constant vile ilikuwa. So hiyo alitoa na sababu, na ilikuwa pia inaumiza uchumi wa nchi. So kuna vitu zingine tunaweza kusema tibana ni siasa na nini, but ilikuwa in the long run itasaidia kuimarisha uchumi wa Kenya. So tupatie serikali muda, Bwana Francis, tupatie serikali muda vile umesema.
Mzalendo, mi sina shida na serikali na ninaheshimu sana, maana pia ni sauti ya wananchi ile. Lakini pamoja na hilo ni kwamba hiyo mafuta ya Iran ambayo mnaongelelea ni kwamba Iran huenda ikaondolewa vikwazo baada ya kuingia mkataba wa nuclear na mataifa 6 yenye uchumi mkubwa duniani. Lakini hata hivi vikwazo zikiondolewa zitakuwa vikwazo kwa ajili ya raia, na ambayo tunajua kwamba hata mafuta yao wakipewa kuuza Afrika itakuwa ngumu sana. Watajaribu kuuza mataifa haya mengine makubwa ili kuona kama watawashawishi. Sasa kama kwa mfano sasa tujiulize swali, kwa mfano mafuta isipofika Kenya, hiyo bei ndio itazidi kubaki kwamba ni 179 ama 200. Hiyo ndio bei tutanunua mpaka lini?
Unaona, hiyo mafuta yao wakifunguliwa na watolewe hizo vikwazo, inamaanisha zile nchi zingine kama Saudia hawana ile market monopoly ile walikuwa nayo. So ile market ile faida walikuwa napata kwa hizi nchi zingine inapungua, kwa sababu ile a new player ameingia. Kama walikuwa wameweka vikwazo dhidi ya Marekani, ile ndio waweke bei juu. Sasa hiyo mafuta yao Marekani nakwambia hatuhitaji. So watakuwa na surplus ya mafuta ya kuuza, so quantity itakuwa imeongezeka na market hakuna, kwa sababu kuna maplayers wengi wameingia kwa soko. Hiyo ndio vile wanaangalia kuregulate hiyo industry.
Hiyo ni imani, wacha tuombe itakuwa hivyo, lakini sikuwa hivyo sijui itakuwa namna gani. Haya, ulikuwa umesema pia mambo ya uchumi, ukasema kwamba wamekuwa wakifaidisha matajiri kadhaa. Unafahamu kwamba leo William Ruto ametangaza kwamba kuna baadhi ya mashirika ya kiserikali yatakuwa kibinafsi, na ambayo mashirika ya kibinafsi yatanunuliwa na wananchi, si hustlers. An hustler cannot buy a state corporation. You know that?
Yeah, an hustler will not buy a state corporation, but an hustler will buy stocks when it is in the stock exchange. Atanunua shares. Mimi ni hustler na niko na shares Safaricom. Does it mean that I own Safaricom?
No, na shulinunua hata kabla hii serikali ya hustler kuingia.
Yes, juu ilikuwa kwa soko. So the more we have more companies that are doing well kwa stock exchange, the more tutanunua hizo mahisa zao. Mwananchi wa kawaida anaweza participate kununua hizo hisa. That is how you grow the economy. Kuna vitu zingine we cannot continue doing things the way we used to do them with the previous government.
But buying shares, you have told me that you bought shares even before William Ruto got to power, meaning that this is the tradition that has been going on. So it has not come with William Ruto. So that's why I'm telling you.
That's why I'm telling you, privatization of companies opens up the market. So when many companies are privatized, it means that more players are coming in and quality is increased and price is reduced and profit is margins increase. Ukiweka
And this one affirms what you said, that Kenyan market is controlled by the capitalists, because these are the people who will come to buy those privatized farms.
that is why we want their
Yes.
money. We
Yes.
want them to buy those. We want them to use that money so that ingie kwa uchumi ya Kenya. So if you have money na iko offshore account, bring it back, buy a company in Kenya, kama ni ya maji ama ni ya stima, kuja uinunue hiyo pesa izianze kucirculate kwa uchumi wa Kenya, ndio wananchi waweze kununua hisa ya hiyo kampuni.
So that we conclude, you can agree very well that for this country to move forward, we must adapt capitalist to some extent.
For me, capitalism is not something that I prefer as a mode of governance.
Yeah, it's not a matter of prefer, but a matter of what is happening.
You have asked me an opinion.
Yes.
If I was as a Kenyan, I don't prefer capitalism. I have always fought for capitalism. So capitalism only benefits a few rich individuals. It doesn't benefit everybody. That is why unasikia kitu ile inaitwa, ulikuwa unasikia watu wanaitwa deep state. A deep state is not that ati ni kutanini, ni watu wale wana pesa, wale wanapata hizo makarandarasi kubwa kubwa, na wale wanasema sisi tunataka kuongozwa na mtu fulani, huyu ndio tunataka. Those are the capitalists.
It's okay, I agree with you. But now the question is, I've told you very well, you are aware that the president is selling a state-owned corporation to become a private-owned corporation. Then the other thing you also need to notice very well is that whatever you are saying about investment, they cannot be done by the boda and mamambogas that they were being told in campaign. These are done by the people who are well financially established in Kenya, who are to some extent being referred as capitalists. Therefore, these issues of being saying, the mamamboga, the economy will start down, it was all an hoax because it seems not to be working.
No. I told you the issue of Mama Mboga. You want William to go and give Mama Mboga pesa direct. Kesho akiamka asubuhi anapata pesa kwa account. These people, they have to be trained. They have to be trained. Hata kama ni pesa watapatiwa, but they have to be trained, and this money will come in forms of loans. Tuliona sahi serikali imewatoa kwa CRB. That is a plus. I told you that is a plus for the government.
That one is not true. They are on process of, they are looking at option.
No, that is a presidential directive. By November, those people will be out. 4 million Kenyans. Watakuwa nje. That's a presidential directive. It can never revert on that. Watatoka na watakuwa able kuborrow pesa kutoka kwa hizi bank. Na hii nilimwambia, the government cannot just give people money direct like that. They will use banks like Equity, banks like National Bank, bank like Cooperative Bank, wawapatie pesa. And hivyo ndio utaenda, na kabla upatiwe pesa, you'll have to go for some formal training. Hii pesa tunakupatia, hivi ndio tunataka uibank, na hii biashara yako, is it profitable ama sio profitable, ubank na sisi kiasi tuone kama tunaweza kukupatia hii hela. I mean, that is the way you build the local banks. And the whole idea is that the previous government had overborrowed from the local banks. Zimeboro mpaka kuna pesa ya mwananchi wa kawaida kuomba.
Personally, have you ever gone to bank and been told there is no money?
You are not told directly, but you are told unawekewa vikwazo zingine hapo, zile you will not meet. Unanielewa?
Let me tell you, when you go to banks, the commercial banks, they have reserves at the central bank. These reserves dictate to how much level they can be able to lend money, and lending money depend with the monetary and the physical policy of a country. They cannot just lend money without looking at the inflation that can be driven by lending the money. So, you know, these loans, Mzalendo, let me tell you, these loans that you are talking about, that these loans with the women, they were be given during Kibaki times. It's not something new. Even agricultural loans are the ones that are offered at a lower rate. The agricultural loans, they are there, they are being offered even right now. So it doesn't have to be William Ruto or anybody else. It's something that has been continuing.
My question to you is that was Uhuru giving people those loans?
So
that's
it
my
is your
question
duty
to
to
you.
go and ask for it. Even this one for Ruto, you have to go and ask for it. You cannot be given if you don't want.
Listen, during Kibaki's time, there was money in the country, money to borrow. That is what I'm trying to tell you. During Kibaki's time, you've just proved it. There was money. During Moi's time, was there money to borrow, or money was there was meant for capitalists or people who are closer to Moi? That is how they destroyed the economy during Moi's time. Higher. And they started printing money kuingiza nini kwa economy, which didn't work. Kibaki came and revived Kenyan's economy such that you could go to the bank would beg you to go and take a car loan. Sahi niambie ni bank gani itakupigia simu? We have looked at the way you are banking, or we have looked at your pay slip. Wewe unahitaji kuchukua mortgage ama unahitaji kuchukua car loan, hakuna bank itakupigia simu. You'll have to walk to that bank, na ukienda kwa hiyo bank, ile vizuizi unawekewa pale ni mingi sana, such that you'll not even meet kukuwa na hata ukikuwa na hiyo pesa uta meet hiyo nini wanataka, the threshold that wameweka pale. So hizi vitu zimekuwa but zimeharibika na uongozi mbaya. So when the president is trying to revive that, sometimes you copy from the best, even if kama ni uongozi, you copy from the best, you copy from your predecessor, you copy from other previous leaders, you look for other government. Even Kenya, when they were looking for a good constitution, they never came and started drafting their own constitution. They came here in America and looked at what they can pick and paste it to the Kenyan people. The only problem is that they didn't know hiyo katiba ilikuwa imetengenezwa almost 200 years ago na imekuwa rectified mara sijui ngapi. So hizi vitu zingine zote we have to copy from the best. We can't copy from bad democracies, like tuseme we are going to borrow something from Uganda or Zimbabwe. No, we have to copy from people who are doing well. Even leaders,
so you know very well there's nothing good from Uganda, but you are defending William Ruto going there.
No,
anyway,
no.
That's
What
how
are
you
you?
miss it.
What Mzalendo is saying, best practices. Mzalendo, it's best practices. We cannot reinvent the wheel when something else has been tried somewhere and has worked.
Mr. Just give a concluding remark so that I think I will be ending the show so that I also sleep.
Yes, but Mzalendo was finishing. It's just that you interrupted him, and I wanted to bring in the word best practices.
Anyway, I think for today we have had a good discussion. We have jumped into Raila's leadership and legacy. We appreciate that he has been part of the struggle. But I gave you an analysis. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, when he was playing in Manchester, he was so lethal. But coming back, he's not the same person. So there are times when you have to, call it a day so that you have that kind of respect. Yeah, that kind of respect. So sometimes he might lose his Mandela moment just because of these small things. So
it's okay.
Aende polepole kidogo
achana na Raila, ongelea William Ruto vitu zake zenye ameahidi na anatimiza. Raila has nothing to do. Raila has no budget. Raila Odinga has no budget, has no army, has no police. So let's keep Raila aside. Let's talk about the current regime that is in power.
Yeah,
Yes, you can summarize with
Francis.
that one.
Francis, let me stick to my president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. I think he means good for the country. He's young. He's an intelligent person, and he's going to do a lot of good things. He has seen, he has worked. Let me tell you, Raila has worked with Ruto has worked with how many presidents and prime minister. He has worked with Moi. He has worked with Uhuru. He has worked with Kibaki, and he has worked with the former prime ministers, former prime minister. So I think he can borrow a few good things from Raila. Can borrow a few good things from the other leaders that he worked with, and he knows government because he has been in government, and he knows where we've been going wrong. But what I would also urge UDA, now that they are in power, the best practice that they can do right now is not to increase the number of representatives in government. So the issue of doubling the PSs, the issue of assistant minister, let us not have that. Let him try and have a lean government, a very, very lean government. That would be a very, very good legacy for him, because other leaders have tried it. Kibaki tried it, but he didn't really perfect it. So let him have a very lean government, and let him have an inclusive government the way he has been doing. He has done things in Homa Bay. I hope that the housing project that he's doing in Homa Bay will take up very soon.
The housing program is in Mukuru Kwanjenga, and Homa Bay, he promised GMO cotton. It was never delivered, but it was a promise. So get those clear. But Mukuru Kwanjenga is something that is happening.
You seem to be following my president so much. He's also your president.
Yes, he's also my president. I'm a Kenyan by birth. Eh? I have to follow to ensure that he delivers.
Now you are acknowledging is the
now you are acknowledging, but anyway.
I've never denied that fact, by the way. I acknowledge.
For your information, there are 400 housing units that are supposed to be launched in Homa Bay, if you didn't know that. So that one is going to take place. And I think by March atakuwa ameenda groundbreaking ya hiyo.
So, unless we see by our eyes, there is nothing we are going to believe. It's one of the greatest boundaries that we have in Kenya. Unless we see, there's nothing we can believe. Is it the same man who launched football pitch? Is he not the same man who launched football pitch?
You know, when people give hot hair, so unless they touch, they can't believe. So it's okay. He's within the right prescription of the character traits of people who have to touch and believe. So, Francis, we understand you.
You wanted to tell me, you want to tell me that if, for example, somebody calls you and tell you I'm in a particular place, you can believe just that somebody is there without seeing or without confirming with either even with IP address. What if the person is playing with you? How will you verify?
It's faith. Sometimes you have to have faith.
And what about you are being cheated?
Let me just finish by saying, Francis, you've been drinking Coca-Cola all along. Even yesterday, I saw you drinking a bottle of Coca-Cola. Has it killed you?
Coca-Cola? Who has ever been killed by Coca-Cola? No. Let's give a concluding remarks.
That was a good question. Now, there's a reason why Mzalendo was asking. I would want to know why he's asking that question.
No. You just give a concluding remark so that I end the show. You know, I've been here for almost 8 hours, by the way.
Nice, Francis. Anyway. Nice to have you around. Find out the myth about Coca-Cola soda. And the science behind it.
I know its formula is never known on how Coca-Cola is made. That one does not disturb me as long as my grandfather have never complained. Anyway, let's have music.
Why don't you ask your grandfather not to complain about GMO so that you don't get disturbed?
The GMO is something that has already started just some years back.
Anyway,
it is something that, and Kenya will be starting in the next few months. So we have not been tested naturally. There's something we call herd immunity. Herd immunity occurs as a result of somebody having experienced it and recovery. The GMO, nobody has ever experienced it in Kenya. So we are still amateurs. That's why we have so many doubts and some unanswered questions. Contrary to
Francis, so you developed herd immunity on Coca-Cola, or you developed herd immunity on what? You are never sick.
What I'm saying is,
but you are
herd
never
immunity is developed as somebody passed through a disease naturally without medical. When we are talking about Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola has been consumed by people whom we have seen them up to their age when they died without complication from it. Therefore, it gives us assurance that it might not be having any problem. Contrary to GMO, which you cannot verify because it's something very new. Nobody has consumed GMO for 10 years in Kenya. How will you confirm? Anyway, Mr. Let's have concluding remarks anyway.
So, Mzalendo, if all of us were against Coca-Cola when it was introduced in the market and we resisted it, would we know of what is describing as herd immunity? Would we have allowed the period to develop that herd immunity? Anyways, let me say that I am donating a stool for Baba so that when he's at Bunge la Wananchi, he can have comfort, because now it looks like his desperate, his level of is desperate, and I would be very happy to donate a stool so that he can go there and sit. We need him to talk to Wananchi, and that's where he belongs. Now, there is something that Mzalendo was explaining in terms of money, giving people money. It's not easy, Francis, when we tell one another the truth. Think about hii pesa ya nini, hii pesa ya wazee. You have had the complaints. Pesa ilipatiwana na baada pesa kupewana imeanza kupotea, imekuliwa, and so on. So there are challenges that come with rolling out such projects that require proper systems set in place for us to be able to roll out certain projects that are ambitious, like what we are saying here. Now, I will take you to, and I will leave you to go and research, or you already know, Muammar Gaddafi. Muammar Gaddafi was a diehard of the people of Libya. And you know that Muammar Gaddafi gave Africa, a lot of African governments, a lot of money. In Libya, Muammar Gaddafi was channeling the oil money direct to the people's accounts. In fact, he cited corruption and said it is the government bureaucracy that he did not actually agree with. And you can see that he had good intentions, for the Wananchi to get money, the oil money, to their accounts. But that did not happen. He did try to force it, and they agreed that they were going to do it gradually. But you will realize that even when a country that had a small population, such as 5 million then, during Muammar Gaddafi's time, it was very difficult to roll out that project to the people, either by the people who were surrounding him or by virtue that the systems were very hard for them to roll out that kind of money to their accounts. So vis-a-vis Kenya, that has 50-something million population, it will be very difficult. That's why we need time to make sure that we are doing it right. Now, the other thing I wanted to say, you've been questioning, really, you were saying, you were talking ill of Uganda, to Kenya. I think you need to go back and look at the bilateral relationship of Uganda and Kenya. Now, let me tell you something.
So I'm wanting to give you a specification of what I'm raising. My issue is right now, Kenya and Uganda, we are trading. The Muzalendo said we are trading to a point of 80% that we are exporting 80% to Uganda. The market is almost saturation because you can only export 20% the remaining one. Why can't you go to DRC where that our export are still as low as 10%? Why can't you not go to Central Republic where our export are not even there? Why can't you go to countries like even Botswana where our export are still low? We need to have a large net of increase. Let us, even when Safaricom waliregister watu wa Kenya hapa wakaona line zimejaa, walitoka wakaenda Ethiopia, maana Ethiopia hakuna Safaricom, so market watapata mpya. So these are how a president is supposed to think.
But you gotta realize that what do we export to Uganda? Do you know what we export to Uganda? You don't know. You're Googling. Let me tell you because I have it right before me. So we export to Uganda precious stones, metals, iron and steel, salt, sulfur, earthstone, plaster, lime and cement, mineral fuels, oil distillation product. Now, those are some of the things that we export to Uganda. So the relationship that brings us about 77 billion, about 386.3 million to Kenya, we cannot just ignore it. The fact that now we want to diverge and look for another new relationship somewhere. So you treasure what you have, like the Englishmen say, a bird at hand is worth 10 in the bush. So our relationship with Uganda is very important because already we know that they are our actual market that we can count on. Just like if you look at US, Canada, and Mexico, because of the geographical positioning, they trade regardless whether they like each other. They treasure the relationship. There's a likelihood that Canada or US can turn to get to another market, but because of the geographical location, they treasure their relationship. So let us allow the president to continue cementing the relationship that is existing and the new ones for the prosperity of our country. And also, what I would expect as I'm sending my donation to the Bunge la Wananchi to buy kiti for Raila, I'm expecting him to be to be encouraging them, to be positive, as opposed to him crying foul every other time, tuliibiwa, oh, hii serikali mnajua vile Jebukati alifanya. That is not building us now. What is going to build us is him giving encouragement and telling people that we still can work together regardless of what happened. We still can foster unity and work together as a country because our country is greater than individuals. Raila is an individual. Ruto is an individual. But Kenya is collective of all of us and is greater than those few individuals. And those few individuals have dominated for long in the government. So if you talk about William Ruto, he has been there since probably you were not born. Raila, since we were not born. So us saying that Raila has not benefited from the government is actually misleading. You do not have the privileges that Raila has. And there are dynamics. Of course, there are dynamics in either economy. And I like the fact that Mzalendo mentioned that. If you go back during Kibaki's time, the value, there's a dynamics like population. During Moi's time, there's population as well that changes. The demands now from our people, the Kenyan citizens, are higher than before. So we have to look at it and say there's COVID as well as brought a lot of dynamics, and a lot of people and a lot of governments are adjusting to it. So it is not business as usual. We should allow these people time, and their priorities. We have to work with their priorities, not your priorities as Francis. Let me stop there so that you can go and sleep, Francis. But let me say, you are a very good person. We are encouraging you to come because and be positive and work with the government. support the government, bring the ideas that you have, let us suggest them to the government, and they can pick. Some of the government agencies probably listen to these conversations here. They might pick something that is constructive, and you never know. Tomorrow you might see it implemented. Thank you very much.
So what I want to conclude remarks that you don't following government is not helping government, but giving suggestion and criticizing it where you think it's not going right. That is how we build a government. You don't need to be submissive every time that you're talking about government, because at the end of the day, I want you to go and look at it, and this is history. There's this journalist from Saudi Arabia called Jamal Khashoggi. He used to sing every day, every night about Mohammed bin Salman, but the same man who killed him, dismembered his body, and his pieces were dipped in acid. He has never been retrieved up to today. So in whichever case, anybody will be able, and I think everybody is a civic duty to hold the government accountable. Those who voted for it, those who didn't vote for it, we have that obligation. As I said earlier, maybe you could have voted for that government, but today I can assure you, there is no any benefit to enjoying that you are enjoying that I'm not enjoying. We are all on the same condition, as long as government is put into play, is considered. So at the end of the day, I found no reason as to why I should be supporting the government where I think it's wrong, or just following it blindly. We must hold it in checks. We must ensure it delivers its promises. We must ensure that those people there at the back who are from village levels, who cannot speak for them, we are here to speak for them. And that is why we spend even 8 hours, 7 hours engaging citizens and other people for the betterment of our country. The other issue I also want to finish is that, remember, country is a constant work in progress. We build countries. We build a country as we progress with the number of years. So we should not be going back to Kibaki. We should now be referring maybe to Kenyatta, where he has reached, because I believe the road coverage of Kibaki, when you compare to Uhuru Kenyatta coverage is much more higher. So we should be comparing the road coverage of Uhuru Kenyatta. We should not be going back because of political reason. Country, we need to be moving in a constant way, in a progressive way. That's all that we want. Because if we keep going back, what about if another president, maybe 20 years to come, will be going back to Kibaki? Does it mean that Kenyans will have stagnated from 202? We cannot stay in such country. We need to move forward. Now we want to see somebody referring to William Ruto, who will become the next president, that I've taken it from William Ruto having done A, B, C, D, and not Kibaki. Kibaki is long gone. He has no any business now in the future. Now it's even late. So let's that Mzee rest. Let's Uhuru have a rest at his home. What we need now is to have a reference of William Ruto as a benchmark of the next president who will come in, and not to be referring to Kibaki. We shall be in stagnant place. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francis. You have rested almost everybody, Kibaki, Uhuru, but you have not rested Raila.
Yes.
No. I've said Uhuru is just rested at his home in Chaweri. I've not said he's rested in peace. To rest does not mean you have to
also
die.
should rest in Bondo. We shall call him when we need him. For now, we have the president who is working, and he's a